Pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers, ministers of state, and ministers, to the leader of the opposition party, his members, and Madam Speaker. Let's pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objective. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, and increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your holy law, that we may be preserved in the union and in the peace which this world itself cannot give, and after enjoying the blessing of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to your eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen and amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, members. Members, for this House meeting, we received official notices of absence from the Honourable Member for Albert on sick leave. We wish her well. And from the Honourable Member for Corozal North Family Emergency, we send condolences on the passing of his aunt.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the Honourable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 249/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill 2024. Paper number HR 250/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Alternative Sentencing Bill 2024, and paper number HR 251/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Criminal Procedure Plea Discussion and Plea Agreement Bill 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, those reports from the Honourable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee are ordered to lie on the table.
Motions relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, Blue Economy, Civilization and Innovation.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House suspends the House to the 1st March 2024 at 10 a.m.
Honourable members, the question is that the House at its rising today suspends to Thursday, 21st March 2024 at 10 a.m. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business.
Honourable members, the debate on the second reading of the General Revenue Appropriation 2024-2025 Bill 2024 is about to be resumed. Before we begin, I would like to remind honourable members of Standing Order number 64. Presentation and the second reading of the appropriation bill, especially paragraph 5, which reads, after the motion for the second reading of the appropriation bill has been resumed under paragraph 4 of this standing order, the debate shall be confined to the financial and economic state of the country and the general principles of government policy and administration, as indicated by the appropriation bill and the estimates. Members are therefore asked to confine their debate within the prescribed limits of the standing order. I would like to remind honourable members of other sections of the standing orders, specifically, which should be of no surprise, Standing Order number 42B, which states that an honourable member shall maintain silence while another member is speaking and shall not interrupt except in accordance with these standing orders. Before we resume the debate, I kindly ask that we suspend very briefly to allow the office of the clerk to assist the Leader of Opposition with the usual podium. Thank you. Members, we now have the resumption of the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2024-2025 Bill 2024. I recognize the Leader of Opposition member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning to you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning to all of my colleagues. Pleasant good morning, if you would allow me, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge my colleagues from the San Ignacio, Santa Elena, UDP municipality, Ms. Tosh Lanza and Brother Abdel Koa, two councillor candidates that were successful along with the rest of our majority. I'd like to congratulate you and Mayor Trapp and Deputy Mayor Ms. Fernandez, the entire team. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a budget of lies and deception that fails to meaningfully address the needs and aspirations of the Belizean people is the accurate description of this stay-off-track presentation of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure 2024 made by the Prime Minister and his government. Madam Speaker, this is not a budget that makes the necessary investments, short, medium, and long-term, change our nation needs for the better, Madam Speaker. This budget will not increase economic growth. This budget will not safeguard the health and security of our country for generations to come, Madam Speaker. This government has not put forward a budget that will ease the devastation of inflation. Nothing outlined in this budget, Madam Speaker, adequately alleviates poverty and strengthens the guardrails that protect the working class from being driven past the margins, Madam Speaker. This budget is tone deaf, like the Prime Minister that presented it. Disconnected is how you can only describe the presentation by a lame duck Prime Minister who has already checked out mentally and emotionally, Madam Speaker. Imagine, Prime Minister brags about losing 6 seats and the second largest municipality in the country in his budget presentation, Madam Speaker, in San Ignacio, Santa Elena. 2 ministers went down. That is not an illusion, sir. Cayo North went down, Cayo Northeast went down, and Balona went down, Madam Speaker, regardless of the hogwash that the Prime Minister tried to portray.
Member, just remember, members are to be referred to by the area.
The Prime Minister? Oh, Balona, yes. Apologies, Madam Speaker. The member from Cayo Central. Apologies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so, you know, the Honorable Prime Minister always talks about the numbers on this side. What he failed to acknowledge in the municipal elections that he was allowed the privilege to celebrate. I don't know how you celebrate losing 6 seats. I don't know how you celebrate losing the second largest municipality, Madam Speaker. But if you do your calculations, the member from Cayo Central Gandong, the member from Cayo North Gandong, I was with his family, Jose Espat. Oh, that's not what he says. Anyway, he Gandong, Cayo Northeast, sitting minister gone down. I acknowledge the standard bearer, Brother Albert Fernandez, who is also in the galleries, Madam Speaker. They went down. Those are 3 seats. So now we're at 8, Madam Speaker. Yeah, we did at 8. Yes, man. Manifestation, manifest destiny, Madam Speaker. We did at 8. We have the 5 where we don't have, and we pick up 3, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, you know, you could laugh and you could joke and puppy show yourself, but regardless of what I want to say about the member from Queen Square, she put quite a trashing on Pretty Pallad, the young boy that topped 42B, sir. 42B member from Fort George. We did not interrupt the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. We did not scream across, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, so in Belize City, we not only held the seats that we have, but we expanded. The member from, I join with you, Madam Speaker, in offering my condolences to
Madam Speaker.
The member from
Point of order,
Corozal North.
please.
We have a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I am wondering if the leader of the opposition is at a political rally, because obviously he is not sticking to the rules. He is here to respond to the budget presented by the Prime Minister, and obviously he's ranting on a political rant.
Thank you, Member. I'll just refer again to the very opening remarks that were
Madam
made.
Speaker,
No,
the Prime Minister was
I'm
allowed.
speaking. I'm speaking. Give me the respect at least. It says on the paragraph 5, after the motion for the second reading of the appropriation bill has been resumed on the paragraph 4 of the standing order, the debate shall be confined to the financial and economic state of the country and the general principles of government policy and administration as indicated by the appropriation bill and the estimates. I can appreciate that the country is just off the heels of a municipal election. I can appreciate that some of that will enter into the discussions over the next few days. But please work with the chair. It cannot go on extended. I'd like to ask that we continue with the debate on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the Prime Minister was allowed to go on and on with his victory lap, and I'm merely responding, Madam Speaker, but I will follow.
That's not quite accurate. There's a copy of the speech if you would like.
No, he diverted from the speech, Madam
Not
Speaker.
quite accurate, Member. We'll not get in a
Yes.
back and forth. Please continue with your
Yes.
contribution on the debate.
But yes, Madam Speaker, long story short, the budget is, Madam Speaker, a budget of lies and deception. And we see that in the response at the polls, where in PG they had to find 35 votes. We're going to court for that right now. And I know the member from Toledo East would agree with me about that outcome, Madam Speaker. But we have, Madam Speaker, seen this government unravel because of their policies, Madam Speaker, because of these budgets that they have presented in the last 3 years that don't speak to the needs and the aspirations of the Belizean people, Madam Speaker. And this budget is no different, Madam Speaker. This is a hollow budget that does not present any vision, Madam Speaker, no bold, courageous policy decisions, and no numbers to support, Madam Speaker, all of the lofty promises that was made by this government, Madam Speaker. And I will say this, Madam Speaker, in 1993, the Right Honorable Said Musa won all the municipal bodies, and he called early elections, and Sir Manuel Esquivel trashed him. So I say to you, Prime Minister, call elections. You think that you are doing so well and your budgets and your policies are so well, call the elections, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this budget is a betrayal, Madam Speaker. I would pray that the government would abandon its arrogance, that they would abandon their hubris and focus on delivering on the promises that they made to this nation 3 years ago when they were ushered into office, Madam Speaker. But I suspect that the PUP, led by this Prime Minister, is incapable of such humility required to truly serve the people of Belize, Madam Speaker. And this budget is a betrayal of the George Price social justice ideals. Member from Fort George, you should hang your head. He would be ashamed to see the way that you have abandoned the social justice ideals, Madam Speaker. What we see here is a copy and paste budget that convenient parts of the IMF country reports are inserted with blatant dishonesty or extreme ignorance, Madam Speaker. I don't know which one it is. The Prime Minister says that Belizeans have limited ability. Maybe he is one of them. Madam Speaker, it is either the Prime Minister is deliberately misleading the people of Belize when he utters untruths, such as the debt being at 132% of GDP in 2020 and cutting that figure in half in just 3 years. That is a lie, Madam Speaker. And you go to the IMF website, which explicitly states that the debt was at 101% of GDP in 2020, which was due to COVID-19 pandemic, Madam Speaker, which ravaged economies across the globe and brought the world to a grinding halt. Before the worst global crisis of our generation, the debt was as low as 61% of GDP in 2014 under the Barrow administration, which is lower than this government had in 2022, where they were at 63%, Madam Speaker. And only 2% higher is the 2023's 59%, Madam Speaker. Lower, excuse me. Madam Speaker, the lies and deception need to stop. It does the people of Belize no good when the government projects these false statistics as accomplishments rather than accept the reality. Own up to where you are. Own up to your performance. And understand and appreciate that it has been less than spectacular, Madam Speaker. It has been, in some instance, average, on par with what the UDP government was able to accomplish, and in most instances, less, Madam Speaker. As the next government of Belize, the UDP will not engage in these silly statistical games of deceit. The UDP will give honest assessments to the public so we can meet our targets, Madam Speaker, and realize our full potential. One thing the United Democratic Party governments have proven, Madam Speaker, is that we know how to manage debt and grow the economy. That is why the people of Belize elected us for 13 consecutive years, Madam Speaker. 3 consecutive terms. You know, sometimes when my colleagues come into this honorable house, Madam Speaker, they talk as if 13-term government is automatic and the Belizean people just voted one time and we stayed there for 13 years, Madam Speaker. No, Madam Speaker. due to the prudent and magnificent stewardship of the Right Honorable Dean Barrow and his cabinet. The Belizean people elected us for 13 consecutive years, Madam Speaker. The real IMF and SIB numbers don't lie, Madam Speaker. GDP growth was 4.4% in 2019 under the Barrow UDP administration, Madam Speaker, compared to a projected 2.9% this year, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister is subpar and has a lot of work to do, Madam Speaker. Stop the hype and start delivering. Look at the primary surplus, Madam Speaker, which has gone down to 0.46%, Madam Speaker. This is lower than the global benchmark of 3%. We appreciate primary surpluses decrease when you are spending more. But the crucial question, Madam Speaker, what are we spending on? And that has always been this government's problem. Misprioritizing, Madam Speaker. The budget has increased by 100 million. 1.498, about 1.5 to 1.6, Madam Speaker. But not for the key priority areas that even the IMF, that the Honorable Prime Minister loves so much. Never seen such an affair of love. The IMF recommends, Madam Speaker, that we expand spending in infrastructure, but not the type of infrastructure that has certain CEOs that are related to certain ministers owning multi-million-dollar homes all across the country. Not that kind of infrastructure, Madam Speaker, but the utilities infrastructure, so that we can expand water and sewage, Madam Speaker. Energy security is another recommendation from the IMF, Madam Speaker, and one that speaks near and dear to me, targeted social programs, Madam Speaker. Crime prevention that would mitigate the adverse effects of fiscal consolidation on vulnerable households, Madam Speaker, while, I quote, boosting growth and making more inclusive and resilient to shocks. Madam Speaker, what we need in this honorable House are people who do not dance behind statistics. We need a government that will get to the heart of the matter. Have people's lives improved over the last 3 years, Madam Speaker? I think not. It has improved for a certain CEO. We have a bunch of multi-million-dollar homes. I certainly hope that the Integrity Commission and the FIU would look into that, Madam Speaker. It has improved for TICROB, the Ministry of Infrastructure's favorite contractor. Tens of millions of dollars in contracts, Madam Speaker, with no transparent bidding process. Madam Speaker, we don't see in this budget the government following up on the investment, as I said, in logistics and utilities, where they can bring light to the rural areas that the member from Toledo West claims that are so loved by this government. I go to Toledo at least once a month, and the highways are the same highways that the UDP built. You have not put anything, member from Toledo West, you and your Prime Minister, there to speak about, but you love the people of Toledo West and the rural areas so much. Connectivity is still lacking, member from Cayo North. You go there, people still don't have light. People still don't have internet, Madam Speaker. But these are not the things that the Prime Minister cares to brag about in his budget presentation, but these are the things that his beloved IMF recommend, Madam Speaker, the IMF that the Prime Minister referred to also recommends building social housing, Madam Speaker. 5 million is not enough. 5 million is simply not enough. It is an insult, Madam Speaker. It is offensive to the Belizean people who were promised 10,000 houses. Madam Speaker, this government has only delivered 3%. 3%, Madam Speaker, for their housing promise. That is a miserable average of 1% a year. And they're so churlish, so vindictive, Madam Speaker, that those houses only go to PUP area representatives, Madam Speaker. Not one of those houses has gone to any of the members on this side, Madam Speaker. But our UDP government, Madam Speaker, will invest millions more in social housing for everyone in need. Not just UDP area representatives, Madam Speaker, but we will help residents in all 31 constituencies, regardless of red or blue, Madam Speaker. That is what we are elected to do. When you go into your ministry, you discard colors, and you deal with policy, and you deal with people, Madam Speaker. And this government has failed to do that. And the member from Kayo South comes in here with his pompous attitude as if he's doing us a favor by delivering on the promises of the 10,000 houses, Madam Speaker. The UDP will create a housing industry, Madam Speaker. That is what is needed. Even though you could argue, Madam Speaker, my colleagues on that side, they come into this house, $78 million in a one day to pay this debt. $200 million in one day, Madam Speaker, for reacquisitions. That $278 million could have provided the 10,000 houses. They find money for what they want, Madam Speaker, and they show this country over and over again, Madam Speaker, through their budgets, through their supplementaries, Madam Speaker, that they do not care about the Belizean people. This government is led by neo-hawks, Madam Speaker. They are more conservative than the UDP, that is a center-right government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the next government of Belize, which will be a UDP government, Madam Speaker, will create a housing industry, Madam Speaker. That is the only way to give Belizeans access to the affordable housing that they need. And the UN Charter says that housing is a human right. And I wish that the government would treat it like that and stop with these little police booths that they are giving out, and then they only give out a few hundred. Let us create an industry. There are investors in this country. Some still left. You have bankrupt one that was your big donor, driven out another one. But there are still a few investors, Madam Speaker, that would like to create a housing industry, to give Belizeans a pathway to home ownership, Madam Speaker, affordable quality housing. And we don't see that in this budget, Madam Speaker. You are not doing us a favor with that $5 million. You need to give the proper investment, Madam Speaker, to deliver on your promises. Because when you want it, you find it in a day, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the UDP will make systematic changes. That is what we need. Not this drip feed philosophy that keeps the population dependent on governments, successive governments. They never get anywhere. So when election time comes, they could come with the money from foreign governments. They could come with the BTB $50 million bond. And they could come with all of the public's coffers. So they put the public in a position where they are impoverished, where they are desperate. And then they come back to them and give them what belongs to them, Madam Speaker. We have to change that. And you know, some of you talk about wanting better representatives in here. If you change the system, then you will put your people, you will empower your people, and people will not have to vote for the treats that some of you come around with on election time. They will vote based on policy. They will vote based on long-term benefits for our entire society. But people are so crippled by the system that you guys continue to sustain, that is the reason we end up with the low quality that we have. Madam Speaker, there is absolutely no reason that Belizeans should be paying $500 a month for a room, Madam Speaker, a room where you share a bathroom. And this infrastructure budget, this $5 million is an insult, Madam Speaker. Find the $200 million, build the 10,000 houses that you've promised, Madam Speaker. Belizeans deserve to be able to have access to a mortgage. They could take that same $500, Madam Speaker, and build a home and live in dignity. But when you talk about the quality of representatives, it is not reflected on the speeches that are written by your technocrats. It is reflected by the policies that you implement. And the policies that you have implemented has not borne any fruit for the Belizean people, Madam Speaker. There have been no dramatic changes in the life of the Belizean people except for the worse, Madam Speaker. And we see that in this infrastructure budget, Madam Speaker. As I said, imagine you have a prime minister so in love with the IMF, or let me rephrase that, maybe it is the people that write his speeches. Because, as we know, the member says Belizeans have limited abilities, and I guess he would have to speak from knowledge. Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister conveniently dismisses the IMF recommendation for the government to expand the targeted transfers to protect the vulnerable households against insecurity by a significant % of GDP increase, Madam Speaker, which is what we will do in our next government, Madam Speaker. $3 million for food assistance, Madam Speaker, is not enough in the face of inflation, Madam Speaker. They criticize the Barrow administration because the Barrow administration, while facing COVID, while facing an entire shutdown of our economy, an entire shutdown of our country, they rose to the task and made sure that they were there for the most vulnerable, there for all Belizean people, Madam Speaker. This budget, you would think we have no inflation. You would think that there's no problem in this country as far as the highest cost of living. And then they will come and they will point to, oh, they won municipal elections, so obviously the people love the punishment. No, if you believe that, call the elections. Do as Said Musa did. Call it. We are ready, and the people are waiting for you, Madam Speaker. But that $3 million is not enough, Madam Speaker. A UDP government will increase that exponentially, Madam Speaker, certainly to customize for the issues of the day, Madam Speaker. This government pretends to be dumb, deaf, and blind, Madam Speaker. They are not facing the reality on the ground, Madam Speaker. Food security is a problem, Madam Speaker. And the next government, the UDP government, Madam Speaker, will present budgets that reflect the IMF's call for social protection. Imagine the party of George Price went on and on for pages about GDP growth that doesn't really exist if you do scrutiny of the statistics, about surplus that has shrunk, and all of these numbers. But I can't find a page there that talks about the social protection that was championed by the Right Honorable George Price, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the transfers that the IMF recommends, that my government, the UDP government, and my cabinet will do, has an interesting line where it brings me to a point I want to make about the unemployment, Madam Speaker. These transfers would require the beneficiaries to take training and seek employment. Now, the member from Belize Rural Central has done a deplorable job as the Minister of Human Development, Madam Speaker. Totally abandoning, again, firmly to George Price, the philosophies and ideals of our national hero, Madam Speaker. All lip service. The member says, oh, well, you know, we don't believe in a hands out. So the people need to get a job. Yet there are 136,000 people that hiding behind IMF recalculations and reformulating the way that they deem who is employed and unemployed or underemployed or unemployable, Madam Speaker. This government has totally abandoned the 136,000 people that, because a certain amount of time has passed and they have not been able to gain employment, they are totally dismissed, Madam Speaker. This is not the party of Price. This is not a country that was founded on Christian values, that cares for all of our brothers and sisters, Madam Speaker. This is not the investment in human infrastructure that the member from Lake Independence would always quote pretty stanzas about when he was sitting on this side, Madam Speaker. This is a government that, to try to portray that they are accomplishing something, rather than accept the reality, has totally abandoned those 136,000 people, which become a problem to society. Because if people are impoverished, if people are unemployed, if people are aimless, then the member from Caribbean Shores will not be able, as he has not been able to, manage the crime situation, Madam Speaker. This government has failed. And the next UDP government, Madam Speaker, we will follow sound recommendations, Madam Speaker, where we take the 136,000 people, and while we will help them, while we will make the transfers, we will make the subsidies available to them for the social justice programs, Madam Speaker. We will also train them. We will also encourage them and ensure that they get into the workforce, Madam Speaker, rather than just leave them there, because no matter how many people I send to the Ministry of Human Development, they come back empty-handed, Madam Speaker. This Prime Minister said, oh, he was going to let the area representatives deal with it and give out the food pantry. His minister says straight up, it's a secret. If I give you some pantry, not tell nobody. She's not doing me a favor, Madam Speaker. I say it again on the record. The pantry is not for me and my daughter and my family. The pantry is for people that need it, Madam Speaker. And again, you have a Prime Minister that talks about the IMF and tries to brag about him meeting certain benchmarks of the IMF, Madam Speaker, but for expediency, they ignore the recommendations of the IMF, Madam Speaker. The next UDP government will set up specific units in human development and labor, Madam Speaker, so that they could liaise and work to build our people up, to give them the skill sets. Everybody doesn't have to go to university. Everybody doesn't have to have a master's. Just give them some type of ability to go out there and earn and not be a burden on the state. But until we can try with them, until we can put them through the process, we must help our people, Madam Speaker. That is the responsibility of the state, Madam Speaker, to transition our people into employment and self-sustainability, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, unlike this budget that has been presented, Madam Speaker, our UDP government will introduce a budget where a significant percent of the GDP will go into subsidies for childcare and after-school programs. More for feeding programs, Madam Speaker. $20,000 a day for feeding programs is not enough. You guys can find the money to make sure that no child that is in need does not have food, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our next government, unlike this budget, Madam Speaker, our next government, when we present our budget, Madam Speaker, we will have training for vulnerable women to raise the female labor force participation, Madam Speaker, which is well below what it should be, Madam Speaker. My government, Madam Speaker, will increase spending to prevent and address, Madam Speaker, and enhance the capacity of existing personnel, Madam Speaker. Let us accept that the personnel in the Ministry of Police has been failed by the Minister of Police, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the PUP's desperate campaign, Madam Speaker, because, again, one of the things that the Prime Minister forgot to mention in his presentation is that the IMF recommends greater investment in citizen security as a means to grow the economy, especially an economy, Madam Speaker, that is based on tourism, Madam Speaker. If people travel to Belize and feel unsafe, less people will travel. And the Minister of Police does not have a sufficient budget in order to deal with the problems that he has, Madam Speaker. They have tied his hands behind his back, Madam Speaker. It is difficult for me to say he's incompetent or he's being sabotaged by his own government. And you see the type of infighting that they have with a member from Corozal Bay is saying that people threaten her from her own party, and if something happened to her, then she put on record who do it, Madam Speaker. That is how bad citizen security has become in our country, Madam Speaker. But this budget does not reflect, Madam Speaker, the campaign for political power and the promises that were made in the 2020 general elections, Madam Speaker, when the opposition leader at the time and his police shadow minister, the now Minister of Police, had regular press conferences, always to criticize, and they said that they had a common sense solution to arresting crime. We're still waiting, Madam Speaker. This budget does not present that, Madam Speaker. The member from Caribbean Shores is still being sabotaged by his government, Madam Speaker. They are not giving him the necessary tools to arrest crime, Madam Speaker. In the last week alone, Madam Speaker, there has been 8 murders in 7 days, as well as countless other attempted murders, robberies, shootings, targeting women and children. Citizen security and the morale of law enforcement has gone to an all-time low, Madam Speaker. This is extremely worrisome. And this budget, Madam Speaker, does nothing to allay the fears and the concerns that the Belizean people have, Madam Speaker. This budget comes nowhere close to any type of solution of the crime problem that we have, Madam Speaker. All this Prime Minister does is throw up his arms as the chair of the National Security Commission. Never, no matter who gets killed, no matter how heinous it is, we never hear anything from this Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. And we don't see, hear, or feel anything in this budget, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to turn now to healthcare, Madam Speaker. Finally, the government has heeded my call that the Ministry of Infrastructure, despite the tantrums that the member from Kayo South threw on media saying, well, give he infrastructure budget that everybody want to feel. Don't want to go too far. I, Madam Speaker, am somewhat optimistic, somewhat cautiously optimistic, that finally the Briceño administration has heeded the call of the UDP that infrastructure should not be a bigger budget than the Ministry of Health, Madam Speaker. Finally, they have accepted this undisputed fact, Madam Speaker. But the question, Madam Speaker, is what next, Madam Speaker? The question is, how will this money be spent, Madam Speaker? The question is, how will we prevent corruption, Madam Speaker? KHMH needs a complete overhaul, Madam Speaker, and our government will deliver on that, Madam Speaker, because again, this budget does not speak to that. Our facilities countrywide need to be upgraded, Madam Speaker. Budget doesn't speak to that. We need a new lab. Budget doesn't speak to that. The CAT scan came in. We need 3 more CAT scans. We don't need 1 CAT scan. With a wait for CAT scan for 3 years. For that 3 years, I thought that it would have been 4 CAT scans that came in, because we need a CAT scan for southern, western, and northern regional public health facilities, Madam Speaker. And this, Madam Speaker, yes, sell the dreams, everything they come. The Messiah they come too, right? The Messiah they come. Certainly I never own it, so it's still the wait. Madam Speaker, that carrot? That for what? What's that? And I hear you have to watch your about, you're a bit unruly. Madam Speaker, our UDP will ensure our diagnostics are up to par, so prompt and effective treatment can be given to our citizens, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister mentioned in his budget speech on the National Hospital that they plan to build here in the capital city for $90 million, Madam Speaker. He bragged about it, but we have some serious questions, Madam Speaker. We in the public, we in the medical field, who is doing the selection process, Madam Speaker? What medical associations in Belize, along with the different unions, are included in this process, Madam Speaker? How will this $90 million hospital, tertiary hospital, be staffed, Madam Speaker, when in this budget You have reductions in nursing scholarships and nursing posts, Madam Speaker. We saw this PM breaking ground thanks to interference by foreign governments in a hospital in San Pedro, Madam Speaker, conveniently days before the municipal elections. You know, you always talk about, oh, we shouldn't give out land titles and do this. I don't think you should be doing any electioneering with the help of foreign governments days before an election, Madam Speaker, and that's something we will change. Madam Speaker, this budget, while I, again, am a firm believer that more money should be spent in the Ministry of Health, more money than is in the Ministry of Infrastructure, Madam Speaker, there has to be checks and balances. And there has to be accountability, Madam Speaker. And so there are many questions that I hope my colleague from Orange Walk East and the Honorable Prime Minister will answer, Madam Speaker. We need to know. The Bresenio administration continues to ribbon cut, but again in San Pedro, how will that hospital be staffed when you have reductions in nursing scholarships, reduction in nursing posts, Madam Speaker? The Bresenio administration continues to insult the Belizean people, even referring to the expansions of the medical associates, healthcare partners, and Hope Hospital in San Pedro. The average working class Belizean people can't afford that, Madam Speaker. Yes, he and his family could afford that. I could afford that. Many of the members can afford that, Madam Speaker. But the average Belizean people need to see a budget that strengthens our public health facilities, Madam Speaker. But just as the Prime Minister does with the numbers from the IMF and the statistical shadow boxing and shadow dancing, Madam Speaker, so he does, talking about private hospitals as if that is anything to brag. I don't even want to get into healthcare partners, how the member from Caribbean Shores and member from Fort George, how their father cost us $100 or $200 million for a hospital that was founded by his cronies that the government and the taxpayers paid for and we still don't own, Madam Speaker. But I'll leave that for another time, Madam Speaker. Belizeans need access to public health facilities that are on par with medical associates and healthcare partners, Madam Speaker. But the Belizean people don't have that. So talking about these private health facilities, Madam Speaker, does nothing but offend the Belizean people, Madam Speaker. And we need to make sure that this budget, this increase in the Ministry of Health, goes to the places that it needs to go and does not go to the pockets of cronies, Madam Speaker. And I'll get to that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, one of the things that stood out is that there was this 40 million in the health budget, Madam Speaker. And we need to know, because the public health medical practitioners, Madam Speaker, I'm sure you've seen them on the news protesting. I'm sure you've seen them, the unions, the health unions protesting, complaining that they don't have essential supplies. And this government has spent about $500 million over the last 3 years on what? Where did that money go? And so, again, while I am a proponent for increased spending in the Ministry of Health, I am also an advocate for increased scrutiny and accountability to ensure that those monies are not going to a crony, Madam Speaker. You know, the opposition acknowledges the expansion of the NHI with its many hidden costs, but this only takes care of primary care, Madam Speaker. There is still secondary care services in this country that is in a total mess, Madam Speaker, a deplorable state. And we need to make sure that this increased budget addresses that, Madam Speaker. The tertiary care in the public sector is overloaded, while the private medical care is unaffordable to the general populace. And this Prime Minister brags on the expansion of NHI with signed contracts for 20,000 people from Orange Walk. But, Madam Speaker, we would like the Prime Minister or his Minister of Health to provide the names of the 3 primary care providers and the details of the contract, Madam Speaker, for transparency, good governance, and oversight, Madam Speaker, so that we can make sure another $500 million is not wasted, Madam Speaker, and the Belizean people are still without. Madam Speaker, we pray that the Honorable Minister of Health or the Honorable Minister of Finance will share the names of the 6 laboratories, imaging providers, and pharmacies that are in Orange Walk, Madam Speaker, that the NHI is dealing with. We, as the opposition, have an obligation, Madam Speaker, as I said, to seek accountability in keeping with anti-corruption global best practices, Madam Speaker. We have 35 million, as I said, to expand the NHI. But we need to see who are the players in the NHI expansion, Madam Speaker. There is dialysis, 3.5 million for dialysis, increasing the budget from 2 million to 3.5, but we want to know who owns the dialysis. We are hearing all sorts of things, Madam Speaker, and we would want the Honorable Prime Minister or his Minister of Health to answer those questions, because we are hearing that family members are involved in health services all of a sudden, which is the drive behind these expansions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the budget we don't see who are the patients that are going to be acquiring these services, which is what leads to these questions, Madam Speaker. So you have an increase in the budget, and then some, cynically, are saying they hear that the brother of the Prime Minister is in the business of dialysis, Madam Speaker. So we would like the Prime Minister to clear that up, or the Minister of Health to dispel such rumors, Madam Speaker. As they say, the devil is in the details, Madam Speaker. And when you review the health budget, while again we should be investing in health, I agree, there are certain exorbitant increases, Madam Speaker, with no proper justification. Medical supply budget increased from 22 million to 40 million, which is what I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker. We pray that the essential supplies finally go to the people. But what we need is to see who are these people that are getting these contracts for medical supplies, Madam Speaker. There needs to be greater scrutiny, Madam Speaker, because it seems the money just disappears. And the public health officials, the public health practitioners don't get what these budgets outline, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Health bragged on how he reduced his health bill due to corruption in the last government, Madam Speaker. Yet, as I said, he increased his budget. And the medical practitioners are complaining that they don't have the supplies, Madam Speaker. Then we have a professional services fee for $16 million, Madam Speaker. I hope that the Minister of Health will explain for who, Madam Speaker, and for what. The increase in personal emoluments in the health budget of $8 million, Madam Speaker, for unestablished staff. Not for the people that are saving lives, the people that are frontline workers, but for political cronies, Madam Speaker. And this is a problem, Madam Speaker. We have $3 million increase for capital improvement to buildings, Madam Speaker. We want to know which building and who is building it. We can't continue as we do in the infrastructure ministry, where Tycrop get all of the contract. No bidding, no tender, no disclosure, Madam Speaker. It has to stop. This government promised transparency. They promised accountability. We have to put an APB out on the Contractor General and the Auditor General. No oversight, Madam Speaker. So we pray that we can have some insight when the honorable member from Orange Walk East gets up and he can tell us who is getting that contract, who's getting that $3 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have another $3 million increase for COVID. I may think COVID done. But these are the things we're looking at, Madam Speaker. So while the budget is increasing as I would like, the problem is we have a government that has a history of corruption, Madam Speaker. One of the most corrupt governments ever as far as the People's United Party is concerned, Madam Speaker. Not this one, but previous ones. This one we are still waiting for the verdict, but they are certainly on their way there, Madam Speaker. We have $1.5 million for Belmopan Hospital. We have $10 million over here, Madam Speaker, but we don't see exactly where these funds are going, and we have been robbed in the past, and we hope that this will not happen again, Madam Speaker, because corruption is a problem globally and certainly in this country. Annual tender for medical, pharmaceutical, and laboratory. Madam Speaker, this is part of the $40 million that I spoke of. And we need to know more about the tender submissions. We understand that the budget hasn't even passed yet, and the deadline for tender me last week, Madam Speaker. Why is this information not being provided to the public? Why isn't there more transparency, Madam Speaker? This is the government that came in here and did a motion for good governance. The member from Fort George, who is also illegally employed at Holy Redeemer Credit Union, I hope that we are going to do something about that. I hope that is going to go to the Privilege Committee or to the Ethics Committee, Madam Speaker. But this same member invited me to a ribbon cutting for training of anti-corruption of the public officers, Madam Speaker. This is a government that said we are going to do better and we are going to rid this country the scourge of corruption, Madam Speaker. So give us the information. Tell us who is bidding. Tell us when the tender process begins and concludes, Madam Speaker, so that there is no void, there is no absence of information which may lead to accusations that are unfounded. I grant you that. But you need to do better to make sure that the information, Madam Speaker, is disclosed to the public. Transparency is key, Madam Speaker. It is key to ensure that we are getting value for our expenditures, because this is not the government's money, Madam Speaker. This money belongs to the taxpayers. And given the history of rampant corruption by this PUP government, Madam Speaker, successive PUP governments, the UDP must do all it can to hold the Briceño administration accountable for the increase in spending so that we can ensure that the Belizean people are getting the goods and services that they deserve, Madam Speaker, because investment in the health of our people is paramount, Madam Speaker, and that will also help to grow our economy. Madam Speaker, I'll turn to education now, Madam Speaker. While I will allow my colleague, the honorable member from Collett, he is on a plane from Los Angeles, so he should be here this afternoon. The former Minister of Education, arguably the best Minister of Education ever. Don't take it personal, member from Freetown. You're a great Minister of Education. Put that on record. You can do better. And so I hope that when you get this criticism, when you get the perspective of the opposition, you receive it and you consider it, because that is our responsibility to push you. Don't be like George Bush, who got on the warship and celebrate a war that didn't end until 20 years later. Madam Speaker, I will say this when it comes to education, Madam Speaker, that the next UDP government will build on our exemplary legacy in education, Madam Speaker. And we will ensure that all students from challenged socio-economic background get the assistance they need from primary to tertiary, Madam Speaker. No student will be left behind. And in this budget, Madam Speaker, students are left behind. You have the Prime Minister citing, 3,000 students here will be taken care of, 9 government schools. No, Madam Speaker. All government schools. All students who are in need, Madam Speaker. Not every student is in need. There are parents that can afford to take care of their children and educate their children, Madam Speaker. But we need to do everything to ensure that no student is left behind, Madam Speaker. And when you see the government spending $200 million in one day, it tells you that they have the money to do what they want when they want, Madam Speaker. And if the member from Orange Walk Central and Lake Eye would listen, maybe they would get some advice that they can apply, Madam Speaker. Remember, when we were in opposition for 13 years, Don't get bright. Take it easy. Tread lightly. Listen to the Belizean people, Madam Speaker.
Excuse
Madam
me,
Speaker, and
Leader of
educated...
Opposition, do allow me a few minutes just to do the procedural matter.
Sure, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you. Clerk.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No student left behind, Madam Speaker. That is the mantra of the UDP, Madam Speaker. An educated people, a vocationally trained people, are the wealth of our nation, Madam Speaker. As I said, we come into this honorable house and watch the People's United Party government spend 78 million in a day, 200 million in a day, $50 million in a day. You combine that and invest that into education, we can accomplish these things that I'm saying, and that is what the next UDP government will do, Madam Speaker. We will put our money where our policies and promises are, Madam Speaker. Because only through equipping our people with skill sets can they create wealth. This is what the member from Belize Rural Central claims she's about. But we have to make the investment, Madam Speaker. And an educated population, a skilled population that is self-sustained and self-reliant will bring this country forward, because then the politicians, the elected members will have to work harder to deliver, or they will be rotated and sent back to from where they came, Madam Speaker. And our UDP government understands that, and we will reduce. So if the member from Cayo South had his way, we would be eating streets and walking on roads with no education, no skill set, Madam Speaker. There has to be a balance, and the UDP has proven that we know how to strike the balance, Madam Speaker. Helping students in 9 government schools is not enough. The next government, led by the UDP, Madam Speaker, and my cabinet, will help all students in financial need in every government school, Madam Speaker. As I said, $20,000 a day for food is not enough. You have proven that you're borrowing $2 million a day right now, Madam Speaker. And you have proven that you find money for what you want. So how could we be serious about following the pathway of the Right Honorable George Price and call ourselves nation builders, and that we are creating more nation builders in our youth, and we are not properly investing, Madam Speaker? This government has proven that they find the money for what they want, and the Prime Minister, again, he touts these numbers of record economic growth and record debt slashing. So we could afford, just like we could afford for the primary surplus to decrease because we're spending more. Again, we need to spend more on the right things, Madam Speaker, and there is no better investment. There is no better debt to incur than that of an education bill, Madam Speaker. And that is what the UDP will do, Madam Speaker. We will spend what we must to educate, vocationally train, and nourish our youth. At the tertiary level, it's something that I've been saying every budget. I pray that as the People's United Party have heeded my call with not wasting financing in the Ministry of Infrastructure, but cutting that hogfest short and redirecting the monies where they should go, Madam Speaker. I hope that they will heed my call as far as tertiary, Madam Speaker. At the tertiary level, if they don't heed my call, we will do it. We will, in addition, the UDP government, the next government of Belize, will, in addition to subsidies, create a student loan program, Madam Speaker, where students can borrow at the lowest interest rates possible in order to secure their education, Madam Speaker, and they will not have to pay until they have completed their studies and secured a job. It is not rocket science, Madam Speaker. It is simple, and all it takes is a political will. But you will have people argue when you read books like Clientelism and different books about how politics works throughout the region. There are some politicians that want to keep the people of Belize illiterate, uneducated, unskilled, dependent, and desperate, Madam Speaker. So when they say that, oh, they want to raise the level of decorum in the parliament and we need to make sure that we have a certain standard here. That starts outside, Madam Speaker, and that starts with education. That starts with vocational training. Imagine we had the teachers protesting, or the trainers protesting that they couldn't get their pay. And then the Honorable Minister comes in and says, no, there was some glitch for months and months and months. We can't afford those things. Many of our students that go to the vocational training institutions are at-risk youth, Madam Speaker. But as far as the tertiary level, Madam Speaker, this will create a pathway. The student loan program will create a pathway for any Belizean to educate themselves, to empower themselves, and to do for themselves, Madam Speaker. What we currently have at the DFC is not suffice, Madam Speaker. There should be no payment of any kind until our students complete their degree and get a job, Madam Speaker. It will help with crime. It will help with the economy. The more innovative our populace, the more forward-thinking our population, Madam Speaker, the better for Belize. The same way the members from that side come in with a $200 million supplementary and say, oh, well, we need to pay, because if we don't pay now, then our costs will later. I agree. We need to pay a debt to Belizeans as far as the investment in their education, or it will cost us later, Madam Speaker. So I'm not satisfied with this budget, Madam Speaker, as far as education. They promise to do more, Madam Speaker, and they can do more, and if they don't, we will do more as the next government, Madam Speaker. We have to understand and appreciate, Madam Speaker, that it is the responsibility of government to create these pathways to the Belizean reality. And I didn't say the Belizean dream. I said reality. Because whatever we dream, Madam Speaker, should be possible with the right infrastructure in place. And it is the responsibility of government to do that, especially a liberal government. I am in disbelief when my colleagues from the House of Commons were here last week and they were asking, well, what's the difference between you and the government? I say it's like the Twilight Zone. They are extreme right-wing hawks. And we are supposed to be conservative, but we have the social leanings that the founder of the People's United Party had, Madam Speaker, and that this country deserves. This country deserves balance. I pride myself on being a centrist, Madam Speaker, going down the middle, moderate, Madam Speaker, no extremes, Madam Speaker. And this is the only way we will create the infrastructure that the member from Lake Independence spoke of, so that we can give Belizeans the access to the pathway to whatever reality they want to create, Madam Speaker. That is our responsibility. We asked to be here. I did not sleep last night. I stayed up all night going over the budget, as I've been doing for the last several days, and dealing with all of the things that an opposition leader has to do to move our country forward, Madam Speaker. That is what this service is about. It's not just about getting a technocrat to write a nice speech for you, whereas the implementation of your words never come to light. Get it done. Get it done, Madam Speaker. No more governments with budgets that only serve the chosen few cronies, Madam Speaker. Only serve the nepotistic affiliates, Madam Speaker. We need budgets with vision, Madam Speaker. Budgets with aspiration. Budgets that leave zero room for corruption, Madam Speaker. We need elected government officials who will, as I said, implement prudent but ambitious budgets, Madam Speaker, to the benefit of all Belizean people. We don't need governments that will steal the people's money, watch them suffer, then come election day and buy them out, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I close in saying, chariots of gold will not follow the soul when it escapes the shackles of human flesh, Madam Speaker. We all must leave the bodies that we occupy here on earth one day, Madam Speaker. And when that day comes, all of you will have with you either the good things you've done for Belize as members of Parliament, or the destruction you've caused to the masses, Madam Speaker. As members of Parliament, we have the ultimate opportunity to do so much good for so many people, Madam Speaker. Let that be our guiding light, Madam Speaker. Let us serve the Belizean people with humility, Madam Speaker, with a sense of urgent purpose, Madam Speaker, to leave transformational legacies, Madam Speaker. Let us put our budgets and policies where our campaign promises are, Madam Speaker. This budget fails. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
One second, allow me the few seconds, Deputy Clerk, to have, we suspend so that we can have the podium removed. Thank you. Member for Lekai, Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm thankful that I survived for the last, I don't know how long. I wasn't sure, an hour and 20 minutes, I wasn't sure that I would. We had to listen for the member talk about what the UDP will do, that they will do this and they will do that, and they will do this and they will do that. And I wondered whether he was here the last 13 plus years when they were in government, when they had all the time in the world to do all these things. The great Cat Williams says that to be confident and not delusional is a great skill. Someone sent me an advertisement last night where the UDP was recounting all the gains that they made since 2021. And I wanted to know which gains. Which gains? You see any gains? Where are the gains? I don't know that these people are of this world. Ultimately, if you ask Cat Williams, he would say that, he would repeat that to be confident and not delusional is a great skill that the member for Mesopotamia does not have. You would have expected that this guy, you would have expected that the member would have come here with some introspection, some looking in the mirror, some analysis of what went wrong and what they could have done differently, and apologize to the Belizean people, because really what we just listened to suggested as if though the people owe them an apology for not voting for them. Something is wrong there. But I promised myself, Madam Speaker, and I'll talk about the people here today, right? Yeah, because on March 6th, the people were very clear that we were supposed to stay on track. I get in that trouble. Before the elections, the leader of the opposition said that they were going to win 6. What he really meant that they were going to win 6 seats out of 67, not 6 municipalities. He's very confused. But it's expected. They will attack and oppose. That's what they do well. But, Madam Speaker, they conk rice, but we plant rice. They marvel at stones, but we are the head cornerstone. We hear them, as we should. That's their constitutional responsibility. But the times require much greater from us. This mandate we got on March 6th, an even greater mandate than the one we got on November 11, 2020. Can you imagine that? Leaves a spectacular responsibility on our shoulders. We can't see colors. We have to see people. We can't watch face. We have to feel for people. We can't worry about some posts on Facebook. We have to worry about a nation of Belizeans. See, Madam Speaker, I grew up in a house led by a UDP lady. In that house, everything was red. Red curtains, red tablecloth, red sofa set. Even to this day, everything red. But granted, the lone PUP lived at a house and all, right? But they taught me something, that taught me something valuable as I came of age. People are the same everywhere, whether they are red or blue, yellow or green, whether they are from Port Loyola or they are from Lake High, whether they are from the north side or the south side, from the far north or the deep south. All our children have the same value, the same significance, no matter where they come from or how they look or who their parents are or which ethnicity they are or which religion they choose or which political party they rep. We are one people, no man better than no man. We want the same things for our children. We want to send them to school and attend their graduations. We want to see our children have better lives than us. To see our grandchildren born into a world where they have the same shot as anybody else's child. That's the beliefs we need to strive for. That's the beliefs we on this side are entrusted to create. That's a tall task of nation building we have at this time, in this moment, at this hour. That is our great appointment. See, Madam Speaker, it's easy to talk about all the wonderful things we've done. There are almost 10,000 of our children who will be getting free education this year. The tens of thousands who will be benefiting from NHI all across this country from north to south. The thousands who are getting land for the very first time. And the hundreds who are getting those fine concrete houses. Madam Speaker, there are 800 million people all over this world who earn less than $4 a day. But this PUP government has assured that no Belizean earns less than $5 an hour. Absolutely no Belizean. That's what we do. But I don't want to talk about that right now. Madam Speaker, we just came through a most grueling campaign. For weeks and months we toiled, day and night. We got to see firsthand how our people were living. They let us in their homes, in their rooms, in their kitchens, even in their bathrooms. They opened up to us because they trust us. They trust us to do something about their condition. I thank our people for opening up their homes to us, for trusting us, and for their loyalty to us. While we got to see how far we have come, how much work we have done, I think more importantly, we got to see how much farther we have to go, how much more we have to do, just where we must intensify our efforts and come with that fierce urgency of now. I'll tell you a little story because I think it's instructive. I went to this house one evening, and as I approached the gate, the mother and her child were at the door, and they gave me this big grin as if though they were happy to see me, and I gave them that big grin because I'm happy to see them. And then the mother invited me in, and I entered the house, and as I entered the house, the little girl must have been about 12 or 13 years old. I suspected she was in first farm. As I entered the house, I started to see that she started to shrink and move back. And the mother wanted to show me the condition of the house, and so she took me inside a room, and she showed me that room, and as I was checking out that room, I could see the child just drifting in the back, just shrinking a bit more. And then she showed me another room, and the child shrunk a little bit more. And then she wanted to show me the bathroom. And that's when I saw the child, if a hole could have opened up and swallowed her up, she would have accepted that. You see, I knew that look on her face. She was embarrassed. She was ashamed. That's what poverty does to you. It embarrasses you. It makes you ashamed. As I've told this house before, I've been there. I spent the first 12 years of my life living in a broken down house. We lived through that. We didn't have any running water. We didn't have any indoor bathroom. We had to go back water a block and a half away. Right? We had to bathe in a bad pan. My mother used to have to make that voyage to the canal every single day. I couldn't stand to tell the girls then where I lived. I couldn't. To tell them no. But I couldn't. Back then I couldn't. I had to tell them that I live at the Lovell's house because the Lovell's had things going on. They had the big house, big up and down house, and truck and shop and farm and all kind of thing, and big TV. I couldn't. Because that's what poverty does to you. And that's what I saw in this little girl. But then things changed for us when my parents got lucky and my mother got a little bungalow house. I was 12 years old, and it started to feel good. Started to see ourselves lift up. Started to see things rise and see that things can happen and we can go places. And we started feeling good about ourselves, my siblings and I. And then I could tell the girls, okay, that's my house. That's where I live. I want to do the same thing for that little girl. I want to make sure that she gets a concrete house, that she gets to have pride and not be ashamed and feel confident and get to go to places where she wants to go in life. Get to study hard and do well and get a job and get further her education and do all the great things that her parents want for her. That she doesn't have to feel ashamed. But I wonder, about all the other kids who probably won't be so lucky, who will probably spend the rest of their lives in a makeshift house. What happens to that spirit, that person, that child that grows up to be a woman? What happens to her children? I got to put a plug here, Minister. We need far more money for housing. We talk about this all the time. No, they said this is the year. This is the year that we have to get those monies for housing. This is the year that we have to get monies for home improvement because our people have to live better than that. This is the People's United Party, and that's what we do. Almost on cue. Almost on cue. Here. This is the year. This is the year. It's a conspiracy against you, but you know. See, Madam Speaker, poverty is more than material deprivation. It's not linear. It's a bundle of things wrapped up together that diminishes and dehumanizes us. It's a piling up of issues, of shame, of pain, of broken dreams, of a slaughtered spirit.
of hopelessness. Poverty kills, it destroys, it deforms, it distorts. We have to wage war against it. The story of that little girl betrays that we still have some ways to go before we get to where we want to be. We've progressed a lot on a lot of things. Almost everybody has a cell phone. Almost all the schools have internet. We're building better, bigger houses for our people. Almost half of our children are going to high school for free. That's a big thing under the People's United Party. But we need to stay on track. We need to continue to make poverty our priority. We have to continue to be like the George Price PUP, where the ordinary people matter the most, where we take care of the people who need our help the most. That's when we are at our very best. That's when the sky is the limit. That's when the people vote for us in record numbers, as they did on March 6th. We're not a perfect government. No government is. Only in heaven will the government be perfect. But by and large, I must say that our ministers and their representatives have demonstrated a certain fealty, a certain loyalty to the ideals of our manifesto. They have stayed close to the people, loyal to our oath of service, soldiers of social justice. And I must condemn them for that. I must commend them for that. Because the truth of the matter is that power can get you heady, power can get you carried away because all the people around you, they pretend like you're the big man now, and they worship you, and they swell up your head, and they tell you all kinds of things because you're the minister, you know, you could do anything what you want. And then when you get into trouble, then you're up on your own, right? But that's what happens when you're in power. You can get carried away, you can lose contact, you can lose touch with your people. But we didn't do that. Whatever successes we have achieved so far have been a team effort, led of course by my friend, our Prime Minister, who has struck the delicate balance between holding the reins to keep us on track and allowing ministers and your representatives to exercise their talents in their own unique ways. The result has been an economy that's growing. Lots more Belizeans are working. Those who work for themselves and those who are employed are making more money. Public officers are getting their increments once again. The country's debt has been cut in half. Tremendous spending has been directed to critical, life-changing purposes, such as clinics, hospitals, schools, city and rural roads, and national health insurance. Investors are putting money in the ground, in tourism, agro-processing, in grains, in construction, in manufacturing. The BPO sector is booming, struggling to find space for workers. But that's not what I want to talk about right now. Madam Speaker, the truth is modern governance is not easy. The world comes at you fast and furious. It's rapidly changing. And on a typical day, we bury our beloved city administrator in the morning, and by mid-afternoon, we are settling once and for all with the vaunted CWU and the stevedores. It's a resolution that's rather gratifying. They had 13 years, and they refused to do it. They had 13 years on watch their own constituents struggle under the nefarious character. 13 years we had to go through that, and they did nothing. And then came this government, and we did what's right, and we took it back, just like we took back the Bolido, to make sure that our people get what is theirs. Finally, there can be good faith negotiations, and the stevedores can feel you're a part of something that is at once Belizean and just and fair, that will see them retain the dignity they hold so dear. And it was especially beautiful, Minister from Freetown, to how our very own PM conduct these good faith negotiations with the union on our behalf. And he could not blame me for wanting to give away the shop to the unions behind his back. All this was made possible because we took back the port, same way we took back the Bolido. Bought it back. We got to pay. We got to pay. Yeah, Barrow. Yeah. Barrow took $100 million company and paid 600 how much? $610 million. Yeah. And they're brilliant, you know. Yeah, they're brilliant. That's what I'm about it out. How things reveal themselves. But we cannot rest easy. We still have the sugar situation in the north and the Mayan communal land policy in the south to resolve. I've said before that as a government we have to be honest brokers. There's no way everyone can get all they want. They have to compromise. They have to find a middle ground. They have to work together because we all have a mutually assured destruction pact. One fails, the other fails. One thrives, the other thrives. Of course, the devil is always in the details. But if we approach the details with cordiality and empathy and a willingness to talk till we agree, we can untangle the details and put down the devil. But we have to see our survival as depending on each other. And the egos must be tamed and parked at the door. And the joint negotiating unions have already served notice, Minister Fonseca, and the government's negotiating side, that they want to see some specific actions in 21 days and 30 days respectively. And we may be too close to the expiration of 21 days for comfort. But we on this side take full responsibility for the stall talks, and we beg our joint negotiating colleagues, mea culpa, mea culpa. There was nothing insidious or treacherous about the delays. In fact, we could have signed the long outstanding CBA from December. It is from then that the Cabinet approved a resolution to Proposal 22 that will see the government pay the full salaries of all teachers and support staff at all government-aided secondary schools and tertiary level institutions. That's a big deal, you know. And we're rather proud of our Minister of Education for shepherding that breakthrough under the most difficult of circumstances. You know, I have to clap for the man. And of course, the Prime Minister for seeing the importance and approving a $10 million price tag. That will see us once and for all ensure that all secondary and tertiary level teachers and their support staff get their full pension after retirement that they so richly deserve. Previous to this, because government only pays 70% of teacher salaries at these institutions and the churches paid the balance, upon retirement, that was how teachers' pension was paid. Government paid 70% and the churches paid 30%. Well, the churches had the warmest time paying that bill. And for years and years, many, many teachers did not get their full pension upon retirement. Well, that is not going to happen again. Not under the People's United Party government. Full staff, everybody for win. Support staff, that's what it's about, right? And so we could sign this collective bargaining agreement. We could have one big splash because after 17 years through the efforts and the leadership of the Minister of Education, we've broken through this impasse and we're going to provide the funding to make sure that our teachers are taken care of. That's what we do. Day and night in this government. We solve problems, sometimes quietly so. Nobody knows. So the joint negotiating unions can be assured that we will get on track and stay on track. That's our marching orders from the people of Belize. But I don't want to talk about that right now. As I said before, this is not a perfect government. Only in heaven will the government be perfect. Here on earth, there will always be promises yet to fulfill, people yet to see, problems to solve, and things to lament. And I want to lament today once again, because I first came to this parliament 25 years ago. And every single year, I missed a few years, right, Francis? But every single year we come to the parliament, we approve the same party sum for sports and youth. And every single year, under PUP or UDP, I lament that fact, because we are doing our kids an injustice when we don't make sure that they get the money for these programs. And we spent some money in the supplementary this past year, and we're going to have to spend some more again this year, but we're going to have to make sure. Sports builds character, man. It teaches you discipline, it teaches you hard work, it teaches you about unity, it teaches you about resolving conflicts. It teaches you how to be magnanimous in a victory, because you know that the next day you might lose. And so it teaches you how to be humble and rise up. Very great news. I stopped. The Prime Minister just announced that we have another $2 million for sports. Forgive me, sir. Forgive me. I hope you appreciate. Hope you accept my forgiveness. For the whole thing. We're working on it. That's a bigger bill. We're working on it. Working on it. You know we will. Madam Speaker, Radwell, you must thank me for that too, right? An extra 2 million, right? Yeah. Our coffee over that. Madam Speaker, we wouldn't be here without the people. We owe it all to them. The people who wake each day and eke out an existence. The people who grind each day to feed their families. Who tell themselves that today is going to be better than yesterday. And who won't allow anything or anybody to get them down. We wouldn't be here without the public officers. The Prime Minister and the ministers set policy, but it's the public officers who implement them. And it's no different at the Ministry of Natural Resources, Petroleum and Mining. At the ministry, in just 3 years, we have provided 20,000 lots to ordinary Belizeans. In just 20,000, sir. 20,000 lots. The first-time landowners. In just 40 months, that's 500 lots a month. And guess how much we have surveyed this year for issue? Another 10,000. So the flow, the flood, the deluge of house lots will not stop. And this is the achievement that makes us most proud at the ministry, because a lot transforms the beneficiary. It's not just about having a lot to build a house. With that lot, you can go to the bank and you can borrow money to start a business, to send your children to school. If you have a medical emergency, you can bank that house lot. When you have land, you will not be poor. There are billions on this planet who work their entire life and die owning nothing for themselves or their families. 800 million people, as I told you, all around this world are living on less than $4 a day. Yet in this jewel, in just 3 years, in this little jewel, 20,000 Belizeans have become landowners. Last year, the Prime Minister focused on that incredible transfer of wealth that this represents, a transfer program that will continue and only gather pace. If we assume that each lot is valued around $20,000, then essentially this government has transferred $400 million in wealth to people who had no wealth before. That's government at its finest. I know the efficiency of the processes at the Lands Department is an issue of great interest for the private sector and Belizeans in general. We have been working over time to improve our turnaround time, and this year we have made some impressive progress. Performance is still not where we want it to be though, but I expect further improvements this year. Always mindful that speed cannot compromise integrity. Our team is particularly proud of the mobile clinics, which have reached so many Belizeans close to their homes and in the constituencies of so many of our colleagues. This has enabled thousands of land documents to be processed and regularized. It has enriched our democracy demonstrably, where Belizeans are able to meet our technical staff in their villages and towns, where I can meet citizens along with our area reps, and where together we can seek to resolve conflicts in minutes that would normally take years to complete. All this would not have been possible without the willingness of the public officers to go above and beyond the call of duty, sometimes working till midnight on these mobile clinics. Eyes red, body aching, energy ebbing, but they keep pushing to try and please as many of the visitors to the mobile land clinics as possible. To them, we owe a debt of gratitude we cannot repay. I also thank my colleagues for their continued support with our mobile land clinics and their patience, and I pledge to visit all those constituencies that warrant my presence in the short order. But, Madam Speaker, the people I thank the most are the people who never stray, the people who have stuck with me to this day. Since I was a skinny kid at the age of 20, the people of Lake Eye have stood with me, have voted for me, have voted for people who I asked them to vote for, have voted for me when it wasn't fashionable to do so, have voted for me when all around us people were voting red. I left and came back after several years, and they still take me back. They make the world know. They make the world know. Them that for me, and me that for them. No next boy can come close, or woman for that matter. They give me love, even when they cuss me out.
90% love.
Don't repeat that, you'll get me in trouble. They give me love, even when they cuss me out. I live with them. Tough love, but love. I live with them, and they live with me. I have tried my best to honor that love and to show gratitude for that love. I give my people everything I've got, but I've not done it alone. There are others who have helped me help my people. King Spark, they are telling you, have nothing from Gongolong. Alan said that when I go to Gongolong like you, there are states. The man who helped me the most to transform that place has been my brother from Kayo South. I couldn't do it without you, bro. The students in my era have been treated with love. We pay school fees hand over face. It's never been like this. And the man who does that for me is the man next to me, my brother from Freetown. Enough thanks, my brother. The people on Mahogany Street are moving up like the Jeffersons. And the man who has made that possible is my brother from Pickstock. I appreciate it a lot. And I'll let you off for the hookers and Eastman Ring Road Park. Thank you, sir. And Minister Dolores, where is she? She's been kind to us. Every so often she calls and says, Cordell, I have some extra grocery bags for you. And then I tell her I love her because I want more, right? And how could I forget the Minister of Health? I harass him for help with medical bills almost as much as I harass Francis for school bills. And the man never let me down. And my brother, the member for Fort George, he always got me back ever since somebody tried to get back. And all the other ministers and representatives, Florencio, Misha, all these guys, Melin, all these guys have been there for me whenever I've called upon them to help me take care of my people. We do it as a team, we do it together. So I want to say thanks a lot. But of course, none of this would have been possible without the continued support of my friend next to me, my friend on the left, the Prime Minister, the boss of all bosses. Because if he not approved the bill, we can't get it done. And he never, ever let us down. So enough thanks, my brother. We can't complain. When I'm Speaker, for the better part of my adult life, I have strived to fulfill the ideals of social justice and equality. I have tried to do right, particularly for the people who need our help the most. That's a George Price model, by the way, taking care of the excluded and the exiled, the landless and the jobless. That's PUP at its finest. Whatever successes this legendary PUP party has achieved has always been in the service of Mr. Price's ideals of hard work, equal opportunity, fair play, justice, national sovereignty, and self-sufficiency. This is a wealthy country. Look around us, look around the world and see the suffering, the wars, the hopelessness, the joblessness. Look at the millions fleeing from every corner of Latin America, trying to get to the Texas border, hoping for a break. But our people here have hope. It is a hope that I see in the eyes of the young boy in primary school that say he loves school and he wants to be a police officer when he grows up. It's a hope I see in the bright smile of a little girl who just wants to go to university because nobody else in her family has ever been. It's that tremendous hope the people have placed on our shoulders, that tremendous confidence, that tremendous hope they have in the People's United Party right now, right this minute. This is a rich country with immense potential. There is no reason why anybody should be living below the poverty line or anybody should be living in poverty above the poverty line. Pope Francis reminds us that the excluded are tired of waiting. This budget will help to lift more of our people out of poverty, but we have to stay on track. And we have to understand that election victories don't make you successful. Those victories alone will not make people come out of poverty or make life better for the masses. It's the policies that matter, the principles that we govern by. We must meaningfully and consistently champion the causes of the masses. We have to seize this moment and change the arc of history. We must be better, we must be smarter, we must ensure that everybody wins. Madam Speaker, I have no choice. I have to support this budget. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Freetown. Honorable member for Lekai, may I just ask you to, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know it's it's a challenging time. Lots of people getting hungry around this time. Unfortunately, I have quite a bit to say. I'll try to do it as efficiently as I can. I want to, make this general point because this came to mind, Madam Speaker, as I listened to the leader of the opposition this morning. The great American poet, Robert Frost, said very famously, one of his famous quotes, he has many, but he said the world is made up of two kinds of people. So you have those who have a lot to say. And he was there talking about, the masses of the people have a lot to say about their daily lives, their daily struggles, but have no means to say anything. They have no platform. They have no way to speak. And then there are those who have nothing to say. And as he put it, keep on saying it. And there he was talking about all these people who just like to talk for talk's sake, run off their mouth. No sense of purpose to what they're saying, no sense of direction. And unfortunately, the leader of the opposition falls into that latter category of people that Frost was talking about. Have nothing to say, but keep on saying it. And the other point I want to make, because I think it's important Belizean people to understand what took place here today. Let's make no mistake about it. The leader of the opposition got up to deliver his response to the budget, as he is obliged to do, with absolutely no member of the opposition sitting there supporting him. An absolute vote of no confidence in his leadership. It's the first time, we've been here a long time, it's the first time we've witnessed that. Absolutely vote of no confidence. It's not like today's date was unknown to people. This was known for several weeks. So he talks about the member for Collett being on a plane. The member for Collett, if he wanted to be here, could have been here and would have been here. He did not want to be here. We don't have any explanation. We never have an explanation for why the member for Queen Square is absent. And then, yeah, finally, her chair has been moved. Be careful. Be careful who's sitting on that chair. And then we understand that the members for Corozal North and Albert we understand, legitimate reasons for being absent. And we certainly wish the member for Albert well with her health issues. So, Madam Speaker, the best thing that the leader of the opposition could have done today was follow the example of his other members and not show up. not show up because he had absolutely nothing to say. And he kept on saying nothing. And at the end of the day, I think, he really did worse for himself than any good that he could have done to advance his credibility. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to start this morning with saying very clearly that, I am very, very, very proud to rise in support of this budget for fiscal year 2024-2025. This is a budget that keeps Belize on track to greater economic growth and development. And of course, Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'm referring to my notes. On track to greater economic growth and development, on track to more job opportunities, on track to new investments, on track to record tourism growth, on track to greater agricultural productivity, on track to improved citizen security, on track to education reform, on track to quality health care, on track to greater access to land and housing for our citizens, on track to improved infrastructure in our cities, towns, and villages, on track to sustainable development and protection of our environment, on track to a cultural rebirth and the rise of the orange economy, on track to unprecedented rural transformation and development, on track, Madam Speaker, to a principled, pragmatic foreign policy agenda, on track to greater border security, on track, Madam Speaker, to improved quality of life for the Belizean people. I want to start, Madam Speaker, with the foundation. My friend, the Honorable Member for Lake Independence, talked about his strong bond and partnership. I think that's an accurate way to describe it, with the people of Lake Independence. And I would like to feel the same way about my foundation, the people of Freetown. I have had the honor and privilege, of course, of representing the wonderful people of Freetown for the past 20 years. And over those 20 years, they have continued to demonstrate their unwavering commitment and support to our People's United Party, to our government, to our leader, to our Prime Minister. And I think on March 6th, once again, they proved their commitment to us and to Belize. They came out in strong numbers and voted overwhelmingly to stay on track, stay on track. And they did so, Madam Speaker, because we treat our people with dignity and respect. And we engage with them all year round to address their concerns and their needs. Whether it is land, housing, education, health, jobs, economic opportunities, NHI, infrastructure. We, with the support of our Prime Minister, with the support of my fellow ministers, the support of our government, we work to deliver for the people of Freetown. So I'm very happy, for example, with the NHI, that the NHI is expanding now to the north side of Belize City. Freetown is included in that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A good voter of Freetown. And we've done a lot of work. I want to place on the record, the tremendous support and help we've gotten from so many of my colleagues. As I said, in terms of land, housing, we need more housing, of course. Infrastructure, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing has, along with the Belize City Council, has provided tremendous support, especially in the Belama area, where we have a large network of roads and streets that have been neglected for a long, long time. So we're very, very grateful for that support. And I want to, Madam Speaker, to place on record my deep gratitude to the chairman of the Freetown Division. He's here with us today, Chairman Albert Vaughan, for the tremendous work he does each and every day in that constituency, working with the people of Freetown, engaging with them. And of course, yes, the man has learned to speak Spanish as well. And of course, I get tremendous support. As we say this all the time in our constituencies. We have so many strong, vibrant women in our constituency who support us and work for us, are on the front line of our work that we're doing, and they allow us, those of us who are in government and busy with our ministerial responsibilities, these are the people who allow us to do this work on behalf of the Belizean people, because they work in our constituencies. So I want to acknowledge the wonderful group of women who are up there from the Freetown constituency. Thank you, ladies, as Therese and Linda and Maria and Charlotte and Yvette. Thank you all for the work that you do each and every day for the people of Freetown on behalf of the People's United Party. Thank you. Oh, Madam Speaker, I have to deal with a few areas of responsibility. And I start really with one that's not my responsibility, but I'm speaking on behalf of the Attorney General of Belize. So I'll start with this, the administration of justice, and report to the nation on the budget provisions in the 2024-25 budget for the administration of justice on behalf of the Attorney General's Ministry and our Attorney General, the Honorable Anthony Sylvester Jr. Now, Madam Speaker, as you know, the administration of justice is a term used to refer to the different parts of the legal system that work together with the goal of providing justice to all who access the legal system. It includes the courts, senior courts and the lower courts, the Office of the Director of Prosecution, which is in charge of the prosecution of criminal cases, and the different units under the Attorney General's Ministry, such as the Vital Statistics Unit, the Belize Intellectual Property Office, Legal Aid or Litigation Unit, which represents the government in claims brought against the state, or the Family Court. So it includes a citizen accessing the High Court to resolve a dispute, such as a land matter, or a citizen seeking to record and register a birth or a death or a marriage, or a mother applying to the Family Court for maintenance of her child, or a victim having made a police report and wanting to have her day in court, and seeing justice is served. For the different parts of the administration of justice to function fully, Madam Speaker, it is clear that the state must therefore allocate the necessary resources. And this is what this government has and continues to do since being elected in November of 2020, making significant allocations yearly for the due administration of justice. This is seen and highlighted when one compares the allocations for the judiciary, the DPP's office, the AG's ministry over the budget cycles 2021-2022 to the budget estimates for fiscal year 2024-2025. The judiciary has seen an increase from its budget of $8,255,191 in 21-22 to $11,330,782 for fiscal year 2024-2025. So too, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions has seen an increase from its budget of $1.9 billion in 2021-2022 to $3.06 billion for fiscal year 2024-2025. And the Attorney General's Ministry has had a significant increase in its budget since we have taken office, from $5.9 billion in 2021-2022 to $9.7 billion for fiscal year 2024-2025. Madam Speaker, this represents an increase from when we took office to present in these three key pillars of the administration of justice of 37% in the case of the judiciary, 53% in the case of the office of the DPP, and in the case of the Attorney General's Ministry, an increase of 62%. This has accounted, Madam Speaker, for improvements. For instance, in the Belize Intellectual Property Office, which has seen a doubling of the personnel in that office, with new personnel such as patents officers and trademark examiners who work in the newly created patents unit and Madrid unit. This Madrid unit was established in order to give effect to Belize's accession to the Madrid Protocol, which is an international centralized system that allows trademark holders protection of their trademark rights in multiple countries. This office in turn has had significant increase in revenue collection over the past couple of years. As well, the increase in the budget in the Attorney General's Ministry has led to the retrofitting of the Charles Bartlett Hyde building in Belize City by the team at the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing. The MIDH team completed their work in October of last year, and this spacious, impressive, retrofitted facility is now the home of the Family Court, the Vital Statistics Unit, and the Legal Aid Offices. The increase in the budget is also attributable to this government fulfilling a promise made so many years ago by the previous administration, that is to readjust the salary of legal officers. I am happy to report, Madam Speaker, that this took effect from last month. In addition to this, Madam Speaker, this government has focused and delivered on key reforms in the administration of justice, such as enacting the Senior Courts Act to reorganize and restructure the senior courts, implementing the digital filing system for a more efficient case management system, and increasing the complement of judges serving in the High Court, Court of Appeal, the largest number in Belize's history. These are all geared to ensure that access to justice, Madam Speaker, is not empty words, but a reality for our citizens. During this fiscal year, the government will continue its Plant Belize agenda for reform and enhancement of the administration of justice. Indeed, with the support of members of this House, before the start of the new fiscal year, the government plans to have enacted a suite of legislation geared towards criminal justice reform. These were bills that I introduced 2 weeks ago, namely the Alternative Sentencing Bill 2024, the Criminal Procedure, Plea Discussion and Plea Agreement Bill, the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill, As well, there is a plan to bring to this Honorable House other pieces of legislation that will reform the justice system, including measures relating to how municipal bodies are to conduct their affairs, restructuring and reorganizing the Vital Statistics Unit, and measures relating to reforms in the Magistrate Court and Family Court. So, Madam Speaker, the provisions which have been allocated for the administration of justice in this appropriation bill for fiscal year 24-25 highlight and confirm the government's unwavering commitment to continued reform and enhancement of our justice system. For this government is acutely cognizant that the confidence in Belize, whether as a tourist destination or as a place for investment, is shaped in part by us having a stellar justice system. And this government intends to continue on that track, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will now move to the area of foreign affairs and foreign trade. Madam Speaker, I am happy to report to you that Belize's diplomatic profile remains high and is well regarded globally. Over the last year, Belize has established new diplomatic relationships, developed new strong cooperation programs with large developing countries, demonstrated leadership on several issues, including migration, climate change, and oceans. Belize has taken bold and principled positions on some of the most difficult issues, including the situation in Haiti and notably the Israeli war against Hamas. Belize interacts in an international environment that has become more complex due to the ongoing conflicts and potential emerging conflicts. Regionally, there are some tensions between the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, political and security situations in the Republic of Nicaragua and Ecuador, as well as political and social upheaval in Haiti, among others. Internationally, we continue to be confronted with the Russia-Ukraine conflict in its second year, the Israeli-Hamas conflict and then conflicts across the continent of Africa, and simmering tensions throughout the Middle East and South China Sea. We continue to grapple with the negative effects of climate change, and for us, countries like Belize, located in the hurricane belt, the threat of more frequent and stronger hurricanes. Madam Speaker, Belize's foreign policy remains principled, pragmatic, and focused on advancing our national objectives, including sustainable economic and social development, human and national security, trade and tourism, environmental sustainability, and the preservation of our sovereignty and territorial integrity. We are steadfast in our foreign policy principles of the right to self-determination, national sovereignty, and territorial integrity, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. We have taken principled positions condemning the illegal aggression by Russia against Ukraine and on the indiscriminate aggression against civilians in the Gaza Strip. In both instances, we have called for the immediate ceasefire and removal of all military equipment and personnel from Ukraine and Gaza. We have also condemned the killing and kidnapping of Israeli citizens by Hamas. We continue to call for an end to the unilateral coercive measures and sanctions imposed by the United States on Cuba and Venezuela, and an end to the economic, financial, and commercial embargo on Cuba, as well as the removal of Cuba from the U.S. list of states sponsors of terrorism. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Madam Speaker, is committed to the proactive promotion and protection of these interests across national, bilateral, regional, and multilateral fora. In line with Plan Belize, we are expanding our diplomatic outreach, and over the past 12 months have established diplomatic relations with 3 African nations: the Republic of Benin, the Republic of Gambia, and the Republic of Cape Verde; 1 European nation, the Republic of Uzbekistan, and 1 Melanesian nation, the Solomon Islands. This past December, we established a High Commission in the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to deepen relations with that country. Notably, this is the first time in our history that we have diplomatic presence in South America, and we look forward to utilizing this mission as a pivot launch pad into other countries in the region. To improve access to consular services for Belizeans in the diaspora, a consular office was opened at our permanent mission in New York in September of 2023. Through use of the new application electronic passport issuance and electronic and control system, EPICS, across all consulates in the United States of America, Belizeans now have access to more efficient and timely consular services. Madam Speaker, the pursuit of a peaceful resolution to the territorial dispute with Guatemala and sovereignty over the Zapodilla Keys with Honduras remains one of our main foreign policy objectives. The cases involving the illegal claim by Guatemala and sovereignty over the Zapodilla are before the International Court of Justice. All parties have complied with the requirement for written submissions to be delivered, and we are now awaiting for the International Court of Justice to set a date for the presentation of oral hearings. We expect such a date, Madam Speaker, to be set perhaps late this year or early next year. That's when the date will be set, and then we can proceed with oral hearings. We have consistently said Belize has a very strong case, and the ICJ's judgment, in our view, will vindicate our long-held position that Belize is sovereign over the full 8,867 square miles of our territory, our islands, and our maritime spaces. In respect of on-the-ground challenges near the border, Madam Speaker, we are very grateful to the Organization of American States. The OAS office in the adjacency zone has been playing an important role in verification of incidents, coordinating and patrolling the border by our militaries of both countries, and building a culture of peace. Belize continues its advocacy to ensure that the OAS office is adequately funded. Madam Speaker, over the last year, Belize also held presidency pro tem of SICA from January to June 2023, and this was a resounding success. Under the theme Inter-Regional Unity, Enhancing Human Security and Environmental Resilience, we focused on 5 crucial areas that dominate the regional and global agenda: migration, food security, climate change, institutional strengthening. During our presidency, we hosted the 14th Forum of Dialogue and Cooperation between SICA and the Republic of Korea, the meeting of Joint Commission on Cooperation between countries of the Central American Isthmus and the Republic of China, Taiwan. We also, Madam Speaker, through these mechanisms, managed to establish the SICA-Korea Cooperation Center, and we got approval of $23 million from our ROC partners for institutional strengthening of SICA, public health, climate change, protection of marine environment, development of MSMEs, digital transformation, and sustainable development, renewable energy as well. A major accomplishment of the Belize PPT was the convening of a meeting between the Ministers of Trade of CARICOM and the Ministers of Trade of SICA to discuss practical ways to enhance trade and commerce between our 2 regions. Madam Speaker, we have also engaged with the European Union. And this has resulted in a shared commitment to work together on issues of mutual interest. We stressed our interest in being part of the Schengen visa waiver list and the entry into force of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States agreement that will extend greater benefits to our country. Very importantly, the government underscored the importance of ongoing discussions on the multidimensional vulnerability index to better facilitate small developing states access to concessional financing. We look forward to the implementation of the EU Global Gateway Investment Agenda, a new mechanism for alternative funding that can complement our national development agenda. Cooperation with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through our excellent relations with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Madam Speaker, in no small part due to the personal engagement of our Prime Minister. We were able to sign on May 30th, 2023, a US $45 million development loan agreement with the Saudi Fund for Development for the construction of a tertiary hospital in Belmopan. This delivers on our Plan Belize pledge on health and helps us to meet health-related SDG goals. Additionally, the government and the Saudi Fund signed a US $77 million loan agreement for the construction of a 60-megawatt solar energy plant, which delivers on our pledge to boost renewable energy production. Madam Speaker, as a key pillar of the economy, the government of Belize is sparing no effort to provide Belizeans with opportunities to expand trade and seek new markets for Belizean products. We launched the negotiations for a trade partial scope agreement with El Salvador, and we will soon resume discussions with our Guatemalan counterparts to expand the existing trade partial scope agreement with Guatemala. A number of our ministries and ministers have been engaged in these talks. My friend, the Minister of Agriculture, the member for Orange Walk South, has been very involved and engaged, especially with Salvador, on the Salvador issue. In June 2023, Madam Speaker, Belize deposited its instruments of acceptance for the World Trade Organization Agreement on fisheries subsidies aimed at ocean sustainability through the prohibition of fisheries subsidies. In depositing its instrument of acceptance, Belize was the first country in both the Caribbean and Central America to do so. Economic Partnership Agreement with Taiwan, Madam Speaker. The Belize-Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement came into effect in January of 2022 and provides duty-free access for 200 agricultural goods from Belize and 45 industrial goods from Taiwan. In December 2023, the Belizean private sector has slowly begun to take advantage of this agreement, with BSI sending its first shipment of sugar to Taiwan, a total of 8 containers. Madam Speaker, our good friends Mexico continue to be good faith partners, and our farmers continue to benefit from the expansion of the Sembrando Vida project that is now operating in all 6 districts. Trade with Mexico has doubled. Exports to Mexico went from $5.6 million in 2021 to $11.4 million in 2023. Just last week, we held the 9th Belize-Mexico high-level meeting on border security. We agreed to strengthen and expand our collaboration to ensure that safety of both our citizens along the Belize-Mexico border, reduce contraband, address irregular migration flows, exchange information on sensitive security issues, among others. A key cooperation program, Madam Speaker, involves scholarships, training, internships for our people through bilateral partnerships, regional and international organizations. Through the OAS, for example, 276 Belizeans were granted scholarships for the year 2023, an increase of 300% since 2021. Our Cuban friends continue to provide scholarships to Belizeans in the field of medicine. 8 Belizean doctors graduated in 2023. 5 received highest honors in the fields of general medicine, epidemiology, and radiology. 1 resident completed his surgery specialization and another in psychology. They are now in Belize contributing to our public health system. Presently, there are a total of 48 students on scholarship in Cuba. In 2023 as well, Mr. Speaker, there was a record number of scholarships awarded by Taiwan, 66 scholarships. In many, many different fields of relevance to the national development of Belize, Mr. Speaker, we continue to engage with our bilateral partners to secure more training opportunities for our young people, in particular, who wish to further their studies. In terms of cooperation, Mr. Speaker, recognizing the value of international cooperation to complement our national development agenda, we established the International Cooperation Council. The objective is to streamline our cooperation efforts, specifically interministerial collaboration, to maximize efficiency and minimize duplication. We are working on gathering data to develop a comprehensive cooperation matrix in order to ensure that our cooperation partners are aligned with our national needs. Of significant importance, the ICC, with support from the UN Resident Coordinator's Office, organized an integrated national financing framework technical workshop in January of this year. This country-led approach for strengthening public and private sector financing for sustainable development brings together policies used to mobilize and govern public and private financing. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on February 14, 2024, Prime Minister Briceño and Her Excellency Marianne Van Steen, the Ambassador of the European Union to Belize, reaffirmed the long-standing partnership between the government of Belize and the EU with the signing of the financing agreement, a grant of EU 12.6 million, 13.5 million US dollars. The funds are part of the current EU commitment of EU 17 million, with support with opportunities to be increased in the next year. The EU funds support the government of Belize in achieving the targets of Plan Belize medium-term development strategy. The new areas of bilateral collaboration comprise the sectors of green growth and socio-economic development of the South, trade and regional integration, and border management. The overall objective of the project is to reduce inequality and enhance the sustainable management of the southern and western regions of Belize. The Ministry also initiated negotiations between the government of Qatar and the Ministry of Housing and Infrastructure Development for multi-million-dollar financing for government's housing program. The Ministry has also led negotiations with KOICA, the Korean International Cooperation Agency, for project financing to strengthen Belize's national infrastructure and institutional capacity for data and statistical management. Our bilateral relationship with India as well, Mr. Speaker, has yielded positive benefits for Belize. Just weeks ago, the Board of Directors of the India, Brazil, and South Africa Facility for Poverty and Hunger Alleviation approved $1 billion for the project entitled Rural Electrification using microgrids in southern Belize. India has also approved $1 million US for the project entitled Strengthening of the Maternal and Child Health Services in CARICOM member states to support the attainment, maintenance, and sustainability of the elimination of mother-to-child transmission, plus of HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis B. India has also approved $1 million US for the Unique ID Card project through the Office of the Prime Minister and the Elections and Boundaries Department. Furthermore, the government of India also recently announced support to both CARICOM and SICA. India has pledged US $24 million to SICA and US $150 million to CARICOM. And Belize is able, this is a unique beauty of Belize. We are able to submit projects to both regional organizations for funding. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to close off on foreign affairs and foreign trade by placing on record, and I know I speak for all of us on this side, in commending my predecessor, the Senator Eamon Courtney, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, for his stellar leadership of the ministry over the past 3 years. And his entire team, the entire team at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. His advice and input, of course, will still be available and is still available to us, particularly on the Belize-Guatemala claim and the ICJ matters. And so we will continue to work very closely with him. The ministry, Mr. Speaker, has clear mission goals, clear objectives, clear priorities. The principles which guide the conduct of our relationships with other states, regional and international government organizations, and development partners are sound, and we have an excellent team there at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Very good public officers who carry out this work, foreign service officers, foreign trade officers, who do this important work on behalf of the people of Belize every single day. Mr. Speaker, as uncertainty, instability, and armed conflict swirl in the global environment, as our vulnerability is challenged by natural and human-caused phenomena, even more is demanded of our foreign service. We must strive for constant situational awareness, agility, and adaptability in our work to retain and improve our standing in the world and the quality of life for Belizeans both at home and abroad. This will require us to collaborate even more closely with our colleagues in other line ministries in holding positions to derive benefit to Belize and our region. As I see it, Mr. Speaker, Belize must navigate its foreign policy priorities this year in the context of a world dominated by polycrisis, high geopolitical tensions, and shrinking spaces for international cooperation. This reality presents significant challenges for small states like Belize, which depend heavily on international cooperation to address both global challenges that directly affect us, as well as those which underpin national development. To effectively navigate this global context, we at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade must be able to clearly articulate our foreign policy priorities, maintain and build new alliances and partnerships, and we must, Mr. Speaker, strengthen our diplomatic corps. Now, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will move on to, it's getting late, move on to education. Just to get started, yeah. One of everybody's favorite subject. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very proud of the dynamic team we have at the Ministry of Education. And when my colleagues, I'm very grateful when my colleagues express appreciation for the support that we give them. It is really the people there at the Ministry of Education that are delivering on Plan Belize, that are delivering on the vision of this government for quality education for the people of this country. So I want to say to my colleagues, they are the ones who deserve the credit, they are the ones who deserve our appreciation, and I am absolutely grateful. We have the CEO here with us today, CEO Diane Mejia. I see the Director of Science and Technology, Ms. Namrita Balani, is there as well. Again. And I see young Kevin, who is the man who makes sure you know what's happening at the Ministry of Education. So we're very grateful to all of them. The man asked if paycheck comes with that. You're saying a paycheck comes with that? I acknowledge it when I spoke about free tongue. The Prime Minister is giving you a promotion, Albert. Education really starts with reform. How do we reform the education system? And central to that work is governance reform. Recognizing that the current legal framework governing the education sector is more than a decade old. The budget allocated for the fiscal year 2024 will specifically cater to the important task, the imperative task of conducting a comprehensive review and revision of existing education legislation, regulations, policies. This will include a thorough examination of frameworks governing education councils, commissions, and boards, with the overarching objective, Mr. Speaker, of reforming the system to address the evolving requirements of Belize's educational landscape. We want an effective, efficient, lean, functioning Ministry of Education that is meeting the needs of the Belizean people, our teachers, our families, our students. No excuses. We want an efficient education ministry. The extension of the compulsory school age, Mr. Speaker, is an example of this. The school age aligning seamlessly with the ministry's objective of broadening access to education, particularly through initiatives like the Education Upliftment Project. Together we rise. Increasing the age, we recognize that this will bolster the retention rate among a demographic often identified as marginalized or at risk, and ultimately lead to a higher standard of education for our young people. The Education Upliftment Project, very proud of that project, Mr. Speaker, very proud of that project. And very proud of the consistent, unwavering support that we have gotten at the Ministry of Education for this project from the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. Absolutely important. We could not do it without their support. I can tell you, I say this every time I get an opportunity to speak. I say this, when we go to Cabinet with our proposals for education, there is no hesitation. The members of Cabinet, the Prime Minister leads the way, have an absolute commitment to improving the quality of education in this country and investing in our young people. Investing. So this budget reaffirms that commitment and reflects that strong commitment. The Prime Minister in his budget presentation, Madam Speaker, spoke quite a bit about education. And so I don't want to go over everything he said, but he talked about in particular the Education Upliftment Project. And he listed all of the wonderful schools that are participating in that project. 9 government-owned secondary schools, and that Gwen Liz, Excelsior, Maud Williams, Sadie Vernon, Anri, Delisle, Georgetown Tech, Corazon Creek, Toledo Community College. But he also announced, that was what was approved at Cabinet several months ago, that we would be expanding that project. We would be expanding that project to 12 additional schools in this year's budget, Mr. Speaker. 12 additional schools, and it bears repeating. Belize Rural High School, Ladyville Technical High School, San Pedro High School, Belmopan Comprehensive School, the biggest secondary school in the country, Mr. Speaker. The biggest secondary school, Belmopan Comprehensive School. bursting at the seams. Mopan Technical High School, Valley of Peace SDA Academy, Shunush San Viator Vocational High School, Escuela Secundaria Técnica Mexico, Belize High School of Agriculture, Orange Walk Technical High School, Bella Vista Government Secondary School, and Julian Cho Technical High School. So all across the country, and I have said to my colleagues, and I say it here to the Belizean people, this project is coming to every corner of our country. So don't worry, my friends. For those schools that have not yet been mentioned, we are coming. We are coming. The Ministry of Education is coming. I know our friends in Cayo. We have a number of schools in Cayo. But we have to do it in a phased, pragmatic, responsible way. That is how we do things, Mr. Speaker. So the EU program, Mr. Speaker, remains committed to alleviating burdens on our people, providing essential supplies and support such as meals, uniforms, footwear, school supplies, textbooks, transportation assistance, coverage of school fees, of course. Additionally, the project extends benefits to schools by enhancing infrastructure. This project focuses on achieving sustainable development goals, Mr. Speaker. 1, no poverty, 0 hunger, good health and well-being, and quality education. The EUP program will enable the ministry to inform policy decisions, mitigate dropout rates, bolster completion rates, enhance human resource capabilities, elevate transition rates, and possibly most importantly, alleviate poverty levels by reducing unemployment. Transforming teaching and learning, Mr. Speaker, in alignment with prevailing national and global trends in educational development, the Ministry has facilitated the full rollout of its national curriculum reform, embracing a competency-based education framework for both primary and secondary education levels. I won't get into that much, Mr. Speaker. My friend, the Honorable Member for Dangriga, who is my able support Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology, will deal with that matter more extensively on Friday, I believe. That is an important priority for our ministry, the rollout of our competency-based national curriculum framework. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about our teachers for a bit. The government of Belize and the Ministry of Education, of course, are dedicated to ensuring that all of our employees receive suitable service benefits and incentives, thereby fostering and enabling a highly productive work environment. The provision of comprehensive benefits and incentives will not only attract talented individuals, but also motivate them to perform at their best. Aligned with the objectives outlined in the Belize Education Sector Plan 2021-2025, particularly key result area 2.3, teacher development, elevating the profession, the government of Belize and the Ministry of Education commit, as has been announced, to assuming full responsibility for the payment of 100% salary and service benefits for all government-aided secondary and tertiary teachers and support staff, effective 2024. That is in this year's budget, Mr. Speaker. This commitment will directly benefit over 900 teachers at the secondary and tertiary levels, as well as more than 175 support staff. The budget allocation for the fiscal year 2024-25 will witness an increase in salary and service benefits amounting to approximately $14 million resulting in a total expenditure of over $220 million on teacher and support staff, salaries and service benefits over the next 5 years. With this initiative, Mr. Speaker, the ministry aims to incentivize quality teaching practices, implement results-based education, and ensure proper accountability among all secondary and tertiary institutions and their staff. You know, the Deputy Prime Minister talked about this, Mr. Speaker. This is big. This is big. This is something that our teachers, the Belize National Teachers Union, our teachers, and even our managing authorities, because it will help them as well, have been advocating for, fighting for, pushing for more 17 years. Imagine that. And it is this government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Briceno, who made the decision, the bold, courageous, not an easy decision, you know, these are big money we talk about, but we did it in a responsible way, in a pragmatic way, in an efficient way, and we said from the very beginning, this is not something we could do in year 1 or year 2. We had to wait until the economy recovered, and it is then that the Prime Minister and the Cabinet said, let's get it done for the teachers of this country. And we did it. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal, Mr. Speaker. You know, and it's no wonder, if I may say this, Mr. Speaker, because I've heard from a lot of teachers. You know, they try, there are a few, you know, a few of them, still a few little UDPs who want to create mischief in the education system. There are very few, you know, there are very few left. They are shrinking day by day. They are dwindling. Their numbers are dwindling. There are few, and so they tried to create some mischief before the municipal elections. The few left, but they were met with absolute silence from the teachers, because the teachers of this country understand that we respect them, that we are working with them, and that we are trying to do our very best to assist them to ensure that they can carry out their duties on the front line of education. And so it was no wonder, certainly we saw it in Freetown, that all our teachers in Freetown came out and stayed on track with the People's United Party on March 6th. Another very exciting program and project, Mr. Speaker, is the National Healthy Start feeding program. The ministry takes its mandate on the SDG 2 to reduce hunger and to provide access to quality education for all students very, very seriously. These commitments align with the Belize Education Sector Plan and with Plan Belize Medium-Term Development Strategy 2022-2026. So in doing so, the ministry, along with our donor partners, especially the Republic of China, Taiwan, expanded the National Healthy Start feeding program to cater for a healthy meal for 4,000 primary school students from 35 schools and 2,967 secondary school students from 9 schools in the EOP program. These figures equal an investment of around $20,000 per day in meals. The number of beneficiaries keep increasing throughout the year, and it is expected by the end of the academic year in June 2023-2024. Here it is, Mr. Speaker, the National Healthy Start feeding program should cover at least 50 primary schools by the end of June 2024, thus substantially increasing the expenditure in meals per day. The Healthy Start feeding program follows the Sustainable Schools model, which provides a healthy meal for students, follows the school feeding menu, because we don't just feed you anything, Mr. Speaker. We make sure it's a nutritional meal, balanced meal, prepared using 70% locally produced items. We do our very best. We wish it could be 100%. But you know, we don't have everything. Provide kitchen upgrades for participating schools. So we not just provide you with meals, we also upgrade the kitchen facilities. We target the teaching of gardening for every school to develop students' ownership of food security and healthy nutritional habits. And we link, very importantly, Mr. Speaker, community farmers and cooperatives with schools with the intent that producers can provide items directly to school feeding programs established through a partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture. And we provide employment for opportunities for kitchen staff. For example, Mr. Speaker, right now 31 cooks are currently employed under this program. So, Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget, we plan to expand the Healthy Start feeding program to cover a healthy meal for students across the 12 additional secondary schools that will be added to the EOP program, with an established enrollment of 5,950 students. So additional almost 6,000 other students will be enrolled in this program. With this expansion, the program will cover, Deputy, 16 of 18 government-owned secondary schools, almost 90%, and 5 of 30 government-aided secondary schools. So this, Mr. Speaker, is a true commitment from the government of Belize and its partners to ultimately increase access to quality education and to reduce hunger as stipulated by the Sustainable Development Goals 2 and 4. The ultimate goal, Mr. Speaker, of the National Healthy Start Feeding Program, which was in Plan Belize, is to get children to consume a wholesome meal while at school to improve their ability to learn. Transportation, Mr. Speaker, in line with our dedication to expanding access to quality education, particularly in marginalized regions, the Ministry of Education has taken significant strides to enhance accessibility by continuing to provide free bus runs for students. Presently, the Ministry operates 258 official bus runs nationwide, representing a substantial investment in facilitating student transportation. The weekly contracts for these bus runs, Mr. Speaker, amount to approximately, remember this is a weekly, $277,000, equating to an average monthly expenditure exceeding $1 million, Mr. Speaker. So when the UDP was borrowing $1 million a day, we are investing $1 million a day in transportation for the young people of this country, and teachers as well. Not only students, we take teachers to school as well. This considerable financial commitment underscores the ministry's and the government's proactive approach to fostering educational inclusivity and ensuring that students in underserved areas have access to educational opportunities. This budget, Mr. Speaker, will see further investments and improvements in existing bus runs. Human capital, a big area, Mr. Speaker, maximizing human capital to address the growing demand for increased access to science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, STEAM training. The ITSAT STEAM Academy, a government-owned secondary institution, opened its doors to 64 first-form students and 9 teaching staff in September of 2023. And I'm glad in his address, in his budget presentation, the Prime Minister reminded those on the other side. They talk, they like to talk, that's what they are good at, that's what they are best at. They talk, but we deliver for the people of this country. We deliver, we walk the walk. We get things done for the people of this country, and this is a perfect example of us delivering for the people of Belize. We got there and found a lot of scattered plans for ITSAT. No, it wasn't ITSAT, it was just scattered plans for a STEAM high school. Plans all over the place. No coordination. And we made it happen and the people who are sitting up there, the CEO and Ms. Namrita Balani, are directly responsible for having that school open today. So, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the importance of STEAM education. We're very proud of the ITSAT Academy. Prime Minister, I think the CEO will touch base with you. We'll be doing a formal, official opening sometime in May. I believe it's in May. So make sure you put that on your calendar. And in fact, and indeed, we invite everyone to be there to celebrate this occasion with us. Yes, yes. That's true, that's true. So this unique academy, Madam Speaker, delivers value-driven, competency-based programs and problem-based approaches to build knowledge in STEAM. ITSAT Academy offers a high school diploma with key subject concentrations in areas such as sustainable development projects, digital arts, fine arts, and science and technology, along, of course, with the other subjects from the national curriculum at the secondary level. In this new academic year, 24-25, it is expected that the current first form cohort will be promoted to second form, and approximately 75 new students will be enrolled at the first form level, and 4 additional teachers will increase the teaching staff. Demand and growth are evident, and the target for 2026 is to have a population of 300 students across all form levels. Currently, the institution has received close to 100 applications for the 2024-2025 academic period, and our government is serious about STEAM training, so all necessary financial allocations have been made accordingly in this year's budget. This budget will cater to the financial needs of the academy, as government will fully compensate all employed teaching and support staff. And most importantly, very important point, Madam Speaker, although the ITSAT Academy offers this unique STEAM training, and the truth is that that type of specific targeted training is more expensive. If you do it right, you have to get the proper resources. And when I say resources, I mean the proper equipment, the proper assets within the building. The academy, the ITSAT building is a beautiful building, but we have to make sure that our students have the tools that they need for this type of education. So it's not cheap. But despite the fact that we are engaged in this unique STEAM training, which is typically quite expensive, the ministry has ensured that this high quality education is affordable and accessible by subsidizing the cost and making it comparable to the cost of any government-owned secondary schools at only, Madam Speaker, $550 a year. Another big project we're engaged in, Madam Speaker, is the MCC Transforming Education in Belize project. In December of 2021, Belize became eligible because of Belize's commitment, the strong, evident commitment to good governance, to the rule of law, to strengthening our institutions of government. Belize was recognized and made eligible for a compact with the Millennium Challenge Corporation of the United States of America. A constraints analysis conducted by the MCC, Madam Speaker, revealed that Belize's education system is producing low-quality education that leads to a shortage of trained professionals in many industries. So, in response to this finding, which we have been working on for 3 years, an education project was proposed under the MCC to equitably increase the number of post-primary graduates with the competencies relevant to labor market demands. More specifically, the education project sets out 3 main activities to to address the root cause of the problem identified by the constraints analysis. The MCC, Madam Speaker, will provide, and this is grant money, $73,801,000 US for investment and implementation of the following activities: transforming teaching and learning, and these are things that were are in our best plan. So they came, sat with us, engaged with us, and agreed with us that these are the priority areas. Transforming teaching and learning in secondary education, aimed at improving the numeracy, literacy, and 21st century skills of secondary graduates. 2, access to and progression through secondary education. We want to make sure that when our students leave primary school, that they do indeed go to secondary school. But once they get to secondary school, we want to make sure that they stay there, that they complete their secondary education. So this project, that is one of the priorities of this project, increasing the percentage of primary graduates that enroll in and complete secondary education. And very important, Madam Speaker, training and transition to work, critically important area. And this is aimed at improving the capacity, the capability of our IT vets to deliver high quality training that is demanded by the labor market, as well as to provide inclusive access to these training opportunities. You know, I've said it many times, Madam Speaker, in small developing countries like Belize, we don't have the luxury of investing in education just for the invest in education's sake. We have to have targeted investments. We have to make sure that we are equipping our people through the education system with the skills and tools and values and attitudes they need to fully function and participate in the economic development of this country, in the national development of this country. So I'm very, very pleased that these are our targeted priorities under this very big project. Very, very big investment. So, Madam Speaker, the 3 key areas of interest identified within the ECC intersect, as I said, with the 4 strategic priority areas outlined in our best plan. Essentially, the funding allocated for implementing these activities aligns directly with our 2024-2025 fiscal budget targets, and the investment is proportionate to the extent of work to be done by activity and need. Some of the specific targets of the project include establishing an educational quality assurance system to assess and improve the quality of management and teaching, as well as the achievement of learning outcomes, providing capacity building for educational leaders and teachers, providing adequate teaching and learning resources, ensuring support to increase the percentage of primary graduates that, as I said earlier, enroll and complete secondary school, supporting the establishment of a national training agency, building the capacity of TVET sector to implement inclusive TVET programs that are aligned to labor market needs. These notable achievements for Belize's education system will undoubtedly contribute to enhancing Belize's workforce, thereby fostering national development. You know, Madam Speaker, I want to close off this contribution on education by just highlighting, you know, in very specific terms, in terms of the budget, you know, that we are investing. We talked about this earlier. This government, this ministry, we are investing in our teachers, we're investing in our students, we are investing in Belize. These are critically important investments in our schools. This budget, Madam Speaker, $210 million, just this year's budget I'm talking about, $210 million investment in our teachers. That is salaries plus also training teacher professional development. When you combine salaries and grants, emoluments, when you combine that with the investments we're making in professional development of our teachers, $210 million in this budget. Significant investment. When we talk about investment in our students, Madam Speaker, from preschool grants to primary education, grant-aided schools, 6 farm scholarships, school transportation, the EUP Healthy Start, free textbooks, all of these things in this year's budget alone for this fiscal year, it's more than $20 million we're investing directly in helping our students. In terms of the schools, you know, we could highlight all of them, Madam Speaker. You know, all of the investments in our schools that we are making in terms of infrastructure development, upgrading, rehabilitation. This is a big area that requires a lot of focus and attention. So there are lots of work going on, and of course, as I said, ultimately, all of this is really about our investment in Belize, in making sure that we have an education system that is meeting the needs of our country. An education system, as we like to say at the Ministry of Education, that is working for Belize. An education system that is meeting the needs of our stakeholders, the teachers, the churches, managing authorities, or families, or communities. It's very important for everyone to understand and appreciate that they have an integral role to play in the work of our education system. So I'm very proud of that work, Madam Speaker, and that work, of course, continues. Final area, Madam Speaker, that I would like to speak on is culture. When it comes to our culture and history, I have to start with acknowledging the many hard-working and dedicated people at the National Institute of Culture and History, including the stakeholders, or artists, or musicians, or dancers, or tour guides, or historians, or archaeologists, or community culture activists. So this shout out to our cultural community, Madam Speaker, is very important. It's always important to acknowledge them. But it's perhaps even more important and significant and extra special this year as we celebrate 20 years of National Institute of Culture and History, the 20th anniversary of the National Institute of Culture and History, which is a product of the vision of the People's United Party. In fact, when I was thinking about the 20 years, I went back and did a little research, and I found some remarks made 20 years ago by Prime Minister Said Musa, who spoke to Parliament right in this National Assembly about the newly formed niche. And of course, the Prime Minister celebrated his 80th birthday yesterday, so we wish him well. We wish him well. So he spoke 20 years ago. He said, and as we work, and I'm quoting him, and as we work to radically change the culture that dooms us to anarchy and social disruption, to one that redeems the virtues of fairness, solidarity, peace, and justice, we will fully engage the artists and cultural workers of all our ethnic groups as pivotal instruments of this transformation. We are now putting into effect the National Institute of History and Culture that will spearhead and guide this revolution and provide the environment to unleash the creative talents of our people, offer meaningful employment, and take the message abroad in world-class exhibitions and performances. So that was the vision at the outset, Madam Speaker. And though we may have lost a decade under the previous government, where really nothing was done to advance Belize's culture and history. Yeah. I am very proud of the fact that we have a very effective team at NICH. We have a very effective board of directors at NICH that is charting a path of rebirth in culture for our country. Allow me now, Madam Speaker, to reflect on the past year and briefly outline a few of the significant actions and programs carried out by our Ministry of Culture, or Let Belize Live project, organized by our Institute for Social and Cultural Research, honors the legacy of our great national hero, father of the nation, Right Honorable George Price, and in alignment with Premier Price's commitment to community engagement, a traveling exhibition embarked on a journey across Belize. Last year, we enhanced the awareness of Emancipation Day 2023. It is this government that made Emancipation Day a national holiday, recognizing the importance of that day. The other one, they talk about it. We did it. So last year, we enhanced the awareness of that day, underscored the importance of fostering nationwide historical consciousness surrounding this significant holiday. In his keynote remarks at the official Emancipation Day ceremony, our Deputy Prime Minister remarked, "To honor the story," and I'm quoting him, "to honor the story, the journey and survival and eventual freedom of our African ancestors is to honor the very best of who came before us. It's a story that started on the coast of West Africa. Today is about paying tribute to all our ancestors that were enslaved. In December 2023, so that is the quote, and today is about paying tribute to all our ancestors that were enslaved." That is what, Madam Speaker, Emancipation Day is all about. Last year, we also enhanced the in December, we announced the Belize Culture Fund for dynamic grants, creative innovation, making museums vibrant, digital archaeology, and safeguarding at-risk living heritage. And earlier this month, we publicly announced the winners of this first round. Last year and again this year, NICH will collaborate to promote and pay respect to our Indigenous brothers and sisters on Indigenous Resistance Day. Some of the outstanding arts and culture programs organized by our Institute of Creative Arts include the Panyard, featuring many steel bands from across Belize, the National Festival of Arts, a revitalized Women in Art series of creative expressions, and the very popular National Song Competition, whose winner last year was the amazing artist Marlene Vanson. At our Institute of Archaeology, we continue our professional maintenance and safeguarding of 14 parks, which spans some 29,377 acres. Our partnership with our sister institution, BTB, remains strong and energetic. Belize's tour guides, operators, and artisans continue to welcome with world-class service thousands of tourists. Last year, we saw an increase in community, cultural, and historical programs originating from our Museum of Belize and Houses of Culture. This network of cultural spaces include Houses of Culture in Benque Viejo del Carmen, Corozal Tong, Orange Walk Tong, and Belize City. Must also be noted that NICH gave significant financial support to a wide range of creative groups and individuals all across Belize. We see this as a grassroots spark of progress. When we invest in people, we lay the groundwork for cultural development. Moving forward into this new financial year, Madam Speaker, I would like to highlight a few key programs and projects that we will implement. In our plan, we will establish a new partnership with the Gulisi Garifuna Museum in Dangriga. And finally move, my brothers from the south, finally move to open a house of culture in Punta Gorda. We will pay special attention to include STEAM into our museum and continue our cultural heritage programs by developing workshops, performances, and interactive displays that focus on understanding of our history. At the Institute of Creative Arts, we will implement a cultural handicraft development program, continue to revive and develop National Festival of Arts, and launch a Belize Music Symposium that focuses on industry development, meaningful engagement, and leveraging of Belizean music genres. In archaeology, we will develop a comprehensive management plan for Caracol, ensuring adherence in best practices for archaeological research, biodiversity protection, and tourism and visitor experiences. We are well underway toward the completion of the cave management policy to guide overall management and use of cave sites. We will improve our revenue collection system for the archaeological reserves by moving towards a ticketing system supported by our friends at BTB. I know the Minister of Tourism has been a champion of this and has been pushing for this. And so we are very, very happy that it is going to happen this year. 2024, Madam Speaker, marks the year when our Archaeology Institute pivots and starts utilizing technology, whether through documentation of artifacts and the upgrading of exhibits and visitor centers. NICH will continue to support and participate in the active preservation and safeguarding of Belize's intangible cultural heritage by updating educational documentaries on the Dare Dance, Semana Santa, Finaros, Bram, and Yureme, among others, and make these available on the 501 Academy. With support of the Archives and Records Service and the University of Belize, we will take the research charge of Emancipation Day, bringing to the fore Belize's African experience and their contributions to the socio-economic development of Belize. NICH will partner with the George Price Center for Peace and Development to organize public lectures, discussions, and educational resources. We will continue the Belize Culture Fund, which will see another call for applications in July 2024. The mission of the Culture Fund is to encourage the many aspiring and professional artists, musicians, authors, researchers, and creators to make a greater impact in our communities and to inspire others to join the cause of building a more peaceful and culturally vibrant Belize. This year, our Institute of Archaeology will host the Belize Archaeology Symposium, where leading scientists, archaeologists, and historians come from many international universities to share their knowledge. This year, NICH, in collaboration with partners, including the BTB and also the Office of the Prime Minister, will launch the Belize Music Project with the ambitious goal to document and restore Belizean recordings of the last 100 years to honor the rich legacy of our artists and to inspire our younger generation to learn their musical roots in order to innovate and build the future songs of Belize. Soon NICH, very exciting as well, Prime Minister, Deputy, members, which will open at the old Government House, an exciting announcement in Belize City soon. The Museum of Belizean Art, MOBA for short, Museum of Belizean Art. It will begin with a diverse exhibit featuring 65 artists whose work spans 70 years. Going forward, the museum will be utilized for all kinds of multimedia exhibitions, incorporating technology and innovation. In essence, the MOBA, the Museum of Belizean Art, is a platform for the next generation of artists. In conclusion, the period of 2023-2024, Madam Speaker, has been marked by many significant strides in Belize's cultural landscape, with the National Institute of Culture and History at the forefront of these endeavors. Celebrating its 20th anniversary, Niche has continued to honor the nation's rich heritage through various initiatives, including exhibitions, festivals, and preservation efforts. From commemorating Emancipation Day to supporting indigenous communities and fostering artistic innovation, Niche's commitment to cultural enrichment has been unwavering. Looking ahead, plans for partnerships, museum expansions, and education initiatives signal a promising future for Belizean culture, with a focus on inclusivity, sustainability, and creativity. Madam Speaker, Niche remains dedicated to nurturing Belize's cultural identity and inspiring generations to come. So, Madam Speaker, I appreciate everyone who stayed. I know it's a lot, but I believe it's important. Madam Speaker, in closing, this is a budget that is on track. Our government is on track. The Belizean people are on track. And Belize is on track. May God continue to guide and bless our beautiful country and people. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural Central.
Most pleasant good afternoon, Madam Speaker, members, those in the gallery. Thank you very much. Yes, we have had good patience listening to our Minister of Education member for Freetown. Thank you for your comprehensive, especially where it came to Education Minister. Thank you for your comprehensive report on the good things that are happening with Plan Belize. We really thank you for that. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that I always remember the motto of the People's United Party and our Father of the Nation. Serve the people, and it is a privilege to serve. It is a privilege to serve, Madam Speaker. We must never forget that. Now, Madam Speaker, before I go to my report on Belize Rural Central, and to, of course, thank the good people of Belize Rural Central for electing me not once but twice. Before I do that, I want to dispense with the Leader of the Opposition's love affair with me, Madam Speaker. He said that I am doing a deplorable job as the Minister of Education. But I go back, Madam Speaker, to the Father of our nation who said, when your enemies start to praise you, you must know then that you're doing something wrong. So if the Leader of the Opposition is telling me that I am doing a deplorable job, maybe I should continue. Because I can tell you that with the support of the good people of Belize Rural Central, we will continue to do our job. And I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank in particular our Prime Minister, the member for Orange Walk Central, all our cabinet, all our members on this side for the support, especially where it comes to the Community Development Fund. But I also want to say, when the Leader of the Opposition says that I'm doing a deplorable job, I want to say that myself and those of us on this side, we have done more than he has ever done or will ever do in his life for the people of Belize. This government has done more to put people to work than ever before. The Leader of the Opposition is completely out of touch. More women, Madam Speaker, are working than ever before. That doesn't mean to say we don't have a lot more work to do, but more women than ever are working. And also, talking about nation builders, the Leader of the Opposition, again, knows nothing about nation building. Nation building is a job for giants. I keep quoting the father of our nation this afternoon, nation building is a job for giants. And for him to have the temerity to say that the budget betrays George Price's social justice ideals, he better come again. He better come again. This budget is doing more to keep on track with the social justice ideals of George Price and the People's United Party than ever before. And to wax poetic about service, imagine, Madam Speaker, just imagine how oxymoronic, how ironic, and how sad that we had to sit here and listen to that. Now, I know my colleague from Freetown is saying don't pay him much attention, but we are dispensing with him this afternoon as we move forward, Madam Speaker, with Plan Belize. So I thank you for that. Now, Madam Speaker, having said that it is a privilege to serve, I want to report that in over 3 years of representation, every single corner of Belize Rural Central has received positive attention. We have in excess of 7,600 voters, Madam Speaker. And we are keeping in touch with our people. And again, I wish to say thank you to this government and the Community Development Fund. In Gales Point, Manatee, which is a very special place to all of our hearts, the UNESCO project that will be coming on stream to recognize the Sambai and the Creole culture as having that intangible heritage and the benefit of our culture for our people of Belize. It's going to be a great cultural asset when that is recognized. We also have the good news, Madam Speaker, that a new preschool is coming for Gales Point Manatee through this government and the Social Investment Fund. We also want to say and report faithfully that we have completely refurbished the basketball court in Gales Point, and we will be assisting for Easter events and festivities. And I want to say, though, that we have to give a little bit more attention to the water system. So that will be on stream. And I also want to say that although the primary school is small, the government of Belize is giving all the support that we possibly can. When I heard the Minister of Education talk about the amount of money that is invested in school runs, bus runs for schools to make sure that our children are in school, Gales Point is one of them. There is a bus every morning from Dangriga and Hope Creek to get to Gales Point so that the teachers can reach and the other students can reach for the development of our children. In La Democracia, Madam Speaker, there is a great clamor for house lots, and we will be keeping up the pressure on our Minister of Natural Resources, because remembering now that there are 9 communities in Belize Rural Central. And so Minister Cordell has pledged to assist, and we are hoping that we can roll that out as quickly as possible. Again, through the Community Development Fund, we have renovated the community center and basketball court. We have helped with the school playground. We have repaired the bathrooms of the St. Agnes Anglican Primary School. We have donated gifts to all the children, and we will shortly be donating for the community center and the people of La Democracia tables and chairs, and we will be improving the community center for a better meeting space. In Mahogany Heights, Madam Speaker, Standard 4 and 5 of the same St. Agnes Anglican School is over at Mahogany Heights, and we will be continuing to cover the electricity cost for the basketball court and the children's park. I want to acknowledge the Village Council for helping to put in the park, and also we have improved, as I said, the lighting, and we have put addition to the playground. We will be requesting, Madam Speaker, that Belize Water Service, and this has the approval of Cabinet, that Belize Water Service should take over the water service supply of Mahogany Heights. And we will be looking also at the sewerage system, because we know that the one that is existing now is about to break down completely. So we will definitely be looking into that, Madam Speaker. We also will continue our grocery bag program, and we will give assistance in meeting the high cost of living. We are in touch with the needs and concerns of our people, and we will be requesting the input of the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing and the Rural Water Supply for helping our people. Just this week, we have asked the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing to completely grade and upgrade the road that goes into Mahogany Heights, and I was very glad to see that they took advantage of the dry weather to upgrade the road to Mahogany Heights. In terms of Gracie Rock, Madam Speaker, there are plans to distribute close to 75 house lots for our Gracie Rock community members, and attention will be given to those in need, and our village council and chairperson will be working with us. Belize Rural Central people are being given the attention, Madam Speaker. We have increased employment. Many persons have been assisted and placed in jobs, and the priority for the jobs at the New Beginnings Youth Development Center, the priority for posts is given to residents of Gracie Rock. In terms of Freetown Sibun, we have appointed the chairperson as a Justice of the Peace, along with other appointments of Justices of the Peace for Belize Rural Central, and again, with the assistance of the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, we will be continuing to give attention and upgrading to the road. Clearing fallen trees, filling the road, the assisting with the agricultural production, and of course, Freetown Sibun is offering an opportunity for tourism and tours, etc., to this very picturesque part of Belize Rural Central. In relation to Hattieville, Madam Speaker, we have recently put over 60 loads of material for road and street upgrades. We have given attention to the schools, especially Hattieville Government School. The inmates of the prison assist us in keeping up the chopping and the clearing of the entire periphery. And we have school wardens for the Hattieville Government School from our Hattieville community. We have recently donated shelving and infrastructure for the Hattieville feeding program, and we again wish to thank the Ministry of Education for putting in that comprehensive service so the children can get a nutritional meal, and we donated a freezer for the keeping of foodstuffs for that feeding program. We have also lent assistance to the Leap Women's Group for September treats, for a mini fair, and we will be continuing to work with this active women's group of Hattieville for the betterment of the community. There is regular cleaning of the garbage at the bus shelters. There is regular cleaning of the field. We have donated softball gears for the women softballers. And there is, again, the planned distribution of more than 100 lots for our people in Hattieville. Once again, thank you, Minister Cordell, and we will continue to knock on your door. In relation to Western Paradise, Madam Speaker, there has been full upkeep of the basketball court and open spaces. We have the payment again of the electricity for the public and open space. A major drainage project was put in place for Sunset Park, Westlake, and Western Pines communities. And we support our community members in times of tragedy, bereavement, and any other personal crises or disasters. In relation to Lord's Bank, Madam Speaker, we have refurbished the community center. It is not yet fully complete because we have to give some attention to the roof, but we have put in the bleachers for the basketball court. There is road upkeep, again assistance for softball gears, speed bumps for the safety of the community, and attention to roads in the Spanish Town area. With the village council, upkeep of the cemetery, debushing of the side of the roads, and very little income is given to village councils, but still our residents expect attention to streets and drains, and we have been able to complete some of the projects and give the necessary upkeep. And I want to say last but not least, Ladyville, ongoing support for area schools, Madam Speaker, a freezer for Ladyville Evangelical Feeding Program and their cafeteria, a new sign for Ladyville RC School, and fans for the classrooms, regular contribution for the students, and contribution to Our Lady of the Way Roman Catholic Church, as well as support for the St. Patrick's RC Church in Lord's Bank. Support for our elderly and shut-ins, and along with the village council, there is regular upkeep of the field and basketball court, new lighting for the community center, inauguration of the Digital Connect Center with 8 computers, and a pledge from the Ministry of E-Governance and the Ministry of Public Utilities and E-Governance for additional computers. We will work along with the library service, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to give support for our police. Over 100 police officers work out of the Ladyville police station, of course on shifts, and we support the patrols so that we try to keep down the crime in the community and the fighting. And also, the Ministry of Education donated a first tranche of Chromebook laptops for the students of our schools. A health fair has been held with assistance for the amnesty program, and again, we have distributed over 90 lots in the first phase, but we are also going to be making more land available. We have planned a caregiving training for women, and we have given gifts for the primary school children and also the preschools. Madam Speaker, the work continues. Madam Speaker, all of this has been possible and will continue to be so because of our Plan Belize budget, such as this one, and such as this budget, staying on track. We are making sure that we are staying on track. Now, the Ministry of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs continues to be transformed. We have raised the pay scale for our social workers, Madam Speaker. The last time the pay scale for social workers was done was when I was serving as minister between 1998 and 2003. You mean to tell me that in all those years in between, the UDP government could not have looked at the work of our social workers and give it the value that it merits? We have done that increasing of the pay scale for our social workers because we know that the work of our social workers continues to be of vital importance. We have carried out transformation of what used to be known as hostel and is now the New Beginnings Youth Development Center, not just in terms of the physical infrastructure, but also our programs, our counseling, our school and other courses, and the activities for our at-risk youth in trades, in singing, and in poetry. We have targeted assistance to those in need, and there has been full engagement with stakeholders on the soon-to-be-introduced disability legislation. Mr. Marshall Nunes of our Disability Desk has been instrumental, and we thank the Belize Association for Persons with Diverse Abilities and Ms. Christy Almeida of the Special Education Unit of the Ministry of Education for their sterling input of what will soon be introduced in the House of Representatives, our disability legislation. We are reviewing our BOOST program, Madam Speaker, with a view to make it more effective in providing social protection. And there has been outreach countrywide. We are taking care that for the Education Upliftment Program, recipients will take advantage of the Educational Upliftment Program, but not also be on BOOST at the same time. So, we have close collaboration, Madam Speaker, with the Office of the Special Envoy, who brings advocacy for women, children, and families, and we continue to thank Mrs. Briceño, our Special Envoy, for her dedication, her hard work, her advocacy, and her continuing commitment. We are continuing, Madam Speaker, with outreach to reduce gender-based violence. Lamentably, many terrible instances have occurred even during this Women's Month. Even the shooting of children, Madam Speaker, and the murder-suicide of an American couple in Corozal, and the murder-suicide involving the city administrator, Stephanie Lindo. We absolutely decry that kind of occurrence. It's hard to believe, but she has now been laid to rest, and we continue our struggle in fighting against gender-based violence, Madam Speaker. We must support survivors of domestic violence and sexual violence. We must reduce victim blaming. We must advocate for more mental health services and counseling. We must raise awareness and promote empowerment, and we must turn our grief into action. I quote our United Women's Group as saying, "Let us make the commitment to take tangible steps to create a safer and more equitable society for all." The Women's Commission, the National Women's Commission, Madam Speaker, is now a statutory body. And it is a volunteer organization, Madam Speaker. I have to repeat, because we were being accused from the other side of having jobs for PUP cronies. Let me repeat, the work of the National Women's Commission and our members is on a volunteer basis. Is on a volunteer basis, Madam Speaker. And also, our National Commission for Families and Children is no longer a committee, but a full-fledged commission. It is gender neutral, and it is for the protection of all children. And the focus must remain on protecting children. So the onus of supporting children is only placed on grandparents where a parent is not capable or has a disability or cannot be found. So clearly, we will not be putting the onus of supporting children on grandparents unless they are themselves capable, Madam Speaker. But what I do not want to be lost in the discussion is the first commitment and the number one priority, that we must protect all our children. That is where the focus is. The protection of children and what is in the best interests of children will always be at the heart of the work of the ministry, our National Commission for Families and Children, and all our partners. Now, Madam Speaker, looking at the budget estimates for the Ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs, we have a 24.8 million total budget, Madam Speaker. We are giving priority to the social work and social protection of this country. As one of our colleagues said yesterday, we can stand on an economic leg, but we also have to stand on the other leg of social protection for our people. Our recurrent expenditure is at 17.6 million, with 7.2 million in Cap 2 and Cap 3. And we are serious about social protection and services. Strategic management and administration is approximately 4.7 million. And in Cap 2 and family services, we have 321,000. In the National Plan of Action for Children, 100,000. In training programs, Madam Speaker, 52,000. Gender-based violence action plan, 200,000. Back to school assistance, 200,000. Maya Land Rights Office and the Office of Indigenous Peoples Affairs, Madam Speaker, 800,000. The National Plan of Action for Older Persons, 100,000. The Safety Net for Vulnerable Populations, 100,000. The Anti-Trafficking in Persons Program, 403,000, Madam Speaker. And our Grocery and Food Assistance Program, 3 million. Madam Speaker, I would like to mention that when you talk about food assistance, it's not just a matter of doing as they did in the UDP days, calling it pantry. We give assistance where it is needed. Thank you. We give assistance where it is needed. However, Madam Speaker, there is no way that we can substitute, or there's no way we can replace the economic growth of this country with the $5 an hour minimum wage, with our national health insurance being rolled out, with the massive investment in education, especially the Education Upliftment Project, in housing and in jobs, Madam Speaker. And I repeat, more Belizeans than ever are absolutely working. Now, Madam Speaker, yes, one more I had to mention in terms of the expenditure, and that is preventing and reducing homelessness, 95,000. Madam Speaker, this government and this ministry, we have reported to the Committee on the Rights of the Child and the Committee of the United Nations, of course, on the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, Madam Speaker. It had not been done for 12 and 13 years before, but we have done that reporting, and we are taking the recommendations into account to further strengthen our ministry. We have had professional development of staff. We have established the social protection policy and the social protection floor, which is a minimum set of benefits that our people can receive. There is the child protection system evaluation, and there are the disabilities and anti-sexual harassment bills that will be coming on soon. And we have improved what we call the FAMCare, which is the database for reporting of all children in need, all women in need, all families that are challenged, and we have done a tremendous amount of work in strengthening our policy and planning unit of the ministry so that we can provide better service, Madam Speaker. Now, in human services, we have a recurrent budget of 8.7 million. We have in Cap 2, $772,000, with foster care receiving $250,000, elderly care $31,000, and skills training $12,000, with vulnerable families support at $300,000. There is the improvement of early childhood development, and I want to make a slight correction in the budget book, and that is, it said on, it said that there is focus on FAMCare to bitterly serve child protection. And it said bitterly, B-I-T-T-E-R-L-Y. I think it meant so that we can better serve. So clearly that was a misprint, Madam Speaker. But I want to make that correction for the record. So the focus is on fam care to better serve our child protection and all these services. And with institutional care for children, in foster care, we have promoted our Be That Heart of Gold for more foster care in our country. There are many children in need of foster care, and happily, many families step forward and continue to step forward. In women and gender services, we have a recurrent budget of $1.1 million, with Cap 2 at $245,000. We are working on reducing gender-based violence. There is a women entrepreneurship support and training, and there is gender focal point committees that we have been promoting, and of course, our Boost, which is the conditional cash transfer for keeping children in school, making sure that babies get their vaccinations, and making sure that through our ministry, we provide the social safety net, but at the same time, recognizing that the best social safety net is putting our people to work. In Community Rehabilitation Department, Madam Speaker, a recurrent budget of $2.9 million, with Cap 2 at $470,000, and our juvenile justice system is human rights based. We continue to provide counseling services. We continue to provide diversion programs for at-risk youth. We have good activities going on at New Beginnings and the Hub, and the alternative sentencing proposal, the proposed law, is going to be coming on stream. I want to acknowledge this afternoon, Madam Speaker, the president of our two CEOs, and we have a massive ministry. So we want to acknowledge veteran social person who is here with us this afternoon, now our CEO, Adeli Katsim-Sanchez, and we also acknowledge the presence of CEO Marconi Leal Jr. So big them up, and all our staff, Madam Speaker, all our staff, we big up. Now turning to Indigenous Peoples Affairs, I won't be saying much, Madam Speaker, except to tell you that there is much progress. George Price, again, used to say that progress brings problems. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that the government of Belize will retain authority over all of our country. The proposals that we have made are reasonable. We are in year 9 after the Caribbean Court of Justice ruling of 2015. We have now a new director for our Indigenous Peoples Affairs Office, and we will be working along with some of the proponents so that we can come to reasonable and fair decisions in relation to protecting the rights of third parties and the rights of private individuals, while also rolling out the communal land occupation. It is important that evidence of use and occupation for a reasonable period of time will be expected. But remembering, Madam Speaker, that we are called upon to achieve a delicate balancing act. I have optimism when cool and calm heads prevail that we will come to a solution that can be good for all Belizeans. We have donated, along with NICH, the National Institute for Culture and History, the Dare Dance costumes, and we thank the ministry for partnering with us. We have also given our full support to the teaching of Garifuna in the schools. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, in relation to our responsibility as a government, let us be kind and generous. Let us be fair. Let us be our sisters and our brothers' keepers. There is a song, Madam Speaker, and one of the lines of that song is that nothing lasts forever but the earth and sky. We are here for a time, Madam Speaker, but the time that we are here for, let us do the best for each and every single Belizean. In turning, beginning to wrap up now, Madam Speaker, to the National Council on Aging, we have launched just on Monday, we launched our strategic plan for the National Council on Aging to create and support an enabling environment for our older citizens, to support healthy aging. There is a family and social input and support that we will be rolling out. We will do our best to increase income security for older persons. And of course, we will be creating age-friendly spaces. So I am very happy to say that we are working along that line as well. I want to take this opportunity now, Madam Speaker, again in beginning to wrap up. I want to take this opportunity to thank colleagues for supporting the national gender policy for the decade of 2021 right up to 2030. And we expect that the national gender policy will be formally adopted at the next cabinet meeting so that the announcement can be made by the end of March. Again, I repeat my acknowledgement of Adeli Katsim-Sanchez, then the consultant, and Mary Deline Vasquez, the Spotlight Initiative, and the United Nations Development Program. Also Thea Garcia Ramirez, Cynthia Williams, and Eleanor Murillo, who I wish to single out. The key areas of the gender policy, Madam Speaker, are health, education, wealth and employment creation, working to reduce gender-based violence, women in power and decision-making, we need many more, and organizational strengthening. The guiding principles, and I think it bears repeating, Madam Speaker, are human rights, gender equality, gender equity, women's empowerment, gender mainstreaming, respect for diversity, family strengthening, the best interests of the child, already mentioned by me, inclusivity, good governance, accountability, coordination and harmonization, and human-centered development. I commend this as a good document and policy. It was not driven by any foreign agenda, and it is geared to our own social contexts and realities, in line with our ministry's mantra of equality and inclusion, Madam Speaker. Very important. Finally, I would like to mention that last week at the 68th United Nations session on the Commission on the Status of Women, Belize was represented, and the topic that we looked at was the strengthening of institutions from a gender perspective for social protection, poverty reduction, and economic empowerment. And it dovetails so nicely with our disabilities legislation coming on stream shortly, and our push to protect the older citizens of Belize. Now, it is essential, Madam Speaker, that we make sure that there is increased financing if there is to be progress, because reducing poverty is essential for gender equality and women's empowerment. I am convinced, Madam Speaker, that Belize is on the right track, and we will stay on track. We need to have gender-responsive social protection systems, and actually I am quoting now a young woman from an African country at the United Nations last week, and she said that it was Barack Obama who said that investing in girls and women is not only the right thing to do, but it is the smart thing to do. I repeat, investing in women and girls is not only the right thing to do, but also the smart thing to do. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, the member for Orange Walk Central, said it, and I want to paraphrase him, that a rising tide, not true, Prime Minister, will float all the boats. A rising tide will float all the boats. We are making sure that the tide is rising in Belize. We want to thank partners. We want to salute all Belizean women in this Women's Month, especially the women, the beautiful women of Belize Rural Central. We're not leaving out the men, but we are focusing on our women this month. Madam Speaker, I give my full support to the 2024-2025 budget of Plan Belize and full support for this government. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Cayo Northeast.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the budget for the year 2024-2025 fiscal year. Firstly, Madam Speaker, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the people of Cayo Northeast constituency for their continued support. I am humbled by the opportunity to represent and work for them. And yes, those who are listening, I am advocating for the paving of that much-needed road from Bullet Tree to Spanish Lookout. And Honorable Julius, looking forward for that bridge at Branchmouth. I am certain that the Prime Minister and MIDH have heard us. And also to mention that the new partnership with Honorable Anthony Mahler and the BTB for a boardwalk in San Ignacio in front of the beautiful and majestic Macal River, and for the Independence Park and the filtration system for the black and gray waters before they enter into the Macal River. Madam Speaker, as we celebrate Women's Month in March and recently International Women's Day, on March 8th, I take the opportunity to salute all women of this nation. When we inspire inclusion, we inspire others to understand and value women. We contribute to creating a better world. And when women themselves are inspired to be included, there is a sense of belonging, relevance, and of empowerment. Women are the backbone of our society, not only because of their roles in the home, because they are the best financial managers, but also their leadership in the workplace. Our outstanding women leaders in business, in government and non-government organizations continue to represent us exceptionally on both the national and on the international stages. They have been breaking glass ceilings and transcending traditional roles. My colleagues in government, you continue to inspire young women in this nation to aspire to becoming parliamentarians and to serve their country in non-traditional roles. As we work shoulder to shoulder as equals in this nation, let us collectively forge a more inclusive world for our women. Madam Speaker, as I speak here, my ministry has a total of 588 employees, of which 168 are women, just about 28.6%. However, when you look at top management and middle management, they are at 49.5%. Madam Speaker, just before I continue to the budget speech, I just want to remind that we also have, celebrating this month, apart from Women's Month, Nature Days. And one of those is the International Day of Forest, tomorrow, Thursday, March 21. The theme is Forest and Innovation. The day celebrates and raises awareness of the importance of all types of forests. And also,
on Friday, March 22, 2024, is World Water Day, which focuses on the importance of fresh water. It celebrates water and raises awareness of the 2.2 billion people living without access to safe water and taking action to tackle the global water crisis. And on Saturday, March 23, it is World Meteorological Day. The theme is at the front line of climate action. SDG 13 commits us to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Madam Speaker, in expressing my support for the budget 2024-25 fiscal year, allow me to make reference to the Plan Belize Medium-Term Development Strategy. This PBMTDS, you see, is the national source of strategic planning in Belize. It gives the government a pathway to achieve multidimensional development objectives. As would be expected, it has naturally guided the development of the strategic objectives of the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Management. My ministry, Strategic Plan 23 to 27, in alignment with the 6 target areas of the PBMTDS, was developed through a consultative process with the key stakeholders, both internal and external to the ministry. We are committed to 6 development objectives. 1, to enhance climate change mitigation and adaptation, to expand green sustainable value chains, to strengthen biodiversity protection and conservation, to enhance disaster risk management, enhance emergency preparedness, and strengthen policy coordination. In leading Belize's sustainable development via the wise management of human and natural capitals, the Ministry of Sustainable Development is achieving economic development and enhanced resiliency and social well-being for the benefit of all. The ministry continues to strategically position itself to not only fulfill the commitments of #PlanBelize, but to innovatively pioneer how it delivers on its core mandate of increasing climate change resiliency and comprehensive disaster risk reduction to ensure Belize's long-term sustainable development. This government has committed more than $37 million in budgetary allocation, with an additional over $41 million leveraged in grant resources under the portfolios of the Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Management. Even though our budget allocation is 2.43% of the national budget, the remaining monies of that $41 million leveraged in grant resources allows us to perform the objectives and achieve the objectives of our ministry. Madam Speaker, today I will present and put into perspective how this ministry in the 2023-24 fiscal year has been fulfilling its responsibility and positioning the government to stay on track. On the international front, as the ministry delivers on its climate change pillar, negotiations were finalized this fiscal year for the establishment of the regional ICAT Climate Change Transparency Hub in Belize. This hub will build capacity for climate transparency within the 8 countries of the Central American Integration System, SICA: Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, and the Dominican Republic. This initiative for climate action transparency is being established with an initial 3-year budget of US $1.7 million and an additional US $400,000 for staffing with both international consultants and Belizean professionals. This year, we completed the 2nd Forest Reference Level Assessment and introduced the Climate Change and Carbon Markets Initiatives Bill. The Ministry of Sustainable Development will actively pursue implementation of a fair, transparent, and accountable carbon market for Belize, leveraging to continue to unlock finances that support climatic change resilience and long-term sustainable development for Belize. During this fiscal year, the National Climate Change Office ambitiously overtook substantive efforts to bolster Belize's climate resilience and governance frameworks. A pivotal focus was placed on the enhancement of the national climate change monitoring, reporting, and verification system, featuring an advanced data calculation engine for greenhouse gas emissions and visualization tools. This upgraded system enables precise monitoring of greenhouse gas emissions and facilitates informed decision-making for effective climate policy interventions, marking a significant step towards achieving emissions reduction targets. Looking at the COP28 results, Madam Speaker, a small delegation which I led along with CEO Williams to the COP28, despite the noise from the market, was successful thanks to the lead negotiators, Ambassador Fuller and Janine Felson, who were instrumental in advancing key initiatives and forging collaborative partnerships aimed at addressing pressing climate challenges. With only 18 persons, 18 Government of Belize delegates, 11 from my ministry and 7 from other ministries. Really, we can't even attend half of the meetings when we have such a small delegation. Yet the noise from the market were making accusations. However, with those numbers, on the global stage, the primary positive outcome was at day one, with the establishment of a loss and damage fund to which Belize will be able to apply for funding after establishment of the mechanism. The fund currently stands at $700 million. Belize secured a seat on the Adaptation Fund Board, representing Latin America and the Caribbean for the term 2024 to 2025. CEO Williams, who is in the House, will serve as director. Additionally, Belize negotiated seats on the Santiago Network for Loss and Damage Advisory Board and the Loss and Damage Fund Board for the term 2025, solidifying its position as a proactive force in addressing climate-related challenges. Belize will also serve as a founding member of the Commonwealth Genius, which is the geospatial expert for United Solutions Program in partnership with the Commonwealth Secretariat. And, among other things, the launch of the Toolkit for Climate Finance Advisors marks a significant step in empowering Belize to navigate and access climate finance effectively. Madam Speaker, 200 Belizeans will have the opportunity to be trained and certified in climate finance. And that was with 18 persons. We will continue to champion the special circumstances for small island developing states like Belize in the global space and advocate for more much-needed finances to build adaptation and resilience to an ever-changing climate. It is the Briceño administration that has recently obtained approval for IDA status, monies that will largely go to disaster risk reduction. Thanks goes to Honorable Koi for his arduous work and to his team. Madam Speaker, our collective commitment to achieving the strategic objectives set out in Plan Belize and realizing the goals in our ministry's strategic plan require that we vigorously mobilize resources. This ministry understands that the goals we have collectively established cannot be accomplished unless they have the necessary resources to support them, which is why we have been laser-focused in our endeavor to secure these resources. Looking at the Protected Areas Conservation Trust, in fiscal year 2023-2024, invested upwards of $500,000 to develop the tourism product, packed is committed to enhancing the financial viability of the protected areas, ensuring the continued provision of environmental services while safeguarding livelihoods and simultaneously generating jobs. PACT was able to mobilize more than $15 million in the last fiscal year as part of its climate finance portfolio. This includes an enhanced direct access grant valued at $10 million that will address watershed management, access to climate financing, enhanced capacity development in addressing climate change impacts, improve livelihoods, and reducing vulnerability to flooding. PACT also successfully mobilized $5 million of readiness and preparatory funding from the Green Climate Fund to support building climate resilience of the human settlement sector and to strengthen the institutional capacity and the structure of the Ministry of Economic Development in its pursuit of GCF accreditation. True to its commitment, over the past 3 years, PACT has invested $3 million for the enhanced management of the Chiquibull Forest through an extraordinary grant to the Friends for Conservation and Development. This year, PACT will commence implementation of its innovative conservation investment strategy to continue to support effective management of the Belize National Protected Area System with an investment of over $7 million. This will include investments in critical government and non-government partners such as the Belize Audubon Society, the Toledo Institute for Environment and Development, the Fisheries Department, the police, and the Coast Guard. PACT is also expected to mobilize more than $20 million in adaptation financing from pipeline projects to the GCF and the Adaptation Fund. The Ministry will continue to strengthen PACT and increase its capacity to access climate finance to complement PACT's resources. I take the opportunity to applaud the Board of Directors for their support and new direction of the PACT. In continuing to support advancement of Belize's Sustainable Development Agenda, the Sustainable Development Unit continues to lead with the Ministry of Economic Development to implement, to track, and monitor Plan Belize. A core function of the SDU is tracking and reporting of the country's progress towards achieving the SDGs and the Plan Belize medium-term development strategy. In this regard, the SDU is preparing Belize's second voluntary national review aimed at assessing the progress of achievement of all 17 Sustainable Development Goals using relevant data available from the Belize National Statistical System, government entities, and other key partners. As we were assembled here this morning, they were meeting in San Ignacio. In strengthening climate resilience and sustainable development, the SDU, with funds from the European Union and in partnership with the International Organization for Migration, the IOM, completed the construction of new hurricane shelters in Santa Familia and Docron Tree to meet hurricane standards. Rehabilitation of schools in the same area, Billy White and Los Tambos, are underway, and construction of a new polyclinic is ongoing in Docron 1. Additionally, more than $500,000 is being invested in building readiness to address brush fires, for a total of more than $6 million being invested to support displaced migrants and build climate resilience on our communities. All this in addition to a refurbished but functional water system for Santa Familia and Billy White. These two villages, Madam Speaker, for 13 years under the UDP administration had severe problems, especially during the dry season. That is no more. In compliance with international obligations and keeping with its mandate to manage Belize's forest resources, the Forest Department, which celebrated its centennial anniversary last year, is leading the implementation of 3 projects, which will inject a total of approximately $38 million into the economy of Belize. The first is the $10 million project entitled integrated management of production landscapes to deliver multiple global environmental benefits, with participation of the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Belize Livestock Producers Association, and the Friends for Conservation and Development. This 5-year project aims to improve land and water management within the Belize River Valley. The Forest Department is simultaneously implementing the Jeff 7 project entitled Global Wildlife Program, enhancing jaguar corridors and strongholds through improved management and threat education valued at US $11.3 million over 3 years. The objective of this project is to strengthen the management of jaguar conservation, develop a sustainable wildlife economy, and enhance regional cooperation. As this ministry pioneers and explores carbon markets in Belize, the Forest Department has prepared and presented its second iteration of Forest Reference Emissions Level FREL to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This second report complies with a zero forest reference level approach. This report serves as a benchmark for assessing Belize's performance in reducing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, considering all forest-related emissions and removals for the country. Belize is one of only 9 countries that has achieved net zero emissions, meaning we absorb more carbon from the atmosphere than we produce consistently over a period of 20 years. The FREL is now under peer review by the UNFCCC and presents an improved methodology in estimating carbon emissions and removals for the period 2000 to 2020. The National Biodiversity Office, Madam Speaker, continues to strengthen partnerships and has developed a national co-management framework which now streamlines the process of entering into co-management agreements. The NBio has formalized agreements with 14 partners for a total of 24 of the 32 non-extractive protected areas. This milestone serves to strengthen biodiversity, secure integrity, and ensure ecosystem services within the protected areas. Through its biodiversity financing initiative, the NBio is also introducing innovative financing approaches to conservation management with the Protected Areas Business Planning Framework. Protected Areas managers are now given technical support in developing business plans and exploring engagement with the private sector for conservation management. This new approach will maximize the financing opportunities derived from our natural assets. The vision is that these public-private partnerships will start to close the conservation financing gaps with a novel approach to addressing the needs of protected areas management. As the most recent addition to the ministry, the Belize Solid Waste Management Authority remains committed to its vision of a healthy, prosperous, and resource-efficient society in which wastes are prevented, wastes are reused, recycled, or recovered where feasible and become beneficial. The past fiscal year saw the expansion of SWAMA's coverage with the addition of 2 new transfer stations operationalized in Belmopan and in Dangriga in September of 2023. In the new fiscal year, the government will continue its efforts to onboard additional transfer stations with total cost to the government of more than $10 million. In fulfilling its mandate to ensure Belize's development is sound through effective environmental management for present and future generations, the Department of Environment will continue to strengthen compliance and expand its services. The DOE continues to strengthen its compliance monitoring by doubling its staff in the Compliance Monitoring Unit, resulting in a tripling in the number of inspections conducted when compared to previous years. With this improvement, followed the implementation of the air quality monitoring program in the Cayo district, Belmopan and surrounding communities. Static air quality monitoring equipment was also installed in Belmopan at the ministry's compound to test for particulate matter in the air. Through this program, the Department of Environment is sampling ambient air quality for analysis of contaminants over a one-year period and establishing critical baseline data. Water quality monitoring continues to be conducted along the Belize River, the New River, Rio Hondo, and now the North and South Stand Creek rivers, with a total of 86 monitoring sites sampled every 4 months for critical data on water quality. Through the efforts of the DOE, the Kigali Amendment was ratified by Belize on October 3, 2023, which demonstrates a commitment to phasing down the production and consumption of hydrofluorocarbons, while on June 12, 2023, Belize acceded to the Minamata Convention on Mercury, a multilateral environmental agreement that addresses specific human activities that are contributing to the widespread mercury pollution. Implementation of this agreement will help reduce global mercury pollution over the coming decades. Under the Cartagena Convention, Belize benefited from the establishment of a revolving fund to support projects aimed at improved wastewater management. The government has allocated resources to assist both the public and the private sectors in improving wastewater collection, treatment, and disposal. Madam Speaker, in addition to those, the DOE has been contributing and collaborating with the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, where 15 large weed eater cutters, along with PPEs and garbage bags, were donated for a collaborative program in cleaning up the highways. 4 Reconyx micro-fire truck cameras were put in place to aid in the endeavor of conducting surveillance of illegal dumping activities. And also, plastic drums painted by school children are being donated in each municipality for garbage collection in public areas. Additionally, with the installation of a new equipment, the DOE will start increased capacity to analyze many more environmental contamination and chemical parameters, samples for other heavy metals, pesticide residues, and others will be analyzed in country as opposed to having them analyzed in foreign institutions. And this includes also the analyses for biodegradables. Madam Speaker, this ministry is pioneering sustainable development, climate change adaptation and mitigation, and disaster risk management. We are harnessing resilience to build Belize. As the ministry champions climate change adaptation and mitigation, the role of the National Meteorological Service is integral. The NMS is committed to supporting the collection and distribution of climate and weather information to meet the increasing demands of Belizeans, especially those in the expanding tourism and agricultural sectors. In providing our Belizean populace with more relevant and timely weather and climate information, the department installed 25 new automatic weather stations, including one on Keycocker, which until the past year has never had a weather station before. This will allow the department to be better able to provide warnings and alerts for the people in these communities, as well as those on the mainland. Recognizing the importance of such early warning and in keeping on pace with the United Nations goal to provide early warnings by the year 2027, the department has been able to secure over $2.5 million through the Caribbean Development Bank to further develop its multi-hazard impact-based forecasting capabilities. This project, which will be piloted for Belize City and communities along the Belize River Valley watershed, will, among other things, see the development of hazard maps, which will aid the National Meteorological Service and NEMO in providing more precise information on the potential impacts of hazardous weather conditions on these communities, thereby giving residents more time to prepare and protect life and property. As further testament to its commitment to enhancing its services, the Common Alerting Protocol was implemented in-house, and the National Meteorological Service now disseminates weather warnings and alerts via this medium. Although there is still work to be done for the local telecom and media houses to carry the alerts coming from the National Meteorological Service CAP feed, this year, the Met Service will launch its climate and weather data mobile app, allowing Belizeans to have reliable, trustworthy, and near real-time data from our fully functional radar, significantly expanded automatic weather station network, our manual stations, and our air quality monitoring stations. Madam Speaker, really and truly, we will not need any more Weather Channel app. We will have our own. The commendable work of the National Meteorological Service in this fiscal year led to Belize being selected as one of the first countries globally to launch the Systematic Observation Financing Facility, SOF. As a result, the country will benefit from a total of $806,000 that will help in building the infrastructure and human resources capacity to produce weather observations for ingestion into the global models as part of the World Meteorological Organization's Global Basic Observing Network. In the 2023-2024 fiscal year, the National Emergency Management Organization will fulfill on its mandate to preserve life and property in the event of an emergency, threatened or real, and to mitigate the impact on the country and its people. Under the leadership of the new National Emergency Coordinator, NEMO formulated the National Disaster Preparedness and Response Plan. As NEMO evolves to focus comprehensively on disaster risk reduction and align with international standards of humanitarian aid, it has also commenced an institutional review of the organization. The intent of this review is to strengthen its structure and adequately prepare NEMO to meet the challenges of both anthropogenic and natural hazards which continue to affect Belize. Delivering on the disaster risk management mandate, the National Fire Service is a critical department in this portfolio. We continue to rebuild and rebrand and put on track this critical department that was neglected during the 13 years of UDP horror. Cabinet's recent milestone endorsement for the integration of the emergency medical services and emergency rescue services into the mandate of the National Fire Service is a testament that we don't just talk, but we deliver results. The Emergency Management Service, as you may recall, was successfully piloted last year in the Cayo District. During the piloting of the service's pre-hospitalization ambulatory service, the fire service responded to more than 320 trauma and 300 medical emergencies, including, among others, road traffic accidents, heart attacks, strokes, and suicide attempts. This program is now expanding to Corozal, Orange Walk, and Punta Gorda towns. In an effort to further expand its coverage, the National Fire Service is working closely with the newly established fire department in the Corozal Free Zone, donating several breathing apparatuses, offering technical assistance and training. In the south, the National Fire Service will open a cooperation station with the Southern Environmental Services at the junction of Hopkins Village to begin offering fire coverage to the village of Hopkins and surrounding areas. In building our fire and rescue response infrastructure, This past fiscal year, in partnership with the U.S. government, we opened the new state-of-the-art Dangriga Fire Station. In 2024, we look forward to commencing construction of the Independence and Placencia Fire Station and to complete preparatory works for the new fire station in San Ignacio. Additionally, the land title has been secured and negotiations underway with our partners for a hopeful commencement of the Belize City Headquarters Fire Station facing Chetomal Street. This work cannot be done without the brave men and women who continue to risk their lives daily in service to each and every one of us. In addressing critical staff shortages, we are happy to soon celebrate the passing out of the historical first class of firefighters trained in both fire and emergency. This year, 80 men and women will join the ranks of fire and emergency officers. Additionally, 6 officers have been trained as emergency medical technicians in Virginia, USA. This past year also saw an increase in the fleet of fire engines with 3 additional trucks and 3 ambulances through partnerships with the U.S. Embassy and the Republic of China. And also proud to say that one of our emergency medical technicians is now in training to become a paramedic. In closing, Madam Speaker, these accomplishments are a testament to the diligent work that the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management has been undertaking in the 2023-2024 fiscal year and the work ahead in this new fiscal year. We will continue to make great strides on behalf of the Belizean people in the year to come, leaving no one behind. This ministry is well poised and committed to doing its part for us to stay on track. As I close, I would like to thank the staff of the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management, my CEO, Dr. Kendrick Williams, and the heads of departments, and to give special recognition once more to the outstanding women who selflessly deliver on this ministry's mandate and to serve our nation and people. Please allow me, Madam Speaker, to recognize and thank my hard-working Cayo Northeast executive. Madam Speaker, it is said that money is a terrible master, but an excellent servant, and that a budget is a great tool to tell you where your money should go, but it's up to you to hold yourself accountable. Madam Speaker, I thank you, and this budget has my full support. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Stan Creek West. Yeah. Can you tap it one more? Yes.
The budget 2024-2025. As the Minister responsible for youth, sport and transport, it's a difficult task, but with my team at the ministry and myself, we are finding a solution to make sure that the 3 departments function well and at the same time provide for the Belizean people. As I relate to transportation, Madam Speaker, when we took over the department 3 years ago, it was in total shambles and disarray where there was no system in place. It took us some time to put a system in place, but many times I know it's difficult to make sure the systems work, but I believe that we will be able to do so within a couple of months from today. First of all, the bus terminals are inadequate, and as the minister responsible, we are trying to find a solution to make sure that the bus terminals are adequate, that when passengers go there, there is no complaint. First of all, we try to address the bathroom situations and try to improve the structure of the building. But sometimes with limited resources, we can only do so much. So with that said, Madam Speaker, we are looking to international sources for assistance, and so far we are making positive strides. If you notice, in the last month and a half, we brought in 2 electric buses that will service Belize City for now as a pilot project for 1 year. And by the end of June, July, we are going to bring in 3 more highway buses that will service from Corozal to Belmopan and from Benke to Belmopan. Eventually, we are going south, but for now, we are going to do the pilot in the west of the country and in the north of the country. We continue the discussion with the IDB, and first they asked us for a concept paper that was delivered. There are several countries for a concept paper, and fortunately, our concept paper passed the first test for another 46 buses that will be partnership with the IDB, the government of Belize, and the operators. Well, it's going to be a grant, and the operators will also make a contribution. We have already done the project proposals, and we are on the way. Hopefully within another year and a half or 2, we will see another 46 electric buses coming into the country with the assistance of the IDB and the European Union. 46. So, Madam Speaker, we recognize that there must be some transformation in our transportation industry in this country, as the entire world is going EV to reduce emissions across the world. And by 2030, I believe the time will start when there will be no more invention of combustion engines, and the world will be forced to go EV or hydrogen. Belize is a very small developing country. We have to rely on free grant funding to be able to meet the transition. Likewise, we want to start soon with our taxis and other transportation vehicles across the country to reduce the emissions in this country to save the lives of the Belizean people. It's a tedious task, Madam Speaker, but we feel comfortable that we have a team. I'd like to acknowledge my CEO, Dr. Gilroy Milton, my senior staff, and the entire staff of the Ministry of Youth, Sport, and Transportation. So hopefully that by 2030, Belize should meet the development goals to make sure that we can transform our transportation industry in this country. In terms of the bus terminals, again, we have put out proposals to see if we can improve bus terminals across the country, either by PPP or by grant-aided assistance from friendly organizations across the world. I know, Mr. Prime Minister, I think the first bus terminal that needs to be renovated or even to be built is the one in Orange Rock. I have already seen the blueprint. It looks very beautiful, and hopefully by the end of this year, there should be some construction at the Orange Rock bus terminal. No, Minister, we already have a blueprint for Cairo likewise, and we have identified a portion of land and have the blueprint. So hopefully within another year or 2, we should be able to start the construction of the bus terminal in the Cairo district. So we have to do an assessment of the entire country from Corozal to Toledo, and we know exactly what our bus terminals need in this country. In terms of sports, last year was a record year for sports for the country of Belize. If you can recall, we now qualified to the FIBA America with our under-17 basketball team traveling in July of this year. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to find the assistance that they need to travel, because they are trying their best to raise the funds, but so far they have not reached their target. So again, we rely on the Ministry of Sports to make sure we can find the remaining funds to allow them to travel into the FIBA America of 2024. Actually, I think it will be under 20 now, because they have now gone from one age to the next. Our robotics team traveled 2 times across the globe. They put Belize on the map, And the first time they went, they came in first. And the second time they went, they came in second. They were second only to China. As a very small country, we did extremely well, and we have now been recognized across the world by what we can do by our robotics team, the young people of the Belize High School. I want to give them kudos. I want to give the past principal kudos likewise. Over the last 2 years, our weightlifting team is representing Belize. And every time they goes, they bring back gold, they bring back silver, they bring back bronze. So again, it's a brand new sport for Belize. It's a brand new federation, but we are there as the Ministry of Sports, despite the limited budget, to support them in whatever way we can. Prime Minister, I'd like to publicly thank you and the Ministry of Finance for seeing and recognizing that we need additional funding for sports. And you have now supported us with an additional $2 million to renovate facilities across the country. I know in the north in particular, Procedural, Orinjuak, Belize City, St. Ignacio, those facilities need urgent attention. So once we come to a conclusion, we are going to concentrate on the facilities in the north, central, and western Belize first to make sure that we at least get the best facilities that they deserve. Also, late last year, our female senior football team was victorious in the region, and so they are first, and they are going on to the other region of the UNCAC Football League that will be started sometime this summer. Again, I want to give them kudos and congratulations to them for doing an excellent job representing the country of Belize. So, as we speak, the task at the National Sports Council is difficult, because when we get requests for assistance, we try our best to contribute with the limited resources that we have. And if we can't contribute, then the different disciplines and federations say, you know what, you are the National Sports Council, you must find a way to contribute. I want to give kudos to the board of the National Sports Council, the director, and all those who work there, for the collaboration and the support that we give to sports across this country. In the last year also, we also hosted Constituency Games. By itself, it was an expense. Almost $200,000 it cost us to host them. But as a country, we did extremely well. And yesterday, we got back a report from Constituency that said we have raised the bar of accommodation. So whenever they go anywhere across Central America, they want to be treated likewise how we treated them in Belize. Prime Minister, you were absent when we did the final preparation for Constituency, and we were short of funding. And the Deputy PM was acting as Prime Minister, and we had to go to him and say, Deputy, we need additional funding, and he was able to provide us through the Ministry of Finance. So again, we appreciate that. In terms of youth development, there has been a collaboration with the Ministry of Home Affairs. Together, we are trying to figure out how we can curb crime in this country. It's a difficult task, but I want to thank the Ministry of Education to raise the primary school age to 16 years old, so you can contain them and keep them in school until the age of 16. But as the economy goes, and the unemployment rate has dropped, I think, to 3.4%. That's a significant milestone. And so eventually, if we can go to 1% or 0%, then most of our young people will be able to find employment and be able to survive and take care of their own needs. I also want to acknowledge the call centers across the country by taking up most of the employment. I want to thank my colleague, Dr. Zabane from Dangriga, to open the first call center that is very successful in the Tankrik district. It also assists me from the villages because my people also go to seek employment at the call center in Dangriga. So once again, thank you very much, Minister Dr. Louis Zabane. It's a difficult challenge, but together we can. As the minister responsible, we are now seeking assistance wherever we can. And because of sports being a quasi-government, government expects that sports should be able to raise its funds elsewhere, because they will give a contribution, and I say you must figure out how you can find your money to support sports across the country. So it's a challenge for me. I have to be very innovative and be very visionary to make sure we can find a solution. So in mid-April, we are going to launch the first app to raise money for sports, and we have a jingle sing by Hube, that we are going to ask if you can contribute from $1 to $1 million to make sure we can suffice sports in this country. I feel very positive it's going to work, because we are going to target not only Belizeans, we are going to target the diaspora and anywhere who want to contribute towards sports in this country. Just recently, we hosted the primary school basketball competition in Toledo District. Just to transport the students from Corozal to PG is an expense by itself, for hotel lodging and transportation. But we must be able to get it done. I want to thank the Ministry of Education for their participation and contribution to make sure that primary school sports in this country continue to play and to showcase our young people. It's a tough task, but the game played and the kids were happy, even though sometimes you have complaints, but we can do only so much with the limited resources that we have in the Ministry of Sports. But nevertheless, the work must continue. As I now complete my task and the ministry that has been assigned to me, I want to now focus my attention on the largest constituency in the country of Belize. I almost reached now 11,000 voters. But I say, as the person in charge and responsible, I will do it to the best of my ability. And I want to thank all ministers and ministries who support me in whatever way to make sure that the resources are expended and reach to the residents of the Stanton Creek West constituency. Most of all, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Finance and the Prime Minister for the Community Development Fund. It goes a very long way, even though it is limited, but it helps a lot. And this year, Prime Minister, you are talking about expanding and increasing the Community Development Fund. That will help me to reach out to all my communities positively. Huh? Next year. I don't know. I don't know about the limited funds that I get. What I do, I reach out to the 26 communities that I represent. And I can start from the first one to the last one and explain to the nation and to my own people what we have done over the last 3 years. Football is a sport that has been played in my constituency on an everyday basis. And when I assumed responsibility, there was no lights on any football field in my constituency. Now, this is different from a little area. I have one football field per constituency. I have 26 football fields in my constituency. So if I light one football field, then the other village will also want me to light his football field. So I started a program. And I can safely say I almost electrify all the football fields and basketball courts in my constituency. In Mile 25, which is Hummingbird Community, I can assure you that come June 1st, I will light up your football field. And also, I want to thank the Ministry of Infrastructure for providing the necessary roadworks to assist me in Hummingbird Community. So I can safely say that since we will assume responsibility of a government in 2020, we have at least done something in your community. Likewise, in the village of Middlesex, the football field has now been fully lighted, and now they can play football whenever they want to, at daytime or nighttime. And likewise, the road infrastructure has been improved in your community. Likewise, in Valley community, the football field is fully functional, and I want to likewise thank the Ministry of Infrastructure for the roadworks that has been done in Valley community. And we go down, right down the road, Steadfast, likewise, the football field is functional. Alta Vista, I still need to find a football field for you. Pomona, the football field is fully functional. I even officially opened the next football field, the Frank Sharp football field, which was the home of the Queen's Park Rangers for many years. The field was abandoned for about 35 years. I also like to thank the Ministry of Public Utilities, Michelle Shabat, for opening a center in Pomona Village, the digital divide. The young people there are very happy that they're able to go into the room and use the computer there at night time. So, Minister, thank you very much. Molenjuva is a small community on the coastal highway, maybe 40 residents. But if you can recall, Molenjuva was a town before 1961 hurricane, where the people moved from Molenjuva into Belize City and elsewhere. But a few still remains. And under the UDP for 13 years, their water system was in shambles. There was basically no water in Molenjuva. When we assumed office in 2020, I spoke to the Minister of Rural Development and the CEO, and they quickly addressed the concerns of Molenjuva, and I can say now that Molenjuva have 24-hour water system. Thank you very much. The whole Stann Creek Valley, because of the citrus industry, sad to say, employment is a factor. And they have to look, like otherwise, go to Silgrass, Hopkins, or Placencia, or Dangriga to seek employment. As a representative for the area, I can recall when I was a child, the Stann Creek Valley or Pomona Valley was the breadbasket of the Stann Creek district. I have plans, and I want to sit down with the Minister of Tourism to figure out how we can divert Stann Creek Valley into a tourist destination area, especially when it comes to ecotourism. While some of us are still optimistic that citrus will rebound, I'm hopeful that it can rebound. Because this year alone, I don't see any much activity when it comes to citrus in the Stann Creek Valley and the entire country of Belize. As our SIB said that the income for citrus has declined dramatically in the country of Belize. At one time, it was our number one or its number two income earner. I'm hopeful that the time will come back when citrus can grow to its glory days. But I can see some diversification into coconuts and other crops. Let's hope that we can continue to maintain and suffice the people of Stann Creek Valley. Silgrass has now become the breadbasket of the South when it comes to farming and industries, and so there is where the employment is now heading towards the village of Silgrass. But while the employment has now diverted, there is a need for additional house lots. And one thing I want to big up the people of my constituency, they do not wait for government to act. Once you propose a plan to them, they agree to contribute towards the plan and make sure we get the job done. While sometimes I get criticism for what I do, my people always assure that once I start a project, I complete the project, and they are the beneficiaries. So in every village, practically in my constituency, we are doing survey right now. I want to thank the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Deputy Prime Minister for their support always. So we are doing survey in Pomona right now, that will encompasses and provide lots for every young person in all the 6 villages in the Stan Creek Valley. And I don't afraid and I don't hide anything. Those people are making contribution to make sure the project is completed. I just, right now at the borderline, we have several equipments coming in to make sure that project is completed. Named the Radsville project, I never name it Radsville project. The committee named it that way. We're also going to have a project in Molenjuva to restore the village of Molenjuva. It's a tedious task, but I'm committed to serve the people of the Stan Creek West constituency. In Silgrass, likewise, over the last 3 years, we have surveyed over 1,000 to 1,200 lots for the residents of Silgrass. And likewise, Minister Hyde has also made accommodations for some people in Dangriga when it comes to police, teachers, and medical personnel. So again, we are providing lots for the people of the Stan Creek district. I can safely say that Minister is talking about, I think, 10,000 lots done or 20,000 lots. I can safely say at least 30% has been done in the Stan Creek West constituency. Hopkins, a striving tourism community. I want to thank the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Ministry of Tourism for improving the road condition in Hopkins. They paved over 1.5 miles over the last 2 years, and more will continue to make sure the destination continue to grow. We also light up the Hopkins football field, we light up the basketball court, and we do many more activities in the community. City River, likewise, we improve the basketball court, we complete the lights on the football field, and we try to support them as much as possible when it comes to their infrastructural development. As we move to Maya Center is the first Maya village on the Southern Highway. And when I was in government the first time between 2005 and 2003 and 2008, we started a lands project where we purchased a parcel of land from HTA Bowman. And 2008 came and the election came, and that project was halted. But I want to thank the Minister of Natural Resources that the project has now commenced, and before next election we are going to provide the residents of Maya Center with a title for the land they are living on for the last 15 years without any documents. There was also a need for a cemetery in Maya Center. There was no cemetery. They were using a private property owned by a villager. But after a while, that villager said that you can't utilize my property anymore for a burial ground. He said the only solution that can be done is for us to talk to the Ministry of Natural Resources to see if we can purchase the land for the village of Maya Center. And I can tell you right now that progress is in place. So Maya Center, soon you will own your own cemetery. As we move to the village of Santa Cruz, it might be the biggest village in Stan Creek West in the next 3 years. And again, I want to thank the Ministry of Natural Resources. Almost 1,500 lots were surveyed recently in the village of Santa Cruz. It's a huge development, it's a huge community, and it lacks the basic infrastructure. But as the minister and the representative for the area, I'm going to work tirelessly with them to make sure that we put the basic infrastructure in place. Because of the location of Santa Cruz, it's right at the Placencia Junction. So it's the area where people go to work on the peninsula and they live in Santa Cruz. So people from all over the country live in Santa Cruz because they go to work on the Placencia Peninsula. Sienbite has been considered one time the forgotten village. But since 2023, we have done tremendous work in the village of Sienbite. If you pass through Sienbite today, it's one of the most beautiful villages in the Stan Creek district. At one time, there were opposition to build a gas station in Sienbite. because they said they don't want any gas station in Sienbite. When you pass through Sienbite today, that gas station really uplifts Sienbite, and it is beautiful. So even those who opposed the gas station back then are happy that they have their own gas station in the village of Sienbite. Minister of Health, I give you a challenge that we have a building in Sienbite that is not being utilized. That was once the health center. I know we have difficulty on the Placentia Peninsula to find rental for the doctors and the nurses. So I suggest to the Minister of Health that a building is in Sienbite not being used, 2-story. So that building can be renovated to host the doctors and the nurses for the brand new Placentia Polyclinic. Minister Mala, you first came to me with the idea that we need to build a polyclinic in Placentia. And you are using the money for tourism purposes, for development of the country, and we appreciate that very much. Because before your time, the minister who was the Minister of Tourism come to this house, every house meeting. He used to call me Radi. He said, Radi, I will invite you for the groundbreaking of the Placentia Polyclinic. He left his house. I never one day invited me because I never did break any grounds for the Placentia Polyclinic. Thank you, Minister Mala. The building is now completed and soon will be handed over to the Minister of Health. That by itself is a testament of the work of a government of the People's United Party. The minister came to me again and said, Radwell, we need to build a cultural house in Sienbite. But he said, how we are building a cultural house? He said, I want the cultural house to be on the beach. I said, but there is no space on the beach. He said, Radwell, we are going to move the old police station off the beach. And you know he already did. The station has not been removed from the beach and put more inland, brand new, completed, renovated police station for the village of Sienbite. And now the cultural house is now under construction and the beach, so we are hoping, and it's going to appeal to the Norwegian Cruise Line. And when the passengers come in, they are going to bring them to Sienbite to see the culture and enjoy the local people of Sienbite. Right now, the drummers go to Norwegian Cruise Line. But in the future, when that building is completed, they are going to come to Sienbite to make sure that they spend in the village of Sienbite. So, Minister, thank you very much. Also, beside the polyclinic in Placentia, the minister came to me and said, well, we need to prepare the Placentia Pier right after election. And I said, Minister, I have absolutely no objection. And today, the Placentia Pier renovation has been completed. So, Minister, you're not here right now, but I say hopefully when we open the polyclinic, we are going to make sure we open the renovation of the bridge one time to show the people of Placentia that this government is serious about development. Also in Placentia and Sienbite, when I was the minister responsible for public utilities, and my campaign in 2020, I promised the people of Sienbite and Placentia that we are going to return back their water system to them. But I want to again thank the Prime Minister because many things he do, and I always remember him. And I will go back to 2008 when I lost the election by almost 800 votes. The Prime Minister said, don't give up. It's not your loss. I'm here today in the National Assembly, once again representing the people of the Tancred West constituency. And so then we broke a deal that BWS will take over the system for Placentia and Sienbite, but they must make a contribution to both community over a 3-year period. I can safely say that Placentia has gotten their community center renovated, and likewise their basketball court, and Sienbite has gotten their compactor truck to take out their own garbage. So those were benefits directly from BWS for the village of St. Bite and Placencia. Santa Rosa, San Roman. Again, we are doing some expansions of land in both villages. And lo and behold, over the last 3 months, I was able to unveil a scam that was done under the previous administration in the village of Santa Rosa. What they did, they surveyed several parcels of farmland in the name of a company, but the villagers did not know that the survey took place. And the plan was authenticated. And so when the chairman requested permission to survey for farmlands within his village, he recognized that the land was already owned by a company. That is very undermining, but we will figure how we can rectify that. They had a problem with their water system under the UDP for 13 years. Whenever the dry season comes along, then there is no water in Santa Rosa and San Roman. And I want to give kudos to the Ministry of Rural Development. Ever since we became the government, the minister, the CEO, and I want to single out Charles Galvez, we attempted to drill many wells in those communities, as much as 13. I will never give up. We were successful in the end, and we found a well in Santa Rosa that is yielding over 105 gallons per minute. And again, I tell the minister, I can't wait till next financial year to get the system in place. So let's do an assessment to see what it will cost. And we did an assessment. And between my ministry and his ministry, we figure out how we can share the cost through my community development funds. And Minister, I'd like to thank you for providing the pump house, 1.5 miles of 4-inch pipes to make sure we get the system functional, and whatever you do to make that system a success. So between yourself and my community development funds, within a month, no, by end of the month, the Santa Rosa Solomon Water system will be once again functioning. Thank you very much. Likewise, both communities' football field are light up so they can play football field whenever they want to at night time. In terms of Georgetown, again, we surveyed over 100 lots for the residents of Georgetown. All we need right now is to start to put in the roads, but the people of Georgetown are very happy because we make sure we provide for them. They make their contribution. They don't mind because they want to have their own house lots. Likewise, the football field of Georgetown has been lit up over the last 2 years. Likewise, in my opinion, we are going through the same process with survey for farmlands and house lots. And we have lighted up the football field in my opinion, likewise. Last year, I forgot to mention that Red Bank have no access of internet 24/7. First, it was done by Digicel, then Smart followed behind, so they have access from both companies. The residents of Red Bank are very happy, especially because during the pandemic, they couldn't access their schoolwork because there was no internet. But today, I can safely say that they have 24 hours internet in the village of Red Bank. Their village is also lighted up with a football field. They have done several lots expansion. They will benefit from the biggest farm expansion in the Stanley district because that process is going on as I speak. As we go to Copin, similar activities, expansion going on right now. Their football field has been lighted up. They even named the football field the Iris Centeno football field because Iris, my director, is from Copin. And so we have seen some tremendous strides in San Juan, Copin. As I wind up in the village of Independence, it is my hope and my dream that one day we'll have a bridge from Placencia to Independence. And I'm hopeful that soon that dream will be realized, because I'm not talking to some NGOs out of Spain. I'm keeping my hands crossed that they will decide and agree to fund and find the money for the bridge. I campaigned on it for the 2020 election. So it's no hard feeling for the people of Placencia, because they recognize that that bridge will create more activities for Placencia and Independence. And it's the first time in the history of the PUP ever won the Placencia box. It had never been won by any PUP until 2020. So I want to thank them, and I want to show them the effort that I'm doing to make sure that we provide for the people of Placencia and Independence. In Independence, over the last 3 years, we surveyed almost 2,000 house lots. And likewise, we work on infrastructure, and we are trying to make sure that every community gets its share. Even though it's 10,500 going to 11,000, I try to share the wealth. That nobody could say that I show favoritism over one village over the next. But it takes a lot of my time, effort. Sometimes people want to know if I sleep or I don't sleep, but I have to make sure that my villages get the benefit that they deserve. As we are now going into an election next year, I'm appealing to all my colleagues, to the Prime Minister, for me to deliver the constituency. I will need everybody undivided attention. On my part, I will do what I need to do, but I will need the support from my colleagues and from the Ministry of Finance and whoever. I am. So I'm not a deviate. I'm getting support from all my ministers, my Prime Minister, and everybody in the government of Belize. And I can assure you that the Tancric West constituency will once again deliver for the People's United Party. I can see Plan Belize at work, and the entire country is stay on track, because we recognize that only People's United Party provide for the residents of this country. And the people of Stan Creek are very happy and appreciative of our government of the People's United Party led by the Honorable John Bisenyo. So in closing, I want to wish all the beautiful people of Stan Creek West all the best, and together we can make it happen. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Cayo North.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the 2024-2025 budget debate. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, just a few preliminary points. This morning, when I heard the leader of the opposition speak, his desperation was on full display, and clearly he was struggling for relevance. The fact that he stood there alone this morning, Mr. Speaker, spoke, finally you show up, brother, you can give the man some support, speaks volume as to what his party thinks about him. He spoke, Mr. Speaker, about going down. Well, I wonder how he will go to the States when his party brings him down. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, P. Diddy will buy him a visa. And he'll be lucky, though, if he will be lucky if Yellow Man doesn't get to him before. I see they're trying to sign off a deed to quiet him. But with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I wish to make some comments on the ministry for which I have responsibility. And I wish to speak, first of all, in relation to public utilities. Water, Mr. Speaker, is critical for sustainable development, including environmental integrity and the alleviation of poverty and hunger, and is indispensable for the health and well-being of our people. In the fiscal year 2023-2024, BWS invested a total of $26 million in water and wastewater systems, a record investment in a single year for this utility. Some of the key investments included the transmission line from Independence to St. Bite, totaling $6.4 million. This transmission line serves as a necessary expansion to an ever-growing Placentia Peninsula and addressing the perennial water shortages in the peninsula. This provides water distribution stability for the next 20 years in the area. A 500,000-gallon tank was added to the Double Run water treatment plant, valued at $4.3 million, which provides additional water security for the entire Belize district. With a rebounding tourism industry, water production challenges were also faced in Kikaka. BWS invested $1.5 million in a 150,000-gallon per day reverse osmosis plant in Kikaka to address the pressing needs and those for the next 15 years. Belize City has also seen its share of investment. BWS has upgraded its primary sewer station to improve its waste collection and is also investing in maintenance of the aging sewer lagoons. The Gungulung area, a forgotten area by the previous administration in the Lake Independence Division, will see an expansion of water services. The challenges faced by the ever-growing challenges of climate change. BWS has invested in finding redundancy resources for its production needs, such as the commissioning of additional wells in its service locations and the creation of secondary transmission lines to improve on its service continuity. For the fiscal year 2024-2025, BWS is planning to invest more than $21 million in service improvement projects, such as a 500-gallon tank for the Placentia Peninsula, a new reverse osmosis plant for San Pedro, expansion from St. Bite to Maya Beach. Halover Bridge crossing will be improved so that service delivered to Belize District can also be improved. There will be water network expansion to the suburbs of Belmopan, and I'm happy to say that there's finally going to be water network expansion to the Maya Heights area in San Ignacio. We will also see the implementation of the smart metering system. You see, Mr. Speaker, this morning when the leader of the opposition spoke about water and wastewater, clearly he does not have a clue as to what is going on in this country. In relation to telephone, Mr. Speaker, Digi, which is primarily owned by the government of Belize, continued its transformative journey, impacting the connectivity infrastructure and the national development of Belize. The fiber-to-home infrastructure, DigiNet, that connects east to west, north to south in the country of Belize, is in the top 24% of countries that has a penetration above 50% to its nationwide coverage as per the Fiber Development Index. We can be very proud as a nation of these statistics. Mr. Speaker, today we stand on the precipice of the digital era, an era that demands a nation connected not just by roads and bridges, but by data and information, guided by the belief that digital is not just our future, but our present. Digi is urgently pursuing its comprehensive digital strategy. $3 million is being invested in its mobile and home internet expansion program. This seeks to expand connectivity in both urban and rural areas, meeting our nation's ever-increasing consumer needs. Bridging the digital divide, Digi has added 7 brand new mobile cell sites and underwritten internet expansion, echoing its commitment to build a digital Belize. This has resulted in an additional 30,000 Belizean citizens and visitors connected to Digi's robust 4G LTE advanced network and high bandwidth fiber infrastructure. In this journey of digital transformation, Digi has launched the DigiWallet service, a testament to its commitment to revolutionizing digital payments. DigiWallet brings convenience at the tips of your fingers and the power of financial services in the palms of those without traditional bank access. Digi now includes features like wallet to bank and bank to wallet to bring this power to every Belizean. Digi's collective vision goes beyond connectivity, making investment in social initiatives, including over 100,000 annual investment in its National Telecom Secondary Scholarship Program, benefiting close to 100 students per year. Financially, Digi continues to perform, and for the third year in a row, will hit its third or fifth step increase in return on equity of 10%. What this means for shareholders is an increase in dividends. For the past 4 years, Digi has increased bottom line net profit year over year by 40% annually, its return on assets year on year by 46% annually, and its return on equity by 29% annually. Overall, a solid performance that continues to demonstrate the leadership of Digi in leading Belize's digital transformation. In relation to energy, Mr. Speaker, we cannot overemphasize the vital role that energy plays in growth and in socio-economic development, and we must increase our resilience and ability to withstand shocks, both fiscal and climate-related, through careful policy approaches. It is with this in mind that we have passed a new energy policy 2023 to 2040. At the core of the policy is the commitment on delivering a sustainable, secure, and affordable energy future for Belize. The policy engenders the unique balance between our climatic and energy goals. This ministry meticulously consulted with the public over a one-year period to ensure that all sectors were included. Mr. Speaker, Belize is well on its way to assuring energy security, with projects ongoing to build and commission a 60 megawatt of solar power and a 40 megawatt of battery storage. This is only the first phase, as this PUP government has plans to commission over 160 megawatts of solar by 2029. Energy security is the underlying goal, but the knowledge transfer and job creation in the energy section will be immense and will fortify the already green and diverse electricity mix. The support of concessional funding providers, such as multilateral development banks and other strategic partners, has ushered in exceptional opportunities that support our climate adaptation, mitigation, energy transition, and sustainability initiatives. Universal access is a top priority of this administration, as energy justice must prevail if our beloved country is to grow sustainably. In the past year, my ministry has been able to successfully negotiate and sign 5 consent agreements with remote villages to provide electricity access. The socio-economic benefits of these projects are immense. These microgrids will serve 8 villages and will change the lives of 2,800 persons, of which over 2,000 are women and children. As we celebrate Women's Month, it is a reminder that our grandmothers, our mothers, and our sisters and daughters must be included in the conversation, not just in March, but every day. Regarding education, the microgrid system of Corazon Creek will enhance education for 324 high school students. These students reside in over 16 communities in the Toledo district. Further, to demonstrate the social and financial benefit of these systems, these microgrids will reduce the operational costs to village water system, which currently rely on fuel, thus alleviating cash flow and can translate into activities that can provide quality of water and promote future expansion. The pace of which these systems are being implemented under this PUP administration is unprecedented, as we inaugurated the Indian Creek microgrid in October of last year and have slated the inauguration of the Corazon Creek microgrid for later this year. Mr. Speaker, over 50% of all energy use in Belize is from petroleum-based products that are imported, the majority of which is for the transportation sector. The environmental impact on the country is enormous, but the financial cost and the probability of external shocks highlights the need for a solution for the transportation sector. The government is doing its part in ensuring the development of a thriving electromobility environment. The foundational work to drive this sector is currently underway with the establishment of public charging stations in partnership with BL, and the drafting of the e-mobility strategic framework has commenced. In January of this year, my ministry, in partnership with the Ministry of Transportation, saw the importation of 2 electrical buses that will serve Belize City, and soon another 3 buses will be arriving in country to serve the northern and western routes. To ensure that the ministry is transparent and accountable to the Belizean people, the ministry publishes an annual energy report that outlines statistics of the past and the current situation in the energy sector. It is said that you can never have too much information when making decisions and implementing policies. Thus, the ministry has taken it a step further in creating and publishing key performance indicators. There are currently 6 of them, which are energy access, renewable energy generating capacity per capita, energy intensity by GDP, energy supply, renewable energy share in the electricity market, and greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, the future under Plan Belize is bright and full of energy. I now turn to the area of logistics. In the past year, the Belize Postal Service had several accomplishments. In collaboration with the Civil Aviation Department, it conducted training on dangerous goods for 20 of its front-end employees. Same-day delivery was officially rolled out in the north and west of Belize. The Belize Postal Service launched its first rebranding campaign, starting off with the Orange Walk district. The department also launched its flat-rate boxes available in large and extra-large boxes for domestic use countrywide. The Post Office has updated most of its processes and finalizing on standard operating procedures. Since January of this year, the Belize Postal Service has managed to rebrand 90% of its post offices countrywide. The department launched its new website that now showcases all its services and stamp collection. The post office also introduced its track and trace application so customers can track their domestic speed mail countrywide. It also introduced artificial intelligence called EDIT for 24/7 customer support on its website and social media platform. Technical training was conducted at all post offices countrywide to improve with internal processes. The Belize Postal Services will continue to evolve to ensure timely and efficient services to the general public. In relation to the Belize Port Authority, over the past budget year, the Belize Port Authority has made significant strides in support of the government's agenda by updating its policy and legislation, building capacity, improving workers' benefits, and stakeholder engagements. The authority has updated key legislation related to maritime safety, including water taxes, marinas, and marine aids. Strengthening maritime supports all maritime industries. Over the last year, the BPA was instrumental in initiating a first-of-its-kind study into the social and economic impact of the port sector to better guide policy. Relatedly, it championed 2 of its kind policies, the draft National Port Policy and the National Maritime Transport Policy. These policy documents will culminate after extensive stakeholder consultations and review. The authority has, over the last year, also improved its human capital in delivering maritime services to the public. They have increased the labor force, improved capacity building, and budget was allocated for improving maritime skills and very importantly, the staff benefits were improved through an increase in wages. During the last budget cycle, the authority continued to improve its relationship with the maritime public through the hosting of national workshops, training, student internships, and maritime summer camps. For this year, the BPA will continue to strengthen the maritime industry in support of national goals of trade and development through the implementation of its strategic plan, the implementation of national policies, digitalization, and strengthening legislation and institution. The BPA will launch its maritime single window to facilitate maritime trade, supporting the ease of doing business in Belize. Digitalizing the port sector will improve the efficiency and cost-effectiveness of maritime transport in support of trade. In the upcoming budget cycle, the BPA will be guided by its first strategic plan, which will guide it into becoming a beacon regulator of the maritime spaces. Implementing the BPA strategy will improve the public's access to services through digitalizing maritime services such as vessel licenses and master licenses, and the decentralization of services at the out-district offices. This year, the BPA will also launch the National Chapter for Women in Maritime Association Caribbean Sector in support of SDG 5, Gender Equality for Women and Girls. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the e-governance department. In our evolving digital landscape, e-governance stands as the cornerstone of our nation's progress, enabling inclusivity, transparency, and efficiency in governance. As we navigate through the challenges of the modern era, our commitment to harnessing the power of technology remains unwavering. Over the past years, Belize has made significant strides in the realm of e-governance. We have successfully implemented numerous digital initiatives aimed at bringing government services closer to the citizens, streamlining processes, and fostering innovation. Some of these include the launch of the network of digital connect centers across all districts. A total of 13 digital connect centers were launched. These centers will become the hub for access to online government services while providing access to ICT, empowering our citizens to learn, engage, and participate in the digital economy. 200 youths were trained in digital skills at the Digital Connect Centers. By equipping youths with digital skills, we enhance their employability and empower them to compete in a rapidly evolving digital economy. The Strengthening the Civil Registry project, with the implementation of the Civil Registry and Vital Statistics System, citizens, regardless of location, both nationally and internationally, will be able to access their vital records without the need to visit a physical office. In addition to launching online services, the Vital Statistics Unit is being transformed to effectively fulfill its mandate and deliver quality service through the completion of a new organizational management strategy and communication plan. To support the online delivery of services, the project team launched the digitalization of historical records. As we speak, for the first time, paper-based records are being converted to digital records. This initiative will see the digitization of 1.2 million records at the Vital Statistics Unit. This is a major step as the government continues its commitment to preserve the fundamental rights of our citizens, which include the right to an identity, by preserving these valuable records. With digital records, online services will be seamlessly and effectively provided to all. We launched an 8-episode digital spotlight podcast to educate our citizens on the government's commitment to delivering services online. This transition from a paper-based government to a digital one will also require support, trust, and adoption from our citizens for a new way of interacting with their government. We have engaged with girls around the country on Girls in ICT Day to discuss the challenges faced by girls in Belize in accessing and participating in the ICT field. By including more girls and women in ICT, we can tap into a broader talent pool and encourage diverse thinking, creativity, and problem-solving skills within the technology industry. Very soon, in partnership with the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, we will introduce online applications for police records of conduct. From the comfort of your homes, you will be able to apply, pay, track, and receive your certificates. This will improve our citizens' ability to access their own records, thereby supporting their access to other services such as employment, passports, and social services. Our efforts have not only enhanced the efficiency of government, but have also strengthened the bond between the government and the people. However, despite our progress, challenges persist. The digital divide continues to hinder equitable access to technology, particularly in remote and marginalized communities. Cybersecurity threats loom large, posing risks to the integrity and confidentiality of our digital infrastructure. Furthermore, rapid technological advancements, such as AI, demand constant adaptation and innovation to stay ahead of the curve. Yet, within these challenges lie immense opportunities. With the right investment and strategic interventions, we can bridge the digital divide, ensuring that no citizen is left behind in the digital age. By bolstering our cybersecurity measures and fostering a culture of digital literacy, we can safeguard our digital assets and fortify our defenses against emerging threats. In line with our vision for a digitally empowered nation, the proposed budget allocation for the e-governance portfolio will, 1, promote digital inclusion. Recognizing the importance of inclusivity, we will invest in initiatives aimed at bridging the digital divide. It will enhance information security and privacy, which will result in safeguarding our digital assets and our people in the digital realm is paramount. We will allocate resources towards enhancing information security capabilities, including the establishment of the new necessary governance structures, frameworks, and regulations to ensure the right of privacy and protection. It will also improve service delivery. We will continue to invest in digital platforms for efficient service delivery. This will involve the enhancement of existing portals, the development of new digital services, and the integration of emerging technologies to streamline government processes. This budget allocation outlined today reflects our unwavering commitment to building a digital future that is inclusive, secure, and innovative. By investing in e-governance, we invest in the empowerment of our citizens, the efficiency of our government, and the prosperity of our nation. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to announce that from the 10th to the 14th of April this year, Belize will be hosting the 50th Executive Council meeting and Caribbean ICT ministers in the San Ignacio area. I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to recognize and thank the excellent individuals who work at the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, just a few words on Kayonert. As I did in my budget presentation in 22, I continue to remind myself of the words of President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who in his inaugural address on January 20th, 1937 said, "The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much. It is whether we provide enough for those who have too little." The true test for me is whether we as a government collectively provide enough for those who have too little. In Kayonert, we have been working and delivering for our people. I wish to thank our Prime Minister and Minister Julius Espat for cementing of critical streets that serves as main arteries in Kayonert. Consolation Boulevard in Kontiki has gotten concrete for the first time in history. Under 13 years of the UDP, that never happened. Kontiki was totally abandoned. Collins Boulevard, or Easy Rider as it is known locally, and 18th Street have also been cemented. We lobbied for and also got the assistance of the government of Belize through MIDH to redo the Bullet Tree Road, and we are benefiting from the new Benqueviejo Road that is under construction. Furthermore, we continue to lobby for assistance to rehabilitate the streets in Santiago Juan, and we expect in 2024 to see this happen. We have built 8 houses under the Starter Home program, and we shall continue to build more homes for our people. Let me remind the people of Kayonert that under the UDP, not even one house was built. Every year, not even one house, Prime Minister. Not even one. Not even one. Not even one. But the streets and houses are not all. Thanks to our collaboration with Minister Fonseca, hundreds of our children from primary school to UB, from Bully Tree to Boyton, have received and will continue to receive educational grants. And we won't stop until our children of Kayonert receive free education as promised by Plan Belize. Our people of Kayonert have also been the beneficiaries of the assistance rendered by the Deputy Prime Minister. Our people who for many years could not get any assistance to resolve their land issues have now been able to do so. In addition, thanks to Minister Hyde, over 250 first-time landowners were able to secure a piece of the jewel to call their own. And we continue to provide more land for first-time landowners. The need is great, and the expectations are high. And as a government, we must deliver as promised by Plan Belize. In addition, we have been working to empower the women of Kayonert by assisting them to learn new skills to be able to help themselves and their families. Many have benefited from our sewing and canning classes. In May, we will be taking our sewing classes to Bully Tree. Our canning classes have enabled our women to become entrepreneurs, and we have facilitated this through our December Arts and Craft Festival, where they have an opportunity to sell their products. I also take this opportunity to invite everyone to the Bully Tree Night Market being held this Friday at the football field starting at 6:30. We have invested in sports for the youth of Kayonert. From football, we currently have an Easter Cup in the Bully Tree area going on, to basketball, a new tournament coming in April. And we have also provided lights for the football field in Bully Tree. And I'm proud to say that on Father's Day this year, we will be inaugurating the Teodoso Ochoa basketball court. We are leaving no stones unturned in Kayonert. The Boyton area is getting street lights, and the Maya Heights area will soon be getting water through BWS. Mr. Speaker, the people of Bully Tree Falls continue to be plagued with water problems. Under the UDP administration and their then UDP ghost representative, over $500,000 was spent on a water system for the village. And like everything that the UDP does, it has not worked, not even for one day, leaving the people worse than before. This is the same old UDP now trying to find relevance in Kayonert, but the people have not forgotten what they did. However, I am not blind to their woes, and thanks to Minister Requena, we have acquired a new water pump for the village, which shall be installed shortly, and this will help to alleviate the water problems. I take this opportunity to thank the members of the Water Board for their services, and despite all the challenges they face, I am grateful for the work that they do with the limited resources that they have. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the generosity of BWS, we recently acquired a garbage truck for the village of Bully Tree. The village council now have means to efficiently collect and dispose of the garbage from the village. Similarly, I thank the village council for their efforts, and I'm proud to announce that in collaboration with them, we will be constructing a new bus stop to replace the one that was in front of the police station. In the area of health, our Prime Minister, in his budget speech on the 8th of March, has committed to NHI for the Cayo district by 2025. Mr. Speaker, we are grateful to him for this, but I take this opportunity to urge him to accelerate this process. In Kayonert, we have many elderly and many young people who deserve the best medical care existing in Belize. Through NHI, this is achievable. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to publicly acknowledge and thank Matthew Preston, Zaire Figueroa, Joawe, Omar Rodriguez, Rita DeFore, Shirley Neal, and Aaron Mai for representing us in the recent municipal elections, and to all the voters who supported our party. Our work continues. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the good people of Kayonert for the honor they have bestowed upon me as their area rep. A lot has been done, and there's much more to come in 2024. Let us stay on track, and let us not believe the lies and conspiracies of those who have for 3 times failed to secure the confidence of the people. These blue conkas who now seek to undermine us and the work that we are doing for the people of Kayonert. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I thank my executive committee, my friends and family whose support have been unwavering, and I thank God for the opportunity to continue delivering for the people of Kayonert. On behalf of the people of Kayonert, I support this budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 51 plus.
I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on the appropriation bill 2024-2025 that is before us. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the heart of my presentation, kindly allow me to respond to some of the comments that were made by the leader of the opposition in his opening remarks this morning. But I want to start off by saying, Mr. Speaker, that what we witnessed here this morning in this honorable House is a total dereliction of duty by the opposition. And it is a sad, dark day for Belize in terms of our democracy, because they have abdicated their duty for which they are paid to be here in this House. And don't let the member from Colette try to get away. He just came in here. For the entire day, the opposition was not here. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the leader of the opposition beating his chest and bragging about how he is the Prime Minister in waiting and how he is going to form the next government. Well, I don't know how he ever thinks that he can ever become the Prime Minister when he doesn't even have the support of his members on the other side. It reminds me, Mr. Speaker, it reminds me of a song that my teacher taught me in primary school. The cheese stands alone, and the cheese stood alone this morning, Mr. Speaker. The emperor certainly had those soldiers around him, no clothes. But, Mr. Speaker, I can say to him that the road that he has undertaken, he certainly will not be there. It's going to be a long time. And don't let that member who just came in ever think that they will get there, because their house is so divided. Their house is so divided, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the opposition spoke about connectivity and electricity, and I will address that in my presentation, Mr. Speaker. He had the gall to speak about housing, and I am certain that the honorable member from Cayo South will definitely answer him, because as much as the member from Colette disagrees that under their government, and the records are there, that the former Minister of Housing got $8 million a year for 13 years and never did anything for housing. Compare that now Mr. Speaker, to our Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, $5 million a year, and you see so many, over 450 houses built across this country. So make we get the record straight. But Mr. Speaker, let me get to my presentation. Mr. Speaker, on February 27th, 2024, the IMF issued a staff concluding statement following their review of government fiscal accounts and economic performance. They did an independent verification, Mr. Speaker, of the policies of this PUP government and unprecedented results that we have seen over the last 3 years. And Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the Belizean people, as pointed out by our Prime Minister in his budget presentation, that the 2023 economic expansion of our economy went from 4.5% to 8.7% in 2022, and of course it was a 17.9% in 2021. An average of 10.4% over the last 3 years of a PUP government, Mr. Speaker. So our country is on track. Our economy is performing. And even whilst our people are still having challenges with the cost of living, that is beyond our control, because many of the things that our people, that we consume as a country, are really things that we import. With all of that, we have seen that our economy continues to grow and to perform well, and Belize is poised on a track of sustainable growth and economic development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the employment picture shows that we have 183,000 strong labor force. Our unemployment rates have declined from 14% under the UDP to 3.4%. 3.4% in 2023 under this administration. Mr. Speaker, what this means, and I want the Belizean people to hear this, is that out of every 100 persons in this country, we have at least 96 to 97 persons who have some form of employment and are able to provide for their families. Mr. Speaker, this has been complemented by our government's bold agenda and delivery of our promise under Plan Belize to implement the $5 minimum wage. And Mr. Speaker, whilst many were not in support and were basically saying that we had to phase this in, we took the bold decision to take up the minimum wage because our Belizean workers deserve that and deserve more. And that is why the $5 was implemented, benefiting over 40,000 workers and their families. This is significant, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the public debt under the UDP represented 66% of the GDP. Sorry, our current debt under this PUP represents 66% of our current GDP. Under the UDP, their record is 132% of GDP. We all remember, and as we have been constantly reminded, under the runaway train of the UDP, runaway train of Pibil and Tacos and Turquoise Waters, they were borrowing $1 million a day to run this country. What a set to be in government that certainly were taking us down a dark road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 3 years, this government has cut down the public debt by more than 0.5% to the GDP. More than half to the GDP. The IMF expects and projects that Belize will continue to be on a path of sustainable growth, and economic development. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, one of the major issues confronting us as a nation is the high cost of living. But this government has done everything it can to mitigate and to help ease the burden on our Belizean people. And I'm going to share with you how we have done that, Mr. Member from Collet. Mr. Speaker, one of the bold initiatives that this government is undertaking and has undertaken really under the last 3 years, but continues and is strengthening, is the expansion of the National Health Insurance Program. We are now expanding this to Orange Walk, to the north side of Belize City, and of course expanding in southern Belize, Corozal, and other areas. This is one way in which we are helping our Belizean people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a very important initiative, and I want to applaud the Prime Minister and our Minister of Health, is that about 6 to 7 months ago, Cabinet took a major decision to ease the burden on our poor people when it comes to their hospital bills. And that is why anybody who goes to the public hospitals, all government hospitals with the exception of Carl Huchner Memorial, they do not have to pay a single dollar for services that they get at the hospital or if they are hospitalized. So that is how we are helping the people ease the burden, Mr. Member from Collet. I want to further state, Mr. Speaker, my colleague and friend, the Honorable Minister of Education, spoke at length, and it's a pity, Member from Collet, that you were not here, because I am certain that you could have learned a lot of things from the presentation of our friend and colleague. But the minister spoke very eloquently on the expansion of the Education Upliftment Project across this country and how this government has put its resources to ensure that our children get an opportunity to go to school. And that is why in this fiscal year, we are seeing the rollout and expansion of the Education Upliftment Project to over 12 secondary schools across this country. So what does this mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that our children will have access to go to high school. Even if they cannot pay, no child should be left behind because they cannot meet their tuition needs. It means that they are going to help get assistance with uniform, with meals. They are going to get assistance with transportation, with textbooks. This only happens under a People's United Party government. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the Belizean people, spoke very clearly on March 6th that we are on track and stay on track we must. Mr. Speaker, this is very, very important. Belize recently became eligible for loan funds through the Small Islands Development Association. This means that with immediate effect, Belize is able to access US $22 million with potential to increase up to $67 million for over a 3-year period. 40 years to repay, 10-year grace period, Mr. Member from Collet, and a service charge of 0.75% interest. What does this mean? It means that our multilaterals and our lending agencies have every confidence on the work that this government is doing and on the work that the government of the Honorable John Briceño has done to put back this economy on track. Mr. Speaker, let me go to some of the figures, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal year 2024 for 2025, we look at a total revenue and grants of $1.519 billion. For the last 3 years, our revenue has grown without any new taxes. And this is important, Mr. Speaker. We need to reiterate this point, that over the last 3 years, we have seen significant increase in the budget in terms of revenue without adding any new taxes. Mr. Speaker, we have seen where on the expenditure side, a total of $1.605 billion is proposed. Of this sum, $1.174 billion is for recurrent spending. $430 million is programmed for capital investments for this new fiscal year. So, there is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that we, on this side of the House, are definitely on track. Mr. Speaker, I spoke earlier about health, care, and wellness being a priority area. And we are seeing that in this budget, a total of $35 million is to be invested in the 2024-2025 fiscal year. And what is the focus? The focus is on citizen health care and wellness as a priority. Earlier, I spoke about the expansion of NHI. And I also want to add here that under this budget, we're looking at Punta Gorda finally getting a new state-of-the-art hospital under support, or with support, from CABE. So this is great news for the citizens of the Toledo district. I want to speak a little bit about education. And I want to specifically address the area of Toledo. My colleague has done a lot of work, the Honorable Minister for Education. And I want to say that we are very grateful, Minister, for your support over the years. For the Toledo district, Toledo Community College, Corazon Technical High School, and Juliancho Technical High School will all be part of the Education Upliftment Project. And as I reiterated, the entire Toledo district will now be benefiting from free education. Free education for secondary school. And then I know that we have persons who are listening, and they will say, what about tertiary level? And I want to say that for the first time, under this PUP government, this government has allocated over $1.1 billion for a rural education fund. And Minister, I want to thank you and your ministry and your team for the support that you always give our students at the tertiary level. Every child who comes to us and requests support, the minister is quick and fast to support these students. And Minister, we are very grateful for that. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that under this Education Upliftment Project, we had over 3,174 students who are benefiting. And now with this expansion, we are adding an additional 6,000 students under this budget. So essentially what we're looking at is we're looking at almost 10,000 students who are benefiting from this great initiative of the Education Upliftment Project. The same Mr. Member from Colette, you are not here this morning. So we have to make sure that you hear this. It doesn't matter. I am paid to be here and serve the people I must. I take my job seriously on this side, not like you guys. Fire. The people hired me, my brother. The people hired me. Mr. Speaker, I want to look at, under this new current fiscal year, what are some of the major initiatives that the government is undertaking. We have 35 million for NHI, 3.5 million for hemodialysis support programs. So that is to help our people. Those who have severe renal failure, they are going to be benefiting, and those are the people that we have to be helping. 10 million for repair of major highways. 7.5 million for ongoing expansion of solid waste transfer stations, as was mentioned by the honorable member from Kaya Northeast. We have 6 million for low-income houses and housing repairs. And since I am on that topic, let me take the opportunity to thank the honorable member for Kaya South, who has been very supportive. And we are grateful that so far we have received 3 houses in the Toledo West constituency, and he has committed to continuing supporting us. We have also gotten support, for house repairs, and we have provided those to many of our constituents. So, Minister, thank you very much. We have 3 million for grocery bags on the food pantry program, 6 million for roads, rural roads and bridges, 3 million for village streets, 2.7 million for agricultural roads. And at this point, I want to thank the Prime Minister for his commitment, as well as the Minister of Tourism for their commitment to support us, that in this fiscal year, we are going to see the upgrading of the San Pedro Colombia Road to Lubantun. So what this project entails, Mr. Speaker, is that we should see total rehabilitation of that road from San Pedro Colombia Junction to the Halacte Road, all the way to Lubantun, eventually getting it paved. This is going to bring significant development to our area, and Prime Minister, we are very grateful to you for the support, sir, and to all my cabinet colleagues. Thank you. You see why we have a stay-on truck? Because the people are benefiting. The people are benefiting. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me go to my ministry for which I have responsibility, the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor, and Local Government. There's the member from Khaled. You're going to have your turn. You will have your turn. So if you could only adhere to 42B and listen, man, and learn something. You have been out of touch. You have been more away. You have been more out of the country than in the country. So you could learn some things. Mr. Speaker, we have seen, when we look at the rural community development, Mr. Speaker, we have seen a significant increase in our budget, where we went from 5,022,761 to a total of $7,233,727. Similarly, we have seen increases in both recurrent and Capital II for labor and local government. So what this signifies, Mr. Speaker, is that we have additional resources to be able to support us, to be able to carry out the very important work of our ministry. Now, Mr. Speaker, kindly allow me to highlight some of the achievements that we have accomplished so far in our ministry. Under labor, we have seen the passage of the minimum wage as promised under Plan Blease. We have completed the digitization of the temporary employment permit. We have completed the digitization of the labor complaints management system, the historic establishment of the Labor Complaints Tribunal, the recovery of over $400,000 on average annually for workers who had significant issues with their employers. This is significant, Mr. Speaker, because it means that we are giving our people, our workers, a fair opportunity to be able to ensure that they are treated fairly and that they are paid what is due to them. We have had several public consultations and amendments to the OSH bill, and currently the OSH bill is at the Solicitor General's office, where they are working on the drafting instructions, and pretty soon we should see that bill coming to the House. Under rural development, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the establishment of a georesistivity survey team to identify water sources using seismic technology across this country. We have seen the expansion and rehabilitation of water systems in villages across rural Belize. Mr. Speaker, member from Colette, nobody interrupts you when you make a presentation. And I'm speaking to my ministry, so.
Member for Toledo West. Member for Colette, please. We have been doing fine all along. Let's stick to 42B and let the presentation continue. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, we have ensured the sustainability of water boards by establishing a metering program. And I want to speak to this a little bit, Mr. Speaker. When we came into government, most water systems across this country did not have meters. And I will speak to one example, Hopkins. This water system in a tourist destination, they had meters, but for whatever reason, the minister who was responsible for rural development at the time saw it fit to allow the residents, to bypass the meters. And sadly, what this did is this really took the system down, because there was absolutely no way that the system could be sustainable. As a result of that, Hopkins had over $60,000 in BL arrears. People were not paying their water. Once we got up and started working with these communities and ensured that they began to use their meters, in less than 2 years, they were able to pay their $60,000 debt. They were able to purchase major assets, such as vehicles, generators, motorcycles, and they now have a bank account in excess of $60,000. This is a perfect example of what happens when we put in place the structures and the mechanisms to ensure that our water systems are sustainable. Mr. Speaker, we also accomplished, where we had many water boards that were operating in deficit, and now they certainly have a surplus of over $600,000 collectively. We continue, Mr. Speaker, to drill wells for farmers across rural Belize. We continue to, ensure that our water systems in the villages are up and running, and particularly in this dry weather, we are seeing where many of our systems are beginning to fail, but we are out there working diligently, supporting them, Mr. Speaker. I also want to share with this honorable House that through the generous support of the government of the Republic of Taiwan and the government of Belize, I recently signed an agreement with JEFCO, where we are going to obtain a state-of-the-art well rig costing over $2.5 million that is going to ensure that our people in the rural areas have clean, safe, potable water, Mr. Speaker. 13 years of the UDP administration, 13 years, they found the 2 trucks that we currently have. Those trucks were purchased over 23 years ago by the PUP administration under the former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Said Musa. 13 years of UDP, Mr. Member from Kalit, and Una never see it fit to at least buy some pipes and additional equipment for those trucks. But yet you speak about all the magnificent work that the UDP did. That is the reason why you now sit on that side and we are on this side. Mr. Speaker, we have seen where under rural development, we continue to work very hard to expand and support the construction of village streets and farmers' roads across this country. We have also carried out a rural women economic empowerment project in the Corozal, Cayo, and Toledo district. We have also been able, with support from the Ministry of Sustainable Development, been able to acquire a water bowser, which has supplied over 89,000 gallons of water across this country. And I'll tell you, I may be sounding my horn here, but we respond in record time. When a system goes down and communities are having problems, we immediately dispatch our water bowser, whether it is from Corozal to Toledo or to Arenal in Cayo, to ensure that people have access to potable water. We have also doubled the stipends provided to all village councils. 13 years of the UDP, you know? 13 years. They did not see it fit to increase the stipend for alcaldes and village council chairpersons. Took a PUP government to make sure that we got it. But it gets better yet, Mr. Member from Kalit. It gets even better. Because I'll say to you, health workers under the last administration, under UDP, under the UDP, you know what health workers were getting? $96 a month. That's what they were getting. And today, this government has promised, delivered on increasing the stipend from $96 to $500 a month. That is significant. Exactly. I see you shake your head, Mr. Member from Kalit, because you acknowledge that we are doing great work. Total 100%, 100% increase for village chairpersons in their stipend. And we continue to work. We will continue to work to ensure that we get the support to increase that. Health workers, $96 to $500. You see the difference? You see, Mr. Speaker, that is why the Belizean people resoundingly approved Plan Belize on March the 6th. Mr. Speaker, we continue looking at local government. Under local government, some of the achievements of my ministry, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the revision and updating of new town boundaries in all districts, the passage of a new trade license bill in the House of Representatives, increased monitoring and capacity building support to towns and city councils, improvement in the financial performance of town and city councils with a 27% overall increase in revenue collection rate and 44% of overall increase in property tax collection rate. We have amended the liquor license regulations to facilitate the needs of the tourism sector. And of course, together with the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, prepared a municipal climate change resiliency project for submission to CABE. Mr. Speaker, we are a government that works. And delivering, we are, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me now briefly highlight some of the works that we have accomplished in my constituency, which I am privileged to represent. And let me start off by thanking and acknowledging the wonderful people of Toledo West for their overwhelming support and trust in me. And I am honored, Mr. Speaker, to say that I have 12 years representing them, and I continue to work very hard. I am committed to working for them. Every day I get up and I thank the good Lord for giving me another day. And I always wake up with a purpose. What is it that we are going to do to make life better for the people of Toledo West, and of course, all Belizeans. So, Mr. Speaker, some of the roadworks that we achieved in this fiscal year that just ended. We have seen streets being built in Silver Creek, Jacinto, San Pedro, Colombia, Emery Grove, Indian Creek, Golden Stream, Medina Bank. For the first time in many of these communities, right now as we speak, we are currently finishing our work in Medina Bank. These children walked in mud. 13 years of UDP, you know. 13 years of UDP. They did not give us any support because every time we came here to ask what did they do, they laughed at us and mocked us. But you know, we were determined, and determined we are. And that is why today I have an opportunity to be here and work hard. I am working hard to deliver to our people. I will give you another example. In Golden Stream, Mr. Speaker, Golden Stream, you know, it hurt my heart to see many times when villagers lost their loved ones and they had to go to, you know, to bury their loved ones. They had to take them through mud and water to reach the cemetery. Today in Golden Stream, we have a spanking new street that takes them to the burying ground and around the community, thanks to the People's United Party and this government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for this new fiscal year, as I said earlier, the Prime Minister has made additional allocations, and I'm happy to share that we are seeing the following villages are going to be getting street upgrades: Big Falls and Hikiti, Blue Creek, San Marcos, Laguna, San Jose, Aguacate, and Mabilha. So we continue to work, Mr. Speaker. As I keep telling our people, we will get to everybody one village at a time. One village at a time. And yes, Prime Minister, and you know, many will ask, how do we do this? I am very grateful, you know, to my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, the Honorable Member from Cayo South, has been very supportive. Right now, as we speak, his ministry is assisting, we are collaborating, and they're putting in new culverts in San Marcos, in San Pedro, Colombia, and other communities. That's how we work. Whatever support we can get through Ministry of Rural Transformation, we work with that. And of course, there are instances where we, you know, with support from the Community Development Fund, we either double and we partner, or sometimes we triple. That's what we do to get the work done. But the work is getting done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of electricity, I am happy to say that the following communities have signed off on their consent agreement so that the government of Belize, with support from the European Union, the Light Up Belize project, and the Belize Electricity Limited, and of course the Ministry of Public Utilities, we are going to be working on electrifying the following villages: Halacte, San Vicente, San Benito Poite. That is significant in Toledo West, Mr. Speaker. And we are also seeing work in the constituency of Toledo East, where the beautiful village of Corazon, their solar project is about to be completed, and they too will enjoy the benefits of electricity like every other Belizean across this country. We also saw the completion of the electricity project for the villages of Indian Creek, Medina Bank, and Golden Stream. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the people and government of the United Arab Emirates, the Belize Electricity Limited, the Ministry of Public Utilities, and all other partners who work together to ensure that these communities can now be connected, they can now enjoy the benefits of electricity. And I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that with electricity comes so many other benefits. You know that immediately after those communities were energized, we saw the construction of BTL Tower in Golden Stream, Medina Bank, and now in Indian Creek they are going to construct a tower. So what does it mean? It means that those communities are connected to telephone services and the internet, and it is going to be part of their overall development in their communities. So again, we thank the government of Belize, the Belize Telecommunications Limited Company, and everybody else who has assisted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Member from College, you seem to have a problem. You seem to have a problem, and please adhere to 42B. No, Mr. Speaker, I ask him to retract that. I ask him to retract that statement. I am not going to accept for him to say I am lied. Mr. Speaker, I ask him to retract.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I think that I don't want my standing orders right now, but he's imputing improper motive, and I'm asking that the honourable member from Colette withdraw his comment.
Member of Colette, please retract that comment. Member for Colette. Mr. Member for Colette, please retract that. You did make mention, Member for Colette, please retract that.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, whenever you address the speaker, you should get up and speak. It's a form of respect, and the honourable member from Colette is being extremely disrespectful and petty.
Thank you. Member for Colette, please retract so we proceed. Member for Colette, are you on the chair?
The only way, Mr. Speaker, you can ask me to retract what I've said is if I am speaking, I am the speaker making the presentation. I was not making any presentation.
But you made a comment.
I was not making any presentation. What you can do, Mr. Speaker, is say to me, remember 42B, you should not be making comments across the floor while the member is speaking. And if that is what you're saying, no problem, Mr. Speaker, but I'm not retracting anything that I did not say.
Member.
Oh my goodness.
Let's proceed, and I, please, Member for Colette, respect 42B. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, for this new fiscal year, we're also looking in terms of rehabilitating community centers, and we are looking at rehabilitating the community center of Santa Teresa, Aguacate, and Criquehute. And of course, we continue to lobby, support from government and our external partners and funding agencies to bring electricity to the communities that still do not have electricity in my constituency. And namely, that would be Santa Cruz, San Jose, Santa Elena, Pueblo Viejo, and then of course, we still have Santa Teresa that is also waiting for electricity. So we continue to lobby that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am also happy to report that we have seen approval for the water systems. The design has been completed, and we have now seen where, tender has gone out for bids for the construction of the water system for Mafredai and Mabilha. So we are working diligently to ensure that those communities can very soon have access to clean, safe, potable water. As we speak, we are drilling a new well in Halakte. We have drilled several wells. Last year, we were lucky to find water. We thought that that was enough water to be able to sustain a system. Unfortunately, it collapsed, and we are back at it again, trying very hard to see how we can get water for Halakte, and we also have Santa Elena. So 2 more communities in my constituency that we're working very diligently to ensure that they can have access to water. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to speak to a very important issue that affects the people of my constituency, and that is the 2015 Caribbean Court of Justice consent order. And I know that Minister with responsibility, the member for Belize Rural Central, spoke at length about what the ministry has been doing. And I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that this is a very important matter that is dear to me, because I represent 98% of the communities that are affected by this consent order. And Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that over the last 3 years, this government has done significant work in advancing the consent order as ruled by the Caribbean Court of Justice. We have seen where the FPIC, the Free, Prior, and Informed Consent Protocol, has been implemented and used, and we have used this in several communities, particularly as it relates to electricity projects getting their consent, and as I said earlier, where communities have, signed up. We have used it in San Jose and Santa Cruz, Santa Rosa, to be able to get, projects that are being done by Belize, by Rural Resilient Belize. But in advancing this process, Mr. Speaker, we have also seen where the Maya draft land policy, has been drafted, and currently, as we speak, there is consultation work taking place across the Toledo district in relation to the Maya draft land policy. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that whilst the government has presented this proposal, and really it's a proposal, these communities, are getting an opportunity to come to the consultation, to voice, their concerns, their issues, and it affords the government, it affords us an opportunity to be able to listen to them and essentially try to find a way forward in terms of, amending, restructuring the policy, that will take into account what are the concerns of the community. Mr. Speaker, it is important to reiterate to our Maya people that this government respects the 2015 consent order of the Caribbean Court of Justice. We respect our Maya people, we respect our Maya brothers and sisters, and it is important that we come together and we work together to try to find a solution to the issues that currently face us. And I have no doubt that together, the government and the advocates who have worked very hard, and I want to be fair here, we have seen where the advocates, have worked very hard and lobbied. And as a result of that hard work and lobbying, the court made its prediction. And the court has ordered that the government works together with the Maya people, the Maya communities, to find a long-standing solution to this problem. So, Mr. Speaker, today I make a special call to all our leaders in the Toledo district, to all our advocates, that it is time for us to come together, to sit at the table, to speak, as Minister said, respectfully to each other, to listen respectfully to each other, and to find a way to be able to support our Maya people. Mr. Speaker, in winding up, Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to thank the Prime Minister and my colleagues in Cabinet for all their support. We will continue to work very hard. We will continue to work diligently to continue to bring development to Toledo West and to the Toledo District. Recently, we have seen where in the municipality in Punta Gorda, the Ministry of Finance, the Prime Minister has made available funds to be able to improve more than 6 streets. And again, we will continue to work very hard to ensure that this work can continue. Madam Speaker, I also want to take the opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister of Police, the Honorable Member from Caribbean Shores for his support. We have just completed the rehabilitation of the San Pedro Police Station, and very soon we are going to have the police be able to stay in San Pedro, Colombia to provide support to the communities. I also want to take the opportunity to thank my staff at the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor, and Local Government. I have a very dedicated, hardworking staff, Madam Speaker, and today I want to salute them, I want to thank them, and I want them to know that we value all the hard work that they do. I also want to thank my CEO, Mr. Valentino Schall, who is currently out of the country engaged in a series of workshops and meetings. But CEO Schall is a very dedicated gentleman. He works very hard, and together with our staff at the ministry, we will continue to support the development of Belize and all Belizeans. So, Madam Speaker, with that said, I close out by thanking my family, thanking my constituents, and with God's help, we will continue to deliver and to work hard to build a better Belize. I wholeheartedly support this budget. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Belmopan.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. And before I give my contribution to the General Revenue Appropriation 2024-2025 Bill 2024, I would first like to extend my deepest condolences to the family and friends of Lara and Megan, to the Belmopan Market Plaza family, to the whole community of Belmopan. We mourn and we condemn this horrific act of public slaying of 2 women. We stand together against violence in all its form and pray that justice be done. At the same time, I would like to acknowledge the valiant work of Corporal Lopez, an off-duty police officer, who along with Mr. Logan of the Belmopan Market Plaza and Mr. Erlin Martinez, risked their lives to apprehend the shooter. Madam Speaker, this evening at 1900 hours at 7 p.m., the community is coming together at the Belmopan Market Plaza for a candlelight vigil in memory of Lara and Megan. May they rest in peace and rise in glory. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I had to sit this morning and listen to the leader of the opposition and member for MESOP, I couldn't help but think that perhaps the member for MESOP have been listening to rock music, and I refer to the 1991 album by the popular rock band Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion. Perhaps you listened to the second album, Lose Your Illusion 2, because that was all he was talking about. And if you know what we mean by illusion, it means that in your senses, you're getting it all wrong. And as Mr. Gump would say, this is all I'm going to say about this. But I rise to support the General Revenue Appropriation Bill, a budget that, considering the challenges that we face, takes advantages of the opportunities that lie ahead. This budget represents our collective commitment to chart a course forward towards prosperity, sustainability, and inclusivity. But this can only be done if we prioritize wisely, invest strategically, and ensure fiscal responsibility. And this is exactly what this budget is about. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it is no coincidence that the IMF Article 4 report last month confirmed and verified that this administration, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Bresenio, and I quote from the budget speech, is yielding unprecedented results for the Belizean people. It also confirms that Belize is on the right track. This budget has at its core the priority, the well-being of our Belizean people. Therefore, a significant portion of the budget is allocated towards healthcare and education. And we recognize that investing in these areas is crucial for building a healthy, educated, and resilient society. Madam Speaker, just last month, my colleague and era representative for Belize Rural South broke ground for the new hospital in San Pedro, a first-class 45-bed, fully equipped hospital facility, a $33.4 million investment. In Belmopan, this administration has secured $90 million for the construction of a tertiary care university hospital, a contract that will be signed by April of this year. This, Madam Speaker, is a government that cares about the well-being of our citizens. We're not promising and promising, we are getting it done. But we didn't stop there. This year, the NHI committee is proposing the expansion of the program to include Northside Belize City. But the commitment of this PUP government is that it is soon going to be including the whole of Cayo District. So therefore, for Belmopan citizens, we look forward to the inclusion of the NHI program that is going to come very shortly. We all know that under this administration, a few months ago, it was unanimously decided in Cabinet that no longer does anyone who visits the Western Regional Hospital have to pay any fees. That is only done under a PUP government. But, Madam Speaker, to complement the health care that this PUP administration is investing in, we're also investing in education. We are investing in our most valuable resources, and those are our children. In our Plan Belize Manifesto, it is our commitment in ensuring quality education, preparing our society for full employment for all of those who seek jobs. The free education pilot project started in Southside Belize City, but thanks to the vision and hard work of our Minister of Education, 12 more schools will be added to the Education Upliftment Project, Together We Rise. Of those 12 schools, the largest government high school is also there, the Belmopan Comprehensive School. Thank you, Minister of Education. Thank you to the Prime Minister and to the government of Belize. Thousands of children, and I mean thousands, will benefit from this program. And we're not only looking at tuition. I think the Minister of Education was very broad in his in what he called education for all. There will be help. Those students will be helped with uniform. They will be helping the students with meals. It's a whole package. And the Belmopan Comprehensive School family will be very, very pleased to know that it doesn't only benefit Belmopan, but it benefits all of those villages in the Cayo South and all those students who come to the Belmopan Comprehensive School. In tandem to our commitment to social justice and development, we are also dedicated to fostering economic growth and creating opportunities for all Belizeans. This budget includes measures to support small and medium-sized enterprises, to attract foreign investment, and promote job creation across various sectors. My colleagues have already elaborated on what we know, and you can ask anyone out there who are looking for people to work. It is hard to find workers right now because the economy is good, people are working, and there's simply no one left to be employed. Those that are not employed, member for college, because they don't want to get employed. Perhaps, yellow man, he don't want to get employed. We're the only one. Right now, there are many companies in Belmopan looking for workers, and there are none. We are grateful in Belmopan for the investment this government has done and is doing. For over 10 years, we have a community by the name of John W. I won't say what John W. means, because we have to change that name. But for over 10 years, the community of John W., every time it floods, they were cut off from the rest of Belmopan. Right now, through the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development, we are in the process, or we are building right now, a 2-lane concrete all-weather bridge. It never took us 10 years, it took us less than 1 year to get this bridge, and it is being constructed right now. Last year, we inherited a 1-lane wooden bridge in Salvapan. We have changed that, and we now have a 2-lane cement all-weather bridge as well. We have one more bridge, We have one more bridge, the Mayamopan Bridge, a 1-lane. This is how we inherited, a 1-lane wooden bridge. We changed that. And you know what? In the next 2 weeks, that contract will be signed, and we will start building a 2-lane all-weather cement bridge as well. Listen, what we inherited from the UDP is not what the people of Belmopan deserve, and they made sure that we changed that. Housing. I am grateful to the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing for his steadfast support in making sure that Belmopan gets its fair share of housing. We have built over 10 houses in Belmopan. But the beauty of it is not that they have built and given single mothers a starter home. The beauty is that those single mothers have transformed those starter homes into houses that are 2- and 3-bedroom houses. That is what Plan Belize is about. That is what this government is doing. You could go see it, member for Khaled. This is what Plan Belize is about. We give them a starter home. We give them the opportunity to expand. They're all single mothers, they just needed something. And that is what this government has been doing. Water expansion. And the Minister of Utilities mentioned that Belmopan is in the list for water expansion and utilities expansion. Well, the first phase of that water expansion started last week. And while many believe that, whoa, we do all kind of things because elections they come, we did not stop working. Right through election after election, we continue to work to deliver the services that the people of Belmopan elected me to do. That water expansion right now is going to benefit about 50 families. In the next 2 weeks, these 50 families will have potable drinking water. That is phase one. We have 3 more phases to go. And we'll make sure that the people that deserve these water and electricity get what they deserve. We are cognizant of the urgent need to address environmental challenges and mitigate the impacts of climate change. Therefore, this budget includes provisions for environmental conservation, sustainable development initiatives, and climate resilient projects. As we embark on this journey towards a brighter future, it is essential that we strengthen governance, enhance transparency, and ensure accountability in the management of public funds. We therefore must work together across government agencies, civil society, and the private sector to uphold the highest standards of fiscal responsibility and integrity. I think we should all be proud of what this government has achieved in just 3 years. This budget and everything that we are discussing here comes with no additional taxes. Why? Because this government is a government that works, that has expanded the economy, and we don't need to raise any more taxes. Thank you to the leadership of our Prime Minister. We can boast that we have a budget without any new taxes. Madam Speaker, I would like to express my gratitude to the good people of Belmopan, who on March 6th came out and gave us a resounding victory. I would like to thank our Mayor Pablo Kawich and his councillors for their resounding victory in Belmopan, and the people of Belmopan for entrusting us to continue making sure that the services that they require and that they deserve is being given to them. It is not an easy task, and I never believed that it would have been easy. But the people of Belmopan have entrusted us, and on March 6th we saw that they believe and still believe that the People's United Party is the party that is moving Belize forward, that is the party that is keeping Belize on track, both national and international. I have already met with the new mayor. We have already discussed,
Madam Speaker,
and we have
on a
already
point of order, Madam
ensured that the task...
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
I have a point of order after. What's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, when I attempted to speak about political matters related to the municipal elections, you breaks me, and so I'm asking for the same standing order that you pointed out to me to be applied to the member now, Madam Speaker.
I've heard your point of order. You may also recall accurately that when I interrupted and I said to you I can appreciate coming on the heels of municipal elections that during these debates there will be reference. All I asked, if you're going to quote me, I'm going to ask that you quote me correctly. All I asked is that we confine the debate to the budget and not to extend those comments unnecessarily too long. Thank you. Member, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, since this morning, there was nobody on that other side. Nobody. It didn't even feel like we're having a debate, because nobody on the next side. But that is for another day. Still nobody on the next side, no, Minister Florencio. But I would like to extend my gratitude to the good people of Bamapan and to the new Bamapan City Council for working together and delivering for Bamapan. My most heartfelt gratitude to those that have given us that confidence that it is us and a People's United Party, government, and City Council administration that will going to take us forward. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Members, I will ask that we suspend the proceedings. We do have 3 days of debate on this particular bill, and for me to do it as fairly and equitably, assuming that all members are present, is to try and divide the contributions as equally as I can over the 3 days. And so I will ask that we suspend. Before we do, I would be remiss if not to comment on the fact that indeed Standing Order 42B, which I think the entire nation now knows, if no other standing order, I think we know that one, that when a member speaks, the standing orders provides that all other members remain in silence. There's a reason for that. One, so that the member can speak uninterrupted unless on a point of order. And 2, so that the speaker, the presiding officer, can actually hear if there are any comments being made that would breach the standing orders, so that when a point of order is made, a ruling can be had. And then also for the public to hear. But members, I will say this, and I remind you as the chair, my ruling is final. If I hear comments off mic that breach standing orders, I will use the standing orders. It's not just to say that you should be silent. If the comments are derogatory, discriminatory, if they are imputing improper motives, if they are of a personal attack of that nature, I will resort to, that would be Standing Order 44. And Standing Order 44, 3 members, clearly states that the Speaker shall order any member to withdraw immediately from the House during the remainder of the day's sitting, and may direct such steps to be taken as are required to enforce such order. Where, members, I am speaking. This is a difficulty in presiding when we're not going to respect the chair, whether the chair or deputy is in the seat. Where the conduct of such member is grossly disorderly, or, which is the more relevant one in this regard, which would be B, where such member has used objectionable, abusive, insulting, or offensive words or language or unparliamentary expressions. There's nowhere in the standing orders, members, that it say on mic or off mic. Just as there's nowhere in the standing orders that provides for members to use their phones, their laptops, or any other device. It is nowhere in these standing orders, yet members do it. So we can be professional and we can be reasonable. But let's not take the Parliament for a joke when we say it's not on mic, therefore it's not recorded. That's okay, you can disagree. So I'll ask that we respect that. Thank you. The House is suspended. We resume at 10 a.m.